Chapter 301 The First Opponent I Encountered. Ma Hao was sweating profusely now. He was afraid that after Jiang Lushi solved these troubles, he would attack him again. Although he was doing well in the Fallen City, with Jiang Lushi's current strength, killing him would be like killing him. It's as simple as a chicken killing a dog. But in the Fallen City, it's nothing unusual to kill someone just because they don't agree with each other, or even just because they don't like it. When he dies, the body collection team will collect his body that night. In order to prevent the plague, his body will be thrown directly out of the city wall together with other corpses in the Fallen City and fed to the zombies. No! I can't sit still and wait for him to die. He and I are classmates in the same school after all, and I'm still his senior. I helped him when I lent him a loan at high interest rates. Because of this relationship, he shouldn't do anything to me. Well, besides, the reason why I asked him for debt just now is because I owe money to pay back the debt. Although asking for 500 kilograms of mutated beast meat is a bit harsh, it is not too much. Maybe this is still an opportunity for me. Ma Hao rolled his eyes and thought of a lot. At this time, no one cared about what Ma Hao, a little man, was thinking. Everyone present looked at Jiang Lushi and He Tianhu, a military boss. Star City Tiger. When had he ever suffered such a big loss? In the realm of Star City, He Tianhu dominates one side and is the king of the mountain. During this period, many people wanted to assassinate He Tianhu for one reason or another. However, the instinctive perception of danger by superpowers, coupled with the powerful people such as Thunder Snake, existence, these killers all died, and their bodies were minced and fed to the zombies. But today, this little-known kid showed up. He actually wanted to kill He Tianhu in a fair and just manner in the Fallen City arena. And he had already killed He Tianhu's #1 general, Thunder Snake. What kind of strength was this? Is He Tianhu going to die here? Someone commented privately. It's not that easy. The most fundamental reason why He Tianhu can gain a foothold around Star City is because of his own strength. If he was not strong and had soldiers under his command, he would have been killed long ago. He relies on killing people to get goods, and He Tianhu doesn't know how to restrain himself. No matter how much wealth he acquires, these wealth will be transformed into his strength, and he is much stronger than Razor. People with knowledge of the situation said that the reason why the warlords around Star City were so unscrupulous was naturally to collect evolutionary crystals. He Tianhu used more than 90% of the evolutionary crystals for himself. So of course, he could not give too much to Razor. Now He Tianhu, almost no one has seen him take action. But there is no doubt about his strength, which can almost be described as unfathomable. He Tianhu's face was gloomy. He looked at Jiang Lushi, with deep murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You killed Razor! Good! Very good! He Tianhu slowly approached Jiang Lushi. He found it difficult to understand that he did not feel the aura of a superpower from Jiang Lushi. But he was so strong. At this time, the swords were at war, and the few superpower boys following He Tianhu were all nervous. Their hands were pressed on their waists, ready to draw their guns at any time. But they also know that in a duel between top experts, the guns in their hands are almost impossible to hit the opponent with their strength. In such a duel, they may be killed instantly. Dense beads of sweat oozed from the foreheads of many people. Once a battle broke out, they would most likely die here. I appreciate your strength. If you surrender to me, I will put past the blame. Together, you and I can create a superpower and dominate Star City. If you are not willing to succumb to others, you and I can be equals and divide the world equally. While He Tianhu was speaking, a bright light flashed in his hand. This was an evolutionary crystal. The eyes of the superpowers, who were watching around them, lit up when they saw the evolutionary crystal. This was a treasure. Even for Jiang Lushi, the evolutionary crystal was extremely precious. He Tianhu shook the evolutionary crystal in his hand. How about you and I can share the evolutionary crystal equally? He Tianhu said. Flicking his fingers, the evolutionary crystal was slightly thrown up and fell back into He Tianhu's hand. At this moment, He Tianhu suddenly rose up like a tiger, and he rushed towards Jiang Lushi. Crack, crack. He Tianhu's muscles bulged all over, and he punched Jiang Lushi. This punch was so powerful that the air exploded. It was so powerful. Quick. Too fast. Everyone present felt their eyes dazzled as He Tianhu had already rushed in front of Jiang Lushi. Even Jiang Lushi was shocked. He Tianhu was the fastest person he had ever seen. When the evolutionary crystal is used to a certain extent, the strength and speed of the body alone, not to mention supernatural powers, are already extremely terrifying. Arms. Jiang Lushur had never been attracted by the evolutionary crystal from beginning to end. He was fully focused and had already reacted the moment He Tianhu punched, even when facing an enemy faster than himself. Jiang Lushur could easily understand the trajectory of the opponent's attack, make the most effective dodge at the minimum speed. Jiang Lushur dwarfed, and the three-edged military thorn was like a black poisonous snake, piercing directly into He Tianhu's heart. At the same time, He Tianhu's punch was also dodged by Jiang Lushur's short body. Crack! The three-edged military thorn stabbed He Tianhu's chest firmly. However, Jiang Lushur felt as if he was stabbed on a steel plate. The three-edged military thorn could not penetrate at all. Instead, Jiang Lushur felt a blast from his wrist. The huge force caused pain in his wrist, and he almost lost his grip on the three-sided military thorn. This is? Jiang Lushur was suddenly shocked. From the end of the world to the present, he had never encountered such an opponent who could directly block the three-sided military thorn with his physical body. Ability? In a flash of lightning, this thought flashed through Jiang Lushur's mind. And at this moment, He Tianhu's fist had changed direction and struck Jiang Lushur's back of the head from top to bottom. In He Tianhu's impression, almost no one could escape his second punch. No one would have expected his superpower. He would deliberately let the enemy's first blow succeed, and then use the force of the counterattack to injure him. The opponent's wrist. This unexpected situation would make most people panic. And his second blow, after quickly changing his moves, will hit the opponent's vital point without any suspense with the support of his extreme speed. Kill the enemy! After fully growing in strength, He Tianhu has never lost with this move. And everyone who knows He Tianhu's move is already dead. He was sure to win this blow, but he didn't expect that Jiang Lushur, whose dodge direction had been completely blocked under his fist, would actually avoid his fist with an incredible twist like a spirit fox. With the next stab, Jiang Lushur stabbed directly into He Tianhu's lower abdomen. Chapter 302 The Person You Can't Afford to Offend. Whoosh! The three-edged spur made a sharp sound, like a poisonous snake spitting a message. The lower abdomen was soft and easy to pierce. But the same thing happened again. The three-edged thorn was directly blocked by He Tianhu's skin and could not penetrate at all. This is exactly the same as the legendary Iron Claw shirt in Shaolin Kung Fu. The ability to make muscles hard? Jiang Lushur took a breath. He knew very well how hard he thrust out the three-edged thorn. He could be said to be invulnerable if he could block his three-edged thorn. With this hand, He Tianhu was not afraid of assassination. Today, you forced me to reveal my trump card. You must die. In the Fallen City Arena, with so many people watching, it was naturally impossible for He Tianhu to keep the secret of his powers any longer. He wanted to kill Jiang Lushur to vent his anger and establish his power. Revealing the trump card? Jiang Lushur's lips curled up. So what if the things brought into the coffin are exposed? Jiang Lushur held the three-sided military thorn upside down and jumped up. Seeing Jiang Lushur's movements, He Tianhu knew what Jiang Lushur was going to do. Want to stab me in the eye? Dreaming. The muscles in He Tianhu's body swelled to the extreme. The black coat on his body was torn directly by his muscles. And there was a long knife in his hand. This is the knife that Razor was holding before. Razor is holding the knife, but his weapon is a long whip. And this knife is He Tianhu's weapon. Hiding the weapon could also catch the opponent off guard. People were shocked when they saw this. This He Tianhu was not only powerful, but also cunning. It was really terrifying. With a long knife in hand, He Tianhu's strength has increased even further. No one doubts that his knife can directly cut through steel plates. Such a fierce attack is coupled with invulnerability. Although the eyes may be He Tianhu's weak point, in the extremely fast battle, it is not easy to stab the eyes with a knife. The target is so small, and He Tianhu is so fast that he can completely avoid it with just a little dodge. Just when people thought Jiang Lushur was in danger, He Tianhu, who was already violent, suddenly froze in action, and the long knife he was wielding seemed to have briefly lost strength. This moment of stagnation is less than 1/10 of the blink of an eye. However, during this time, people only feel that their eyes are blurred. Puff! Blood splattered. Jiang Lushur's body crossed with He Tianhu's like a ghost, and the three-sided military thorn in his hand had detached. He Tianhu's body was completely frozen. He was holding a long knife and standing like a rock sculpture. A dull gray three-edged military thorn was inserted above his right eye. One hit the target without any deviation. 4. Why? He Tianhu's body was trembling, and his face was full of disbelief and unwillingness. Why was this result? Everyone was shocked to see that while moving at high speed, Hitting the eyes with a triangular thorn was almost as difficult as shooting down a flying bird with a bullet. And the key is, He Tianhu must have focused on protecting his eyes. So why was Jiang Lushi successful with one blow? Human eyes have no muscles. And there are no bones behind the eyes. They are directly connected to the brain. No matter how strong a person's defense is, the fragile eyes are also the weak point. If a sharp object pierces the eyes, it will directly penetrate the brain. Therefore, in historical records, Li Zicheng was blinded by an arrow, and Xiahou Dun was struck by an arrow in the eye. These are extremely unlikely events worthy of discussion. Even if their eyes were blind, it may not have been caused by arrows. Jiang Liusher's three-edged military thorn attacked this time naturally used all his strength, and it penetrated the brain without any suspense. Bang! He Tianhu fell heavily to the ground and turned his back to the sky. The only remaining eye was completely out of focus. At the last moment of his life, he still felt deeply unwilling. He wanted to know why. At that moment, the strong stabbing pain in his mind caused his movements to freeze for a short period of time. But Jiang Lushi seemed to have accurately calculated the moment when he would become stiff and struck a fatal blow. Died. He Tianhu is dead. Everyone present held their breath. And there was no sound at all. He Tianhu, who was so powerful that people were afraid of him, and whose strength was unfathomable, and who had calmly withstood countless assassinations by the Star City military, was actually killed head-on by a young man of about 20 years old. Moreover, this battle lasted very short, and almost no one could understand the sudden reversal of the battle. They guessed what kind of trump card Jiang Lushi used to kill the enemy with one blow. The real masters had already seen what He Tianhu was doing. In the battle with Jiang Lushi, there was a brief inconsistency in his movements. Horrible. His own strength is already extremely powerful, and he also possesses an unknown trump card that can temporarily hinder the opponent's movements. Can anyone defeat such an enemy? There were many important figures in the fallen city present, including powerful warlords like Commander Yuan. They were able to dominate Star City and live peacefully until now. Of course, Commander Yuan had his own methods, but facing Jiang Lushi, even Yuan the commander also felt deeply fearful. This is someone he can't afford to offend. Jiang Lushi pulled out the three-edged military thorn and glanced at Ran Shiyu. At this time, Ran Shiyu's pretty face was pale, and she was a little weak. Shiyu, are you okay? Jiang Lushi asked in his mind. At the last moment, thanks to Ran Shiyu's highly concentrated mental field, which directly produced a mental impact, causing He Tianhu's movements to freeze momentarily, Jiang Lushi succeeded with one strike. If it weren't for Ran Shiyu, although Jiang Lushi was confident that he would still kill He Tianhu until the end, he would probably have consumed a lot of money. In this fallen city where murderous intentions are everywhere, it is definitely not wise to rashly use up all his physical strength and fall into a dangerous situation. Act of. Not to mention anything else. The mysterious energy sensed by Star Seed alone made Jiang Lushi a little wary. Brother Jiang? I'm fine. I only have a little headache. Fortunately, He Tianhu is only muscular. His hard power does not strengthen his mental defense. However, his vitality is too strong, and his power level is higher than mine. I spend a lot. In the future, don't use mental attacks unless absolutely necessary. It's still too dangerous. Jiang Lushi said sincerely that during the previous battle, he received a message from Ran Shiyu and had no time to discuss it with Ran Shiyu. Now that he thinks about it, he is still a little scared. Mental attacks are unpredictable. He accidentally encountered a tough opponent and hurt Ran Shiyu's brain. It would be too late to regret it. The brain is an extremely delicate tissue, and once something is damaged, there may be irreparable consequences. I know, Brother Jiang. Ran Shiyu nodded. At this time, a middle-aged man came towards Jiang Lushi with a smile. This little brother. May I ask your name? Chapter 3031 Thought Determines Life and Death. Jiang Lushi looked up and saw that this middle-aged man was none other than Commander Yuan, who had been served by Ma Hao with all kinds of hospitality in the previous battle between Jiang Lushi and He Tianhu. Although he killed the opponent with the force of thunder, it was the combined efforts of Ran Shiyu and him. In terms of He Tianhu's own strength, he was actually close to Jiang Lushi. So for warlords who can gain a foothold around Star City, Jiang Lushi would not take it lightly. Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi replied succinctly. Oh, this name is quite special. Commander Yuan hugged Jiang Lushi. My Excellency, Yuan Changgang. It's a pleasure to meet you. This kind of opening statement is quite the style of a person in the world. A Star City warlord spoke so politely to Jiang Lushi. People around him were filled with emotion when they heard this. This is the shock brought by strength. Although Jiang Lusher has no soldiers under his command, he can already defeat him in Star City with his own strength alone. He is considered a top figure in a large area. At this time, Fatty Ma approached Jiang Lusher with a smile on his face and said, "Boss Jiang, Commander Yuan, you are a hero meeting a hero. You cherish each other. It's rare. It's rare." Ma Hao's shamelessness was not mentioned at all. Jiang Lusher sneered in his heart when he heard Ma Hao's compliment. He glanced at Ma Hao, and the smile on Ma Hao's face became even brighter. Although he had been stupid before and asked Jiang Lusher for a debt, Ma Hao felt that just asking for a debt would not let Jiang Lusher do anything to him. Just put on a smile and give Jiang Lusher some benefits. He doesn't have any mutant crystals, but he is an expert when it comes to having fun in the Fallen City. Looking at Jiang Lusher, he must be a lustful person with so many beauties around him. What he, Ma Hao, is best at is finding girls. He can collect dozens of all kinds of lowly ladies. What about 5P? 6P. Russian wheel. The beginning of the eel and the end of the eel. Human flesh vase. Virgin at female body banquet. All kinds of weird ways to play with girls. There is nothing you can't think of, but nothing you can't play with. He expected that Jiang Lusher, a little loser before the end of the world, would never have seen it. These exciting games would definitely make him addicted quickly. As long as he brings out the original desires in Jiang Lusher's heart and has a good relationship with Jiang Lusher, he can take advantage of Jiang Lusher's power, and he can prosper. If the previous conflict is handled well, not only will it not be a disaster for him, but it may also be a good opportunity for him to make further progress in the Fallen City. Be sure to make good use of Jiang Lusher. Ma Hao said this to himself, and deliberately said to Jiang Lusher in a mysterious tone, "Boss Jiang, we are all classmates after all. This is the end of the world. So many people have died. How can we still continue to degenerate? It's not easy to meet in the Fallen City. Speaking of this Fallen City, I, Fatty Ma, know a good place. It's very exciting. This is Boss Jiang's first time coming to the Fallen City. There are many interesting places that I don't know yet. Do you want me? Fatty, come and take a look at that place. There will be many unexpected surprises for you." Ma Hao winked and showed a smile that all men understand. He thought that most men couldn't resist this kind of temptation and would take a look out of curiosity. In this way, the little conflict he had with Jiang Lusher before would be resolved naturally. It's been revealed. However, after he had done enough, he found that Jiang Lusher was still looking at him with a disdainful sneer on his face. This made Ma Hao's neck shrink slightly, and he laughed dryly and said, "Boss Jiang, do you still hold grudges against me? A little person? I don't know the truth." As Ma Hao spoke, he made a gesture to slap his face. He raised his hand very high, but when he lowered it, he didn't really hit him at all. His face turned directly away, and his hand and face missed each other. It was just a pretense. This self-deprecating apology gesture was just for Jiang Lusher to see. People who have been in society for a long time are accustomed to using this kind of hypocrisy. But in Jiang Lusher's view, it is disgusting. Who do you think you are? And you are worthy of making gestures in front of me? Didn't you tell Yuan Chenggang in private before that you planned to kill me and kidnap my team members? Jiang Lusher's words made Ma Hao feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. He subconsciously took a step back and looked at Jiang Lusher like a demon king. He had almost whispered to Yuan Chenggang before, and they were so far apart. How could he be heard? Your slap is too light. Let me do it. As Jiang Lusher spoke, he suddenly raised his hand. Snapped. There was a crisp sound that made people's eardrums numb, and Ma Hao screamed. His body of more than 200 kilograms was sent flying by Jiang Lusher's slap. The huge force caused him to spin in the air like a top and fly 4 or 5 meters away. The flesh on half of his face was completely torn. The facial bones were shattered, and 7 or 8 teeth were lost. Bang, bang, bang. Ma Hao rolled down the stands like a rubber ball. He rolled 7 or 8 levels in a row before stopping, screaming in agony. Jiang Lusher took out a tissue and wiped his hands. This slap made Jiang Lusher's palms and arms numb. From the time Ma Hao coveted girls such as Jiang Juing and Ran Qiyu, his fate was already doomed. How could Jiang Lusher let go of someone who wanted to kill him and also wanted to play with Jiang Juing and other women? Next to Jiang Lusher, Yuan Chenggang also felt awe-inspiring. He did not expect that all his previous words would be heard by Jiang Lusher. This Jiang Lusher was simply like the king of hell. Facing Jiang Lusher, Yuan Chungang no longer dared to have any bad thoughts. He always felt that Jiang Lushur could see through everything. He was worried that Jiang Lushur would hold a grudge against him because of what happened just now. He raised his hand and ordered his men, "Pull out the pile of rotten meat down there and feed it to the zombies. Don't let his dirty flesh and blood pollute the fallen city." "Yes, Commander." Several soldiers trotted down, and Ma Hao obviously realized his fate. He wailed for mercy, but was still dragged down brutally. In the arena, many slaves brought by spectators saw this scene, especially some female slaves with tragic life experiences. They felt extremely happy when they saw Ma Hao's fate. Many of them fell to where they are today because of Ma Hao. In their eyes, Ma Hao, who was cruel and had a large number of people working for him, was like a gangster before the end of the world. It is an irresistible existence. But just now, just because of Jiang Lushur's thought, he was fed zombies. Such a change shocked these female slaves. Is this the power brought by absolute strength? He looked only about 20 years old. And even some what kind of existence a young student-like person is. And that level is beyond their imagination. "Brother Jiang, those things Ma Hao said before have nothing to do with Yuan." But Yuan did not agree. Yuan Chungang hurriedly drew a clear line with Ma Hao. His handling of Ma Hao was just to express an attitude. Jiang Lushur glanced at Yuan Chungang. He knew that Yuan Chungang was not a good person. But it was impossible for him to kill the bad guys whenever he saw them in the apocalypse. Moreover, it was not that easy to kill Yuan Chungang. Ran Shiyu, it has been consumed a lot. If his strength were to improve further, he would not need to rely on Ran Shiyu's power, but would still have to collect more mutated crystal nuclei. Chapter 304 Red Moon. In just a few minutes, so many people died in the stands of the arena. This was commonplace for Fallen City. But when the person who died was a big shot like He Tianhu, it was unusual. At this time, more and more people gathered in the arena, and these people came to watch the fun. Until then, the crowd suddenly parted, and a woman wearing a black dress and white-collared shirt walked in. This woman looks to be in her 20s, with fair skin, delicate facial features, and outstanding temperament. She looks like an urban white-collar beauty before the end of the world. But as soon as this woman appeared, people avoided her, seeming to be in awe of her. This woman! Jiang Lushur was startled for a moment. He felt an indescribable aura from this woman. Her body did not have strong power fluctuations, but for some reason, it gave people an unfathomable feeling. The woman in the white shirt walked straight past Jiang Lushur. Next to Jiang Lushur, Yuan Chungang lowered his voice and said, "She is the founder of Fallen City." The founder of the Fallen City? Jiang Lushur was surprised. He had no idea that the founder of Fallen City was actually a woman. "My name is Hong Yu. Commander Yuan said that I was the creator of the Fallen City. It is a bit exaggerated. I only built part of the infrastructure. Later, as the city slowly grew, many people joined in and expanded the Fallen City dozens of times." As the woman in the white shirt spoke, she extended her palm to Jiang Lushur and said, "Hello! Hello!" Jiang Lushur shook hands with Hong Yu. The woman's hand was white and thin, but very strong. "Your name is Jiang Lushur?" "Yes," Jiang Lushur replied. "What a good name." During the Three Kingdoms period, Zhuge Liang built 8 formations with stones. Although the river washed away, everything turned into dust in history due to time. But only the 8 formations sank in the river and remained unchanged after 600 years. Move! The merits of the Three-Pointed Kingdom are known as the 8 formations. The stone in the river will not turn, but the regret will be lost and we will be swallowed up. Hong Yu read out a poem directly, which really surprised Jiang Lushur. This was a poem written by Du Fu. In fact, it was a bit unorthodox. Most people didn't know that it was rare to see people who could tell the meaning of his name in one sentence. This Hong Yu, a woman in her 20s, actually has such literacy in Chinese studies. "Mr. Jiang, are you interested in staying in Fallen City? I have a villa in Xiqing district that I can give to Mr. Jiang. Are you interested in taking a look?" Hong Yu extended an invitation to Jiang Lushur. Many people present were filled with envy when they heard about the West District of the Fallen City. The most powerful people around Star City live in the West City District. The price of a house there is staggeringly expensive, and it often costs 4 or 5 mutant crystal cores. Only the ordinary survivors can buy it, and it is impossible to buy a house with mutated crystal nuclei. Only these big warlords can afford it. But now, Hong Yu offered to give Jiang Lushur a house. "No need. I have no intention of living in Fallen City permanently." Jiang Lushur came to Fallen City to explore the source of the strange energy. He didn't think that just because he was strong, Hong Yu would come and give him benefits. His strength was his own and had nothing to do with Hong Yu. Since Hong Yu is giving away the villa, she most likely has something to do, or wants her to help, or she has other plans. No matter which way it is, Jiang Lushur doesn't want to get involved easily unless Hong Yu offers something that really makes his heart beat. It's such a pity. If Mr. Jiang is only here for a short visit, I can send someone to be Mr. Jiang's guide, Hong Yu said generously, without any dissatisfaction at all because of Jiang Lushur's rejection. Thank you. There's no need for the guide. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Jiang Lushur left as soon as he said it, not wanting to stay in this dark arena any longer. This made everyone around him look a little dazed. So he left now? Jiang Lushur and his team had just shown their might in this dark arena. Even Hong Yu, the founder of the fallen city, was attracted, and they wanted to give Jiang Lushur a villa or something. It seemed that benefits were coming one after another, but Jiang Lushur didn't know what he was doing. If he refuses, the person will leave, which makes everyone confused. It's really irritating to see people compared to each other. With Hong Yu's status, many of them have no chance to contact her, let alone the benefits. But Jiang Lushur doesn't want any of them. Jiang Lushur led the Shuying team and exited the dark arena directly, which surprised Ding Ya. Brother Jiang, aren't we going to explore the source of the alien energy? Why aren't we looking for it? That red moon is not simple, Jiang Lushur said succinctly and glanced at Ran Shiyu. Ran Shiyu pressed her temples and said, I feel that Hong Yu is the same person as me. Oh! Everyone was surprised. Psychic powers? Ran Shiyu shook her head. I don't know. I just feel that looking at the red moon is like looking into a deep pool, which is a bit unclear. This may also be related to the excessive mental consumption I just had. Ran Shiyu just conveyed these feelings to Jiang Lushur, and Jiang Lushur made such a decision to sail the 10,000-year ship with caution. In any case, he would check it out first. He would not underestimate the superpowers in the fallen city. Among them, there may be some powerful people. The He Tian who he killed was just one of the warlords. He was naturally very powerful when there was an army. But without the army, his own strength was not really outstanding. But a person with superpowers, like Hong Yu, has climbed to this stage entirely by relying on his own strength. This kind of people will not underestimate the enemy. Then what should we do now? Li Yusen asked. Let's find a place to stay first. By the way, I have some things I want to sell. This fallen city is also a huge black market, with warlords dividing the city. The circulation of weapons is definitely larger than in other survivor settlements. Although the military here also purchases mutant crystal nuclei, the military's control is too low. In addition, evolutionary crystals have quickly entered the market. So it is possible to find second-level mutant crystal nuclei on the black market, or to find out similar information. Possible things. Okay. Jiang Zhuing and others nodded. Jiang Lushur looked back at the arena. The special energy was still in the arena, but Jiang Lushur didn't see anyone with any problems inside. As for the Red Moon, as the founder of Fallen City, would she know something about this special energy? After Jiang Lushur and others left, the smile on Hong Yue's face slowly returned to normal, and a cold temperament suddenly emerged. Come here, Hong Yu said. From the shadow behind her, a figure suddenly appeared. Sister Yu, go and stare at them, Hong Yu said. The man glanced at Hong Yu, as if he didn't understand. There are survivors coming to the fallen city every day. Jiang Lushur and his group are just relatively strong. However, Hong Yu would show this interest in some stronger survivors from time to time, and often let his subordinates stare at them. Although he had followed Hong Yu for a long time, he didn't know why. But here in Hong Yu, the man learned not to ask too many questions. He nodded, then quickly blended into the crowd and left the arena. Chapter 305 The Disappearing Special Energy. Night falls. The so-called Fallen City, actually looked at night, is no different from an ordinary small city before the end of the world. In the high-end residential area where Jiang Lushur lives, you can't even smell the smell of blood at night. If you didn't know that this place is a gathering place of darkness and blood, and you don't know how much evil is happening at night, you might think of this place as an ordinary survivor settlement. Originally Jiang Lushur planned to go to the black market, but as he walked around, Ran Shiyu could vaguely sense that someone was watching them. The opponent was very well hidden, and it was difficult to catch him in the crowd. In addition, Ran Shiyu's mental exhaustion had not yet recovered, so Jiang Lushur temporarily gave up this plan. I met the warlord when I first arrived in Fallen City. There should be many people staring at me now. Jiang Lushur couldn't guess who was watching them. But it would have been more troublesome if there hadn't been such a scene. Now there would be many extremely vicious people trying to attack them. And now, although there are people watching, no one without eyes takes action. Now everyone with some connections in the Fallen City has heard about this new Stone Shadow team. The people in Fallen City are too complicated. Let's ignore the person we're following. Instead of going to the black market, Jiang Lushur had another important thing to do. That's special energy. In the middle of the night, Jiang Lushur secretly sneaked out of the house with his shadow. Brother Jiang, the guy who was watching didn't notice you. Ran Shiyu's voice came from her mind. Okay. Be careful. Jiang Lushur and Ying, like two fast-moving shadows, quickly left the residential area. Where are we going? Shadow asked to his mind. The arena during the day. The arena is the busiest place in the entire Fallen City during the day. But at night, the place feels dead. The empty stands and the arena where the cracks between the bricks were filled with blood. Approaching the arena, Jiang Lushur sensed the mutant energy of the mutant beast. The mutated beasts and zombies used to participate in gladiatorial battles were kept in cages in the gladiatorial arena at night, and were released hungry the next day. Their roars can be heard from a distance. During the day, Jiang Lushur sensed that special energy was present in this arena. Be careful. There are guards. Ying quietly approached the outer wall of the arena. Not far from her was the patrol team that had just passed by. And above her head, there was a red dot flashing. After Jiang Lushur ate a large amount of mutated beast meat, his hearing and perception abilities also improved significantly. He waited for the patrol team to pass by and approach the arena. However, after waiting for a while, Starseed did not respond. Not there? Jiang Lushur was stunned for a moment. Jiang Lushur originally guessed that the special energy might be emitted by a mutant beast imprisoned in the arena, or by zombies. After the virus broke out and the apocalypse came, the mutated beasts and zombies that mutated due to the virus infection continued to evolve and mutate. That special energy might be the result of further mutations. But now it seems that Jiang Lushur's guess was wrong. Or was it moved? Where is it? Jiang Lushur looked at the fallen city in the dark night. The sparse firelight distinguished this place from other ruined cities. Just when his gaze turned to one of the directions, Starseed suddenly reacted at this moment. I sensed it! Let's go! Jiang Lushur immediately moved in that direction. Yingza followed beside her. She was very fast, and her steps were light when running. She didn't make any sound even on the cement floor. Soon, Jiang Lushur and Ying followed Xingzheng's induction and arrived outside a villa community. The exterior walls of this villa complex are built in a European style. But the people guarding the door are not the property owners, but dozens of armed guards with live ammunition. There are also guards patrolling around the outer walls. This is a residential area. Jiang Lushur was surprised. When he first entered the fallen city, Jiang Lushur bought a map from the guard. And this area was also marked on the map. This villa residential area is the most expensive place in the entire fallen city. The woman named Hong Yu invited Jiang Lushur and his party to live in this villa area. Unexpectedly, the special energy sensed by Starseed was actually in this residential area. The people who live in this residential area are all powerful and powerful people. Warlords. Jiang Lushur became more and more confused. What exactly was that special energy? Let's go in! After bypassing the guards, Jiang Lushur and Ying climbed directly in from the outer wall. The Starseed's induction is not very accurate, but covers a small area. However, this villa area is also fragmented. When the special energy moves here, it will be easier to find than when it was in the arena. Jiang Lushur thought to himself. There were also many patrol teams in the residential area, but they were all bypassed by Jiang Lushur and Ying in advance. Soon, Jiang Lushur came to a very luxurious single-family villa. The villa is quiet, surrounded by lawns and flower gardens. And there is a small lake next to it. It is undoubtedly a mansion. In the entire villa area, this one is also the most luxurious. Special energy is in this area. In other words, Jiang Lushur's target is probably in this house. At this moment, Jiang Lushur suddenly sensed a wave of energy radiating from the villa. This energy was very cold and violent, giving Jiang Lushur a very familiar feeling. At the same time, Jiang Lushur saw a flash of red light behind a window on the top floor of the villa. With a click, Jiang Lushur immediately activated his brain power. As his field of vision instantly slowed down, Jiang Lushur locked onto the red light in slow motion. See clearly, behind the window was a pair of blood-red, cold eyes. And Jiang Lushur had seen those eyes countless times. It's the eyes of a zombie! Just then, the eyes disappeared. Originally, the other party flashed past the window, but Jiang Lusher saw it clearly through his brain power. However, in such a residential area of survivors, in this villa, how could zombies appear? The zombies in the fallen city are all used to enter the arena or as a means of punishment. Who would keep zombies in a place like that? At this time, Ing suddenly said, "Someone came out from inside." Jiang Lusher also heard the movement. "Let's go!" At the same time, he had already asked the minibus to drive over. The minibus also encountered a patrol team on the way. "Hey, who are you driving to where in the middle of the night?" A patrol member yelled at the empty minibus. Chapter 306 What a coincidence. In this fallen city, these patrol members have a lot of power, and they have guns in their hands, and their strength is not bad. Ordinary survivors do not dare to be too arrogant when facing them. But the driver of this minibus that was driving late at night seemed to have not heard their voices at all and rushed past them in a swish. The yelling patrol member's eyes suddenly widened. "Hack! Brothers, hurry up and chase!" He immediately jumped on the patrol car and chased the minibus. Several figures ran out of the villa area. "Stop!" They found two people standing at the base of the outer wall. The two people didn't move. After approaching, Hong Yu raised her eyebrows slightly. "Jiang Lusher?" She had just seen Jiang Lusher during the day, so she could naturally recognize him. But she invited Jiang Lusher to live here permanently. But Jiang Lusher refused. Why is he here now? Jiang Lusher also looked at her in surprise. That villa turned out to be hers. Then Jiang Lusher looked behind Hong Yu. There were several figures standing not far behind her. These figures were all standing in the shadows, and their faces could not be seen clearly with the light behind them. One of the men was very tall and stood closest to the Red Moon. When he was in Star City Base City before, Jiang Lusher had heard that the founders of Fallen City were a man and a woman. The woman was Hong Yu. And this was the man? At this time, the man seemed to have glanced at Jiang Lusher. And suddenly, the familiar feeling appeared again. It's him. Did that special energy come from him? Jiang Lusher was extremely shocked. His guess was that the target was a mutated beast or a zombie. But this man in front of him was. At the same time, Jiang Lusher sensed a hint of hostility from this man. People with superpowers have a certain degree of premonition about life and death crisis. But standing face to face like this, the other party did nothing to allow themselves to have such a premonition. This was the first time Jiang Lusher had encountered it. Even Ying's body tensed up slightly, like a wild cat that was ready to pounce at any moment. At this time, Hong Yu asked, "Why are you here?" There was no expression on her face, but there was a hint of weirdness in her eyes. Jiang Lusher's expression also returned to calm at this time. "Come out for a walk. Going around?" Hong Yu showed a smile, and the meaning of this smile was obvious. This excuse is really too careless. Who would believe it? "Neri, you run so fast!" "There!" There was a shout. Jiang Lusher smiled slightly and whispered a few words to Ing, and then Ing turned around and walked back. Soon, Hong Yu heard the sound of a vehicle starting, and then the light of the headlights quickly approached, and a minibus drove over from the corner of the street. The moment the car lights illuminated the area, Jiang Lusher's eyes immediately turned to those figures, including the corner where the man was standing. However, when Jiang Lusher looked over, it was actually empty. It's so fast. At this time, Hong Yu watched the minibus approaching with vigilance and confusion. She has already investigated Jiang Lusher's team, including the guards, who had contact with Jiang Lusher when they entered the city. Naturally, Hong Yu would not personally inquire about the general team of survivors. But of course she would investigate the team of survivors like Jiang Lusher that aroused her interest. What impressed the guard most was the beautiful woman and the minibus. The minibus in front of me does belong to Jiang Lusher's team. At this time, another off-road vehicle caught up from behind. The patrol member's roar stopped suddenly like a duck being strangled by the neck when he saw the Red Moon. "You, sister you!" These patrol members were all a little scared. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lusher gained some understanding of Hong Yu, being able to single-handedly build the fallen city and build a place like the arena. Hong Yu, a woman with delicate appearance, should be more ruthless than her appearance. Her subordinates were frightened when they saw her, which was evident from this. "What's going on?" Hong Yu looked at the patrol members and asked. "They drove around in the middle of the night and even came here. We chased them all the way. Unexpectedly, we still didn't have time to stop them," said the patrol member. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Lusher and Ing Depressly. "I wonder if these two people are deaf." At this time, Jiang Lusher said, "I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, so I came out and walked around." Hong Yu glanced at Jiang Lushi and smiled. So that's it. In an instant, the doubt in her eyes disappeared. Jiang Lushi also smiled. This woman's face changed quite quickly. Then let's go back first. Jiang Lushi got into the car and let Ing drive away. Brother Jiang, does that woman believe it? Ing asked. Although those patrol members helped them to testify. Does Hong Yu really believe that things are such a coincidence? They originally chased Jiang Lushi and Ing because they noticed them. When they came out, they found that Jiang Lushi and Ing had just walked here. The fact that she didn't choose to take action just now means that she is not sure and also has some concerns, Jiang Lushi said. After watching the minibus leave quickly, Hong Yu gave the patrol members a cold look. You can't even stop a car? Those patrol members didn't dare to answer. They were all silent. Hong Yu's brief silence was like a year to these patrol members. Some of the patrol members began to sweat on their palms and foreheads. There were quite a few cases where Hong Yu would arrest people if they disagreed with her. And those who were arrested would generally never appear again, regardless of whether they were killed or treated in some way. These things can make these patrol members feel creepy and terrifying when they think about it. Hong Yu's eyes scanned these people. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly. And then she said impatiently to the patrol members, You can leave. These patrol members suddenly felt like they had been granted amnesty and hurriedly stepped on the accelerator and left, fearing that they would not be able to leave if they were late. After these patrol members left, Hong Yu turned around hurriedly. As soon as she turned around, she almost bumped into a figure. This elusive figure is the man just now. He lowered his head, and some long hair covered his forehead and eyes. Xiao Bai. Hong Yu raised her head, and her tone was very gentle. She reached out and touched the man's face, and asked softly, How are you doing? Is the aura you sensed just now theirs? However, the man did not speak. At this time, Hong Yu's slender white fingers inadvertently picked up a strand of the man's hair. At this moment, the man raised his eyelids and glanced at her. It was a shocking red color, a blood-red eyeball that seemed to be glowing at night. Chapter 307 Murderous Intent. This is clearly a zombie. Any survivor who sees this scene will be shocked and speechless. Zombies are monsters that mutate from living people who have not been able to resist viral infection. Although they are not much different from humans in appearance, they are actually not the same creature. Zombies are fast, powerful, unresponsive to pain, very vital, and very aggressive towards humans. Ordinary people have absolutely no resistance in front of these zombies. Even those with superpowers can only deal with a limited number of zombies. But at this moment, the zombie standing in front of Hong Yu did not attack her in any way. This was simply incredible. At this time, several other figures slowly walked out of the shadows. The faces of these figures all looked ferocious and twisted, and one of them's arm was bent at a weird angle, and then returned to normal with a click. And when they raised their heads, they revealed red eyes. Several zombies. The sight of these zombies surrounding a young human woman is truly eerie. But compared to these zombies, Hong Yu looked at them with a gentle look, which made people feel the weird aura exuding from her whole body. At this time, a horrifying growl came from the throat of the male zombie named Bai in front of her, and his teeth were rubbing together, as if he was chewing and biting something. Hong Yu touched his face and said, You want to eat him? Do you think he found something? Don't worry. I don't want you to be in danger. Even her men didn't know she was raising zombies. Moreover, there are many people living in this villa area. Once you do something, it is likely to cause some trouble. I've even shown favor to this man. It's really troublesome. Hong Yu cursed with disgust. She gave Jiang Lushi a high-end house and greeted him with a smile. Her original intention was to further enhance the strength of Fallen City. As a result, she thought so highly of Jiang Lushi. What was he still coveting? Jiang Lushi's guess was correct. Hong Yu didn't believe a word of the nonsense he just said when he came out for a walk. It was only because she was afraid of exposing Xiao Bai's identity, and considering that the possibility of silencing them all was not very high that Hong Yu did not take the risk to attack. But now, she was murderous with Jiang Lushi. Anyone who threatened Xiao Bai should die. I don't know what he is coveting. Is he coveting the entire Fallen City? Is he interested in my position and wants to take my place? Or is he trying to attack me? This kind of pervert will kick his nose in when he sees me pretending to be nice to him, Hong Yu said, her expression getting colder and colder. As the founder of the Fallen City, she is naturally famous, powerful, and beautiful. Many survivors, warlords, and many people have had thoughts about her. If you get her, you will not only get a beautiful woman, but also a Fallen City. Although there has always been a hidden male founder who has not shown up. Even so, it cannot deter these people. There are always people who are bold and want to try it. Hong Yu hates these people extremely, regardless of whether Jiang Lushi is this kind of person. The mere fact that he may pose a threat to Xiao Bai is enough to make Hong Yu want to kill him. If I didn't take action just now, he will definitely become vigilant and may escape. If he really escapes, I will kill him outside the city, Hong Yu said in a low voice. Then she looked at the male zombie in front of her, her tone full of tenderness and sweetness. Just hold on for a while, and when we all become strong enough, we won't have to worry about anything anymore. I know you don't like to be with so many humans, but if you weren't in a human gathering area, how could you evolve so fast? Hong Yu said to herself. Soon. Before that, I will never let anyone hurt you. Jiang Lushi and the two drove a minibus and quickly returned to their residence. Back, Jiang Zhuing and the others were still sitting on the sofa waiting. This time Jiang Zhuing even put the tablet aside and didn't move it. They were exploring the fallen city at night. If something went wrong with Jiang Lushi, they would take action immediately and prepare to join Jiang Lushi and escape. However, when Jiang Lushi came back, he didn't look like he was being pursued. Li Yusen and Ran Shiyu looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Ran Shiyu consumed too much during the day, so she could only recover at night while using her spiritual powers to protect the house. At the same time, in addition to eating mutated animal meat, she also received treatment from Li Yusen to help her speed up her recovery. As soon as Jiang Lushi and Ing returned, Ran Shiyu expanded the scope of his spiritual powers to cover a wider area. She didn't know why Jiang Lushi wanted to investigate, but since Jiang Lushi did this, it must be something very important. There's something wrong with that Hong Yu. Jiang Lushi sat on the sofa, took a sip of the water handed over by Li Yusen, and said, Aren't you going to explore the arena? Why is Hong Yu still there so late? Jiang Zhuing asked doubtfully. Ing said expressionlessly on the side. We went to the villa residential area. And then, we should have explored Hong Yu's home. Li Yusen immediately covered her mouth. Run to the door of the founder of the fallen city? This is too dangerous. It is true that Jiang Lushi was very powerful, but the real strength of previous warlords like He Tianhu was that he had an army. And when Jiang Lushi killed him, he did not have an army by his side. But that was different with Red Moon. This fallen city was her territory. And who knew what cards she had? Once something happened that put Jiang Lushi and the others in danger, the gain would outweigh the loss. That's not the case. As soon as we discovered the situation, we retreated immediately. There are minibuses, so just escaping is no problem. Don't worry, Jiang Lushi said. He continued. And the man next to her. I don't think he seems human. This guess was so incredible that Jiang Lushi didn't even think about it at first. But that man gave Jiang Lushi a very dangerous and familiar feeling. Jiang Lushi was sure that he had never seen this person before. So how could he feel familiar? Then contact the red dot I saw on the window of the villa before. It's not a human being. What is it? Ran Shiyu asked somewhat incomprehensibly. It's a zombie, Jiang Lushi said in a deep voice. Red eyes, that weird sense of danger and familiarity, and the ability to detect energy by star seeds. If these characteristics match these characteristics, what is it other than a zombie? When all impossibilities are eliminated, what remains, no matter how unbelievable, is the truth. Zombies appear in human gathering areas? It's crazy. Chapter 308 Eyeball. Why did that woman do that? Also, how come she wasn't attacked by zombies? Jiang Zhuing asked in disbelief. At this time, Ran Shiyu said uncertainly. That woman, she is also a person with mental powers. But I don't know what kind of person she is. Maybe her power is to affect zombies? The Research Institute in the Zhonghai Safety Zone is also conducting research on zombies and mutant beasts. But they have not heard of anything that can make zombies obedient. In addition, it has been determined that once infected by the virus, the result of mutation is already determined. And this result is irreversible. The situation mentioned by Ran Shiyu is the most likely. That zombie gave me a very dangerous feeling. It should be a very strong mutant zombie. In this kind of human settlement, there is a mutant zombie. Jiang Lushi did not continue. But Jiang Zhuing and others still felt a chill. They have all seen mutant zombies. Compared with ordinary zombies, mutant zombies are real monsters. They have certain intelligence, and can also command other ordinary zombies. But what is even more terrifying is that this zombie can evolve into a mutated zombie in a human settlement. The fallen city had been established a long time ago. And at that time, not long after the end of the world had just begun, it was impossible for mutant zombies with such a high degree of evolution to appear. Jiang Liusher's expression darkened. Build a fallen city. Gather survivors. And then, eat people. People die every day in the fallen city. And rules will be set up in the rest of the safe zones to restrict survivors from killing each other. After many people gain power and experience the pain and fear of the apocalypse, the distorted parts of their characters are often magnified, and the dark side of their hearts will burst out. The existence of rules is to restrict them. But the fallen city has no rules at all. And even its various facilities are designed to inspire the dark side of mankind. Some of these dead people were supernatural beings, and their flesh and blood were probably used to feed the zombies. Even many people with superpowers may not have killed each other. Just waiting for these survivors to kill each other may not produce enough dead for the zombies to devour. I don't know how many people she killed to raise zombies. Li Yusin covered her mouth and said, this kind of thing is really scary to think about. What just happened must have aroused her vigilance. This is her territory, and she may do something to us at any time, Jiang Liusher said. Even if it hadn't happened just now, and she was raising zombies, she would probably have hostility in her heart towards all humans. And she might attack them at any time. In her eyes, these people could probably become food for zombies. Then what should we do? Jiang Zhuing asked. She didn't look afraid at all. Jiang Liusher looked at Ran Qiyu and asked, how is your recovery? It's almost done, Ran Qiyu said. Jiang Liusher nodded and looked at the window, where the curtains were drawn. The person who is following him is most likely sent by Hongyu. Target him, Jiang Liusher said. Yes. Ran Qiyu immediately turned her head, and an inexplicable brilliance suddenly appeared in her strange gray eyes, as if she could see the scene in the distance through the curtains. The man responsible for the surveillance was hiding in the room. But he was not hiding in the darkness. Instead, he lay on the bed like an ordinary survivor, breathing evenly and feeling like he was sleeping. This man knew very well that he was following a group of people with special powers. Being sneaky would only arouse the other party's vigilance. But at the same time, bumps appeared on his body and arms. These bags, like eyeballs, can also rotate, and these eyeballs can act as eyes when he closes his eyes. These eyeballs capture all signals, smells, and temperature changes in the air. Through this ability, this man has completed many tracking missions. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Somebody is coming! The man immediately rolled out of bed, holding a gun in his hand. Immediately afterwards, he hid in the crack of the door and waited for the other party to approach. But at this moment, he felt as if he was being pricked by a needle in his head. At the same moment, someone was approaching quickly outside the door, knocking on the door and entering in one go. Whoosh! A cold touch came from his neck, causing the man who had just come to his senses to immediately stop all movements. In front of him was an extremely cold and beautiful woman in black. She was looking at him with emotionless eyes. Don't move! Too fast. Moreover, it is too decisive. I am Sister Yu's subordinate. I live here from Fallen City. The man calmly stated his identity. That's right. The beautiful woman said calmly. Go and call all the people and ambush at the gate of the city. Taking action in the city will cause trouble. Hongyu immediately issued the command as soon as she returned to the villa. Sister Yu, are you sure they will leave the city today? The subordinate asked. Gathering everyone together in the middle of the night will cause complaints if nothing happens. Hongyue's eyes suddenly became colder. If he doesn't leave the city, he will go find them. I just don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. But it doesn't mean that I am afraid of trouble. And Hongyu didn't think Jiang Liusher would be stupid enough to wait there. But he didn't think that just because of such a thing, he would take action immediately, due to the limitations of common sense. No matter how much Jiang Liusher thought, he could not think of the zombies standing around her at that time. The information asymmetry will lead to Jiang Liusher's wrong judgment. Hongyu believes that her analysis is already very comprehensive. In any case, after a while, she would be able to see Jiang Liusher and the others again. It didn't matter whether he was alive or dead. Anyway, Jiang Liusher and the women he brought with him would become the food of her family Xiaobai. As long as all these people who might threaten Xiaobai are dead, she can feel at ease. While she was giving these orders, several zombies, including the male zombie, were sitting in another room, and she was in the living room next to this room. The men who accepted the order involuntarily glanced at the room before leaving. From his angle, he could only see the man's back. But when he saw this figure from behind, he couldn't help but shudder, feeling a bit horrified. Every time I see this man, I can give him and other subordinates a strong sense of shock. Even though they had never seen the man's face or seen him take action, they could feel the coldness and terror of this man just from his breath. Let's go quickly, the man whispered. Chapter 309, Restaurant. After these men left, the male zombie let out a low roar from his throat. Hong Yu immediately walked over and said with a distressed look on her face, "Thank you for your hard work. It happens like this every time. I make you sit here and endure it." Without the intimidation of this male zombie and several other zombies, Hong Yu could not guarantee that these subordinates would be obedient. Only by making them feel fearful could Hong Yu's status and power be stable. However, it is not a simple matter to let zombies and living people stay in the same room, but also to prevent the zombies from attacking these humans. At this time, the male zombie let out another low roar. Hong Yu's face paled slightly. She held her head and frowned. The male zombie's blood-red eyes were filled with violent murderous intent. While Hong Yu looked at the male zombie, she held her head tighter and pinched her scalp with her fingers. As her breathing gradually became faster and her face became more ugly, the male zombie's eyes finally calmed down. There was some cold sweat on Hong Yu's fair forehead. She exhaled gently and said, "I know you are hungry, so I will take you to the restaurant now." Hong Yu still felt unsafe if food was brought to the villa. So in feeding these zombies, she would take them to another place. And that place was called Restaurant by Hong Yu. Hong Yu led the zombies directly into the garage, and then drove out in an off-road vehicle. The place she went to was the arena. "The food this time will definitely satisfy you," Hong Yu said. Jiang Lucier and his female companions. Even if they brought back corpses, it would still be much better than the food her Xiaobai usually eats. When she thought that Xiaobai would become stronger after eating these people, and soon they would no longer need to be so secretive. A smile appeared on Hong Yu's lips. In the arena at night, there were no spectators or gamblers during the day, but the blood stains on the ground and the bloody smell in the air still gave the place a cold atmosphere. Seeing Hong Yu's vehicle approaching, the guard immediately helped open the door. Hong Yu often comes to the arena at night, and she doesn't know why. But these guards don't want to explore their boss's affairs. The off-road vehicle stopped behind the gate. Hong Yu got out of the vehicle and led the zombies into the arena. The audience could only see the central area of the arena and did not enter the interior of the arena. As soon as they entered the arena, the smell of blood and putrid smell suddenly became stronger. Those zombies seemed a little excited. Hong Yu frowned. To be honest, the smell was still too strong for her. But this place was built by her own hands, and she was happy to see Xiaobai like it. Rows of rooms were transformed into prisons, and each room was divided into several small compartments, which were very small, like iron cages. Zombies, mutated beasts, and some survivors are all locked in such cages. In this kind of cage, they can't even lift their heads or lie down. Even normal people can be driven crazy. Survivors in this state will also be in an extremely violent state, which will increase the viewing pleasure of the battle after being released. At the same time, such a cage will also make it difficult for them and zombies to use their strength to escape. Coupled with the restrictions such as chains, it can be said to be foolproof. As soon as the imprisoned zombies smelled the scent of living people, they immediately roared and hit the cage. But when the male zombie and several zombies behind it approached, these zombies immediately became quiet. When Hong Yu and the others approached one of the rows of cages, a bang sound suddenly came from one of the cages, and the entire cage shook. An unkempt man clung to the cage and tried his best to raise his head, but still could only see Hong Yu's high heels and the feet of several other people. "Please, let me go! Sister Yu, boss, I've been following you for so long. I have no merit but hard work," the man begged in a hoarse voice. Being with zombies and mutated beasts, and being trapped in such a cage, this man's mental state was clearly in trouble. The fingertips of the fingers holding onto the cage were frayed and bloody. Hong Yu's footsteps paused, and she thought for a moment before she remembered who this person was. This man was originally the warden of the arena, and his responsibility was to guard these zombies, survivors, and the like. As for why he ended up like this, Hong Yu really can't remember it. This kind of insect-like garbage, how did it offend her? Is not worth remembering at all. Maybe just a small thing. For this kind of person, Hong Yu would not even look at him twice. "Hard work." Hong Yu smiled coldly. Seeing Hong Yu about to leave, the guard frantically reached out from the cage and tried to grab Hong Yu's feet. Although there was still some distance left, Hong Yu immediately showed an expression of disgust. She opened her mouth to curse, but her words turned into a playful smile. "In that case, let me let you go." The man was stunned for a moment, and then said with uncontrollable ecstasy, "Thank you, Sister Yu. Thank you, Sister Yu." He couldn't believe that he had escaped death in front of a person like Hong Yu. His life and death depended on her mood. That's all. The former guard was excited and nervous. It wasn't until Hong Yu opened the cage door, and he climbed out of it tremblingly, that he became truly ecstatic. Thank you, Sister Yu. If Sister Yu doesn't dislike it, I will work for Sister Yu in the future, working as a cow or a horse. No matter what. After being in the cage for a long time, this person could not get up immediately. If it weren't for the enhanced physical fitness after becoming a superpower, ordinary people would be dying long ago. It doesn't have to happen later. It can be done now, Han Yu said, hearing Hong Yue's cold voice. The former guard had not yet reacted. He struggled to raise his head. But at this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed the back of his neck and lifted him up. After being lifted up, the guard suddenly came face to face with a face. The moment he saw this face, all the guard's surprise and confusion turned into horror and panic. Ah! Morning! Click! The zombie had already opened its mouth and pounced directly on it. Hong Yu looked indifferently at the blood and pieces of flesh splashing in front of her eyes, as well as the guards who kept struggling and screaming. Soon, the guard's struggle disappeared, and the screams disappeared, leaving only the sound of zombies chewing flesh. You guys eat something to fill your stomach first, and there will be a big meal soon, Hong Yu said with a smile. Chapter 310 ending. At this time, the male zombie suddenly turned his head, and at the same time, the zombies who were eating also raised their heads. Hong Yu also turned her head suddenly and looked at the entrance here. When she came in, she had asked the guards to guard her outside. Those guards would not dare to come in even if they heard the loudest noise. But now, she sensed something. Several people came here directly, and then a burst of footsteps came from the entrance. The unhurried footsteps made Hong Yue's frown deepen. A chill flashed in her eyes, and she whispered, Go kill them! The zombies, with mouths full of fresh blood, stood up and rushed towards the entrance. No matter who comes, whether there is a threat or not, Hong Yu will do this. Even if her guards violate her rules, they will only end up being turned into food for zombies. It would not be too late to investigate the identities of these people after they turn into corpses. This is it! The unlucky man sent by Hong Yu to keep an eye on him lowered his head and said. At first, he was frightened by Hong Yu's terror, and planned to intimidate Jiang Lushi and others who caught him. But Jiang Lushi and others' reaction was simple and rude. Between betraying Hong Yu and risking being tortured to death by Red Moon, and rejecting Jiang Lushi and dying immediately, he chose to surrender to this team of survivors. Through the contact between him and the patrol members, he soon learned that Hong Yu and his party had arrived at the arena. We agreed. I will take you to Hong Yu, and you will let me go, said the stalking man. As soon as he approached the Red Moon, the man who was following him felt guilty. He just wanted to run away. As for people like Jiang Lushi, he knew a little bit about the fate of those who offended Hong Yu. They were either fed to zombies or thrown into the arena. Either way, they would die miserably. It's a pity that these delicate beauties were torn apart alive by zombies or mutant beasts amidst the crazy cheers of the audience. It would not look good. But if they set their sights on Hong Yu, they will end up like this. Of course, I can't let you go now. You just stay here, Jiang Lushi said. Let this man go. If he runs to call someone, it will cause unnecessary trouble. At this time, Jiang Lushi and others had already entered the door. Ren Qiyu and others frowned as soon as they saw the scene inside the arena. Li Yusen couldn't bear to see such a scene, and her face suddenly turned pale, showing an angry look. As a human being, Hong Yu actually did such a cruel thing. When she saw the Red Moon during the day, she had no idea that this beautiful and passionate woman would have such a vicious heart. Is it you? Hong Yu was stunned for a moment when she saw Jiang Lushi and others. Why? You didn't expect us to come looking for you? Jiang Lushi said calmly. The man who was following him had a bitter look on his face, and he hid behind him with his head lowered, hoping Hong Yu couldn't see him. Hong Yu really didn't expect that Jiang Lushi's purpose of coming to Fallen City from Base City would be right next to her. The reason Hong Yu thought Jiang Lushi and the others might leave overnight was because she never thought that someone would really come after the zombies she raised. According to common sense, even if Jiang Lushi wanted to use this incident to overthrow her, he should mobilize everyone. Once many people know about raising zombies, Hong Yu will not be able to stand in the Fallen City. Therefore, anyone who makes Hong Yu think that she may have discovered the truth will be killed in time and silenced. But instead of running away, or running secretly to prepare for the spread, she came directly to find her person. This was the first time Hong Yu saw her. Jiang Lushi's eyes turned to the male zombie. Although the male zombie was standing in the shadow, the sinister aura was like a needle pricking into people's skin, making people feel danger. At this time, Starseed detected the special energy again. Sure enough, it's him. Jiang Liusher's eyes darkened slightly. He glanced at Hong Yu with a half smile and said, "You are really raising zombies." Raising zombies? Among the group of people, only the man following him showed a blank look. He didn't react at all for a moment, thinking that Jiang Liusher was talking about those in these cages. Hong Yu raised her eyebrows and sneered. "You are really stupid. Now that you already know, do you dare to come to me and die? Or are you crazy about wanting to be in power? Kill a He Tianhu and think you are invincible? Who will kill whom? Just try and you will know," Jiang Liusher said. He was too lazy to talk nonsense to Hong Yu. After all, this was Hong Yu's lair. A quick victory. At this time, the male zombie next to Hong Yu suddenly rose up. Boom! This male zombie was like a cannonball, flying in the narrow passage, accompanied by a strong oppressive force. The eyes of the man who was following him widened immediately, and his heart seemed to be pinched hard. In his pupils, it seemed that only the figure of the male zombie was left at this moment, which continued to expand. The male zombie's raised palms, the sharp nails, and then when he raised his head, revealed a touch of red, which was like a wild beast in the dim light, shining in the light. Yes! Zombies! The man following him couldn't believe it. The man Jiang Liusher mentioned about raising zombies was actually the man next to Hong Yu? Isn't this man another founder of Fallen City? Before the stalking man could react, the male zombie was already in front of him. At this moment, accompanied by the loud sound of electric current, the eyes of the man following him suddenly turned bright white, as if he was blinded. The terrifying power grid and the sizzling silver-white current stood in front of this male zombie. The moment the power grid appeared, the male zombie grabbed the iron cage next to him, and his forward movement stopped abruptly, instead of jumping directly into the power grid. Click, click, click. The strong iron cage was torn open by the male zombie, and a long iron rod was torn directly from the iron cage by the male zombie. Roar! What was locked inside the iron cage was a mutant beast with a chain around its neck. But when it saw that the cage was destroyed, it immediately rushed out like crazy. Compared with the human body, this mutated dog is too huge. Its huge mouth can bite a person in half. However, this mutant dog rushed to the cage mouth with its mouth open and roared. When it was about to attack the male zombie didn't even look at it, and struck his arm into the mutant dog's mouth with a blast. The mutant dog's body shook violently, and then let out a scream. The male zombie slowly pulled out a bloody thing from the mutant dog's huge mouth, and its arms were also covered in blood. It actually ripped off the tongue of the mutated dog, and the arm was unscathed. Chapter 311 Spiritual Showdown. Hong Yu was originally standing in the shadow. At this moment, she had already hid behind, hiding in the blind spot where bullets could not hit. Buzz! The male zombie grabbed the iron rod stained with blood and threw it directly. The sharp sound made the scalp of the man responsible for tracking explode. If you are hit by this iron rod, it will undoubtedly be penetrated directly. Even if it is just brushed, a piece of flesh and blood will be taken away. This iron rod went straight through the power grid and stabbed Jiang Zhuing. When the long knife in Jiang Zhuing's hand was thrown out and wrapped around the iron rod, the electric snake danced wildly. The iron rod suddenly deviated from the direction and hit the wall nearby, causing a large number of sparks to burst out. At the same time, fragments of cement and bricks were splashed out. But at this time, Jiang Zhuing had been pulled away by the shadow on the side and was not affected. Jiang Zhuing moved his wrist and frowned slightly. The iron rod penetrated deep into the wall and made a big hole. The force was really terrifying. Mutated zombies have special energy. Jiang Liusher's eyes flashed. When the male zombie took action, Starseed once again prompted that special energy had been detected. This mutated zombie has special characteristics. Originally, Jiang Liusher didn't understand what special energy meant, but now he understands. When the male zombie suddenly took action and avoided the electric grid, his eyes showed that he had good intelligence. After its attack was blocked by Jiang Zhuing, a look of surprise seemed to flash through its eyes, and then it turned its attention to Jiang Zhuing's weapon. The special long knife used by Jiang Zhuing was probably the first time this zombie had seen it. At this time, the male zombie's gaze turned to several other people except Jiang Zhuing. Anyone swept by its gaze could feel that it was picking its prey to see who was the weakest. At the same time, several other zombies rushed over ferociously. They were just halfway through eating, and their mouths were covered in fresh blood. In their open mouths, their teeth were covered with unknown pink objects. The man who was following him instinctively took a step back. Now Jiang Lushi and the others probably couldn't care less about him. They just didn't know if he could run away now before it was too late. At this time, Jiang Lushi suddenly said, "Shiyu, do you have any questions?" "No." Ran Shiyu shook his head. A strange brilliance suddenly flashed in Ran Shiyu's special eyes. Her gaze went past the zombies and directly towards Hong Yu standing at the back. Her line of sight, unobstructed by the zombies and light, seemed to go directly through this space and face to face with the red moon. Hong Yue's expression suddenly changed. She knew that Ran Shiyu was also a psychic. "Attack me?" Hong Yu showed a sneer. "Is this what Jiang Lushi and the others rely on to dare to come back and die? Do you think it's enough to just bypass those zombies and attack her directly? They are indeed influenced by my spirit. But you want to beat me in terms of spiritual powers?" Hong Yu founded Fallen City, not only gathering a large amount of alternative food for her zombies, but also gathering resource. Moreover, the stronger her zombies are, the stronger her mental power will be. "You are indeed here prepared. But it still doesn't work," Hong Yu said. Ran Shiyu looked firm, and her voice sounded in Hong Yue's ears. "Why do you talk so much?" Ran Shiyu has already judged Hong Yu's mental strength. She is very strong. Ever since Ran Shiyu was inspired to develop her true mental power, her mental strength has always been terrifying, especially after an evolution. As a level 2 superpower user, Ran Shiyu has yet to meet anyone who can match her in terms of mental strength. This red moon counts as one. She also has level 2 superpower strength, which is even stronger than Ran Shiyu. But how can a scum like you have the face to continue living? Ran Shiyu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Seeing the scene here reminded her of the scene when she was locked in a cage. This red moon single-handedly created the Fallen City and the arena, and countless people were harmed by her. "Stop chirping. If you think I deserve to die, you have to beat me first," Hong Yu responded in her mind. Hong Yu's mental power is mental control. As long as Ran Shiyu is controlled, even Ran Shiyu can be used by her. As for Ran Shiyu's powers, in addition to detection, she also has psychic piercing. The spiritual realms of both sides suppressed each other. Hong Yu could not affect Jiang Lushi and the others, while Ran Shiyu could only attack Hong Yu alone with all his strength. The two psychic powers were confronting each other in the air. At the same time, the zombies, including the special male zombie, also launched an attack. Jiang Zhuing stood ready, while Jiang Lushi and Ning also took out their weapons. "Don't move!" Li Yusin suddenly glanced at the man who was following him. The man who was following him was hesitant to run away, but he didn't expect that he was spotted by Li Yusin as soon as he moved his feet. In fact, he may not be able to resist Li Yusin at this moment. This girl who looks quite weak has injected something into him before, which makes him still unable to muster the strength. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the electric current exploded, and in the current, Jiang Lushi and Ning shuttled freely. Jiang Zhuing's precise control ensured that the electric current would not hit them. Jiang Lushi was feeling emotional as he shuttled through the power grid. Jiang Zhuing's talent is indeed terrifying, and her strength is still improving without eating more evolutionary crystals. Each of these silver-white electric snakes is as thick as a finger. Not even these zombies are stupid enough to pounce on it. These currents provide him and Shadow with protection, as well as powerful attacks. Electric snakes kept flying out, like real poisonous snakes, biting at the approaching zombies. Whoosh! The male zombie threw another iron rod. Its target this time is Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi's pupil shrank, and his brain powers were activated. In the slowed-down view, the iron rod that was approaching at high speed also became slower. With the support of the blood evolution bloodline, Jiang Lushi's body speed forcibly kept up with his vision. Grab it! Jiang Lushi stepped to the side and stretched out his hand. Buzz! The following man's eyes widened immediately. Caught? The powerful impact made Jiang Lushi's body seem to fly backwards. Die! Jiang Lushi had a gun in his other hand, and it was pointed at the male zombie at this moment. Even if a pistol with a silencer is used in the center of the Fallen City, it will not attract any guards. What's more, this place is explicitly prohibited by Red Moon. When she is there, no one is allowed to approach. The muzzle of the black hole was pointed at the male zombie. Jiang Lushi's movements were extremely coherent, and his speed was astonishing. Chapter 312. Tear a living person apart with your hands. Boom! Electric light and flint. There was a flash of fire in the dim light, and Jiang Lushi had already pulled the trigger. Poof! A stream of blood spurted out, and the male zombie's shoulder was injured. With the force of retreating, the male zombie took the opportunity to hide in the blind corner. Jiang Lushi fired so fast that no one, including the man following him, could react. But the male zombie reacted immediately. Its vital points have also been avoided. Hong Yu obviously sensed that the male zombie was injured. And she screamed, "Noob!" Usually, before others realize that this man is a zombie, it has already killed people. Coupled with its continuous evolution, Hong Yu is very confident in Xiao Bai's fighting ability. But Jiang Lushi and his team were obviously not weak either. They joined forces and cooperated flawlessly to resist and attack these zombies, without any intention of falling into a disadvantage. The environment here is not conducive to the performance of her zombies. The environment is narrow and usually leaves survivors with no way to escape. Hong Yu sometimes likes to release 1 or 2 survivors and watch them frantically escape towards the exit. The desperate reaction when he went but was still easily caught up. But now, Jiang Lushi and the others had their backs to the exit and only had to face the zombies from the front. So there was not much pressure on them. The male zombie was also injured. However, Hong Yu's distraction was immediately caught by Ran Shiyu. Psychic puncture! Ran Shiyu reacted instantly, shrinking her mental field, and her powerful mental power seemed to turn into a sharp thorn, stabbing towards Hong Yu's spiritual light group. Hong Yu, who was distracted, even if she came back to her senses immediately, it would be too late to resist with all her strength. Ah! Hong Yu let out a sharp scream. The spiritual light ball was stabbed hard, and Hong Yu's head seemed to have been split open with an axe. At the same time as she was hit, Hong Yu discovered to her horror that her control over the zombies had also loosened. In fact, this situation often happens as the zombies' intelligence gradually evolves, or when they are excited or irritable. Red Moon's control over them will be affected. But usually, she only needs to strengthen the control of her mental power. But now, with Ran Shiyu's pressing step by step, she has no chance. The male zombie was the first to roar. It itself is the most evolved and the most difficult to control. The moment something went wrong in Hong Yu, the violent aura on its body immediately increased. And at the same time, a look of struggle clearly appeared on its face. No! Hong Yu felt her control loosen further, and she panicked. However, when she wanted to strengthen control over the male zombie, Ran Shiyu's eyes turned cold and her pupils suddenly shrank. Another stab. After 2 consecutive mental punctures with all his strength, Ran Shiyu's face turned pale. A thin layer of sweat soaked on his smooth forehead, and his body shook a little, almost unable to support himself. However, Hong Yu, who was mentally pierced by her twice in a row, felt even more uncomfortable. Hong Yu yelled, unable to stand any longer, and collapsed holding her head. She was shaking all over in pain and wanted to cut off her head. This severe pain in the head is simply unbearable torture. However, Hong Yu couldn't care less about the pain now. With her mental strength severely damaged, the male zombie finally escaped from her control. Ah! Hong Yu's mood collapsed instantly. She struggled to stand up, enduring the severe pain, and looked at the male zombie. During her control, she could sense the male zombie at any time. Even without looking at it, she could know where it was, what it was doing, and even what it was thinking. But the moment she lost control, she felt an indescribable feeling of strangeness towards this male zombie. This feeling was the same as the first time she saw this male zombie mutate from a human into a zombie. Xiao Bai! Hong Yu looked at the male zombie and couldn't help shouting. This male zombie already has wisdom, and he knows that Xiao Bai is what he is called. Hearing this, Xiao Bai, the male zombie, who had just escaped from control and seemed to have not yet fully adapted, was stunned for a moment, and then turned his head. In the darkness, those blood-red eyes shone with a faint cold light. This look gave Hong Yu a chill. She trembled in her heart. The appearance of the male zombie made her instantly return to the time when the apocalypse first broke out. Hong Yu's original name was not Hong Yu. She was once just an ordinary girl, and this male zombie was her boyfriend. When the apocalypse broke out, she was in the living room, and her boyfriend was in the room. After the sudden coma, when Hong Yu woke up again, she immediately went to find her boyfriend in panic. But when she reached the door of the room, she just reached out and grabbed the door handle when she heard a loud noise, and the door shook. Then, she heard an indescribable growl, a sound that made people's hair stand on end. After she was stunned for a moment, a hole was punched out of the fragile wooden door. A hand stretched out from the hole and grabbed her frantically. Through this hole, Hong Yu saw her boyfriend's current situation, ferocious and terrifying, with a longing for her flesh and blood in his blood-red eyes. In extreme pain, Hong Yu moved the furniture and blocked the door. When she was completely lost, she gradually discovered that she had supernatural powers. After controlling the male zombie, Hongyu felt that this was the meaning of her survival. She wants to be with Xiaobai forever, become stronger, and be able to live freely and safely in this apocalypse, and live a good life. For this reason, Hongyu slowly grew in power in the small town where she lived. She was in the light, while the male zombies, including the other zombie she raised, were in the dark. Relying on this trump card, Hongyu gradually built the fallen city. The more survivors she gathers, the stronger her Xiaobai becomes. And as Xiaobai becomes stronger, her mental power also increases. Even the first batch of survivors gathered by her, they all disappeared overnight. This is all in order to rise as soon as possible. Hongyu believes that it is necessary. All these things flash through Hongyu's mind like a slideshow. As soon as she opened her mouth to say something, the male zombie roared. Boom! Hongyu's body was like a rag doll, and was hit directly against the wall. Under the huge impact, she didn't even have time to say a word. She stared at the male zombie in front of her with wide eyes, bloodshot eyes, and blackening. One hand of the male zombie grabbed her neck, and her body was hit hard against the wall, with a large amount of blood pouring out of her body. Hongyu spurted a lot of blood from her mouth. She wanted to say something else, or at least say a sad farewell. However, at this moment, the male zombie had already grabbed her arm. Blood splattered everywhere. Zombies eat people, and they always tear them apart by hand. Chapter 3:13 Special Zombies. Soon, several other zombies gathered around him. They are all controlled by the red moon. But now they regard the red moon as food. The man who was following him felt chills all over his body as he watched. Those zombies are raised by Hongyu and used as food for her boyfriend, Ren Qiyu said. She and Hongyu had a spiritual confrontation. While defeating Hongyu, she also sensed something in Hongyu's spiritual light group, Ren Qiyu said, looking a little downcast. When she sensed Hongyu's emotions, especially her love for her boyfriend. Although Ren Qiyu was very disgusted with this behavior, she couldn't help but be touched. This made Ren Qiyu recall her own experience. If her family hadn't turned into zombies and killed other relatives, she would not have been locked up and traded as a commodity. When Li Yusen heard this, she felt a little emotional. Hongyu was hateful, and her fate was also very sad. What to do with these zombies? The man following him suddenly asked in a strange voice. I saw a few pairs of faint red eyes in the darkness, looking at them with a sinister aura. These zombies have already eaten up the red moon, and they have turned their target towards Jiang Lushi and the others. Although the face of the male zombie cannot be seen clearly, its eyes can be easily distinguished. Jiang Lushi felt that the male zombie was hesitating, thinking about what to do. It had just escaped control, but Jiang Lushi immediately felt that it had stronger thinking ability. Moreover, what made Jiang Lushi feel even more terrifying was that after eating Hongyu, the male zombie's eyes had a human feel. Not human nature, but the kind that weighs the pros and cons and thinks calmly. This made Jiang Lushi feel horrified. He has seen mutant zombies before, but those mutant zombies only made people feel a little intelligent. Not like this male zombie. The look in its eyes makes people feel that it knows all its choices, including its choice to eat the red moon. This is not because its instinct is driving it, but because it feels that eating the red moon is beneficial to it. So it does so. These zombies are constantly evolving, and their combat effectiveness is already terrifying. If the intelligence of the zombies is greatly improved, then how can humans survive? Actually, we can escape and lock them here temporarily. After that, the worst we can do is burn this place down with fire, the following man suggested in a low voice. The man following him believed that Jiang Lushi's goal must be to fight for power, and judging from the results, Jiang Lushi was indeed decisive. However, even if Hongyu dies, it will be very difficult for Jiang Lushi to control the situation by himself. Who knows how many people will jump in to get a share of the pie? Of course, these things have nothing to do with the man being followed. He just wants to escape to a safe place. Hongyu is dead, so he doesn't have to escape from the fallen city. But he doesn't want to face these zombies either. Jiang Lushi was speechless at the words of the man he was following, leaving aside the other zombies. It is simply a dream to want this male zombie to be locked up here and wait to be burned to death. Jiang Lushi felt that if this male zombie was allowed to escape here alive, it would completely destroy the fallen city. Of course, the existence of the fallen city originally made Jiang Lushi feel disgusted. But in addition to destroying the fallen city, this male zombie would also become stronger. It has just escaped control, and its instincts have just been released, which is equivalent to a state of ignorance. What's more, Jiang Lushi's target was originally this zombie. The male zombie seemed to have the idea of escape first, because it was hit by Jiang Lushi. Do it! How could Jiang Lushi let this zombie escape? At this time, this special zombie also understood Jiang Lushi's attack intention, let out a low roar from its throat, and ran towards Jiang Lushi and the others together with several other zombies. These zombies were obviously commanded by it, and they all rushed to the front, while its figure was hidden at the end, close to the darkness. The terrifying power is reflected in their running, and the ground is shaking, and the mutated beasts and zombies imprisoned in the entire arena seem to have fallen silent at this moment. This special zombie was hiding behind those zombies, staring at Jiang Lushi with its cold eyes. When Jiang Lushi wanted to kill it, it jumped in front of Jiang Lushi and struck first. The line between life and death. The stalking man felt as if his body had froze for an instant. This feeling is like an animal encountering a natural enemy. He was clearly roaring madly in his mind to run away, but his legs couldn't move at all. At this time, it would be nice to resist, but who can still stay sane? But at this moment, the man who was following him saw a black shadow jumping out. Ing held 2 pistols in his hands, pointed them at the zombies, and calmly and accurately pulled the triggers. Takage. Fear is a non-existent emotion. Jiang Juing also reacted at this time. The power grid opened instantly, and the silver-white current illuminated everything around him, including the zombies. Behind these currents was Jiang Lushi's gun muzzle. He quietly watched the special zombies that were attacking quickly and hiding behind. As the zombies in front fell down one by one, or were electrocuted to death, the figure of this special zombie was vaguely revealed. 10 meters. This distance is no different to this special zombie. In just a blink of an eye, this special zombie will be in front of him. To such ferocious zombies, Jiang Lushi's human bodies were just like paper. And at this distance, there was no dark corner. And this special zombie pounced directly on it. It moves like a tiger, rushing towards the rocks in the river. One hit kill. The man who was following him was completely blank. At this moment, Jiang Lushi was still holding his gun. His brain powers were fully activated. In his eyes, the speed and movements of this special zombie were slowed down to the limit. In the past, Jiang Lushi's brain powers had never been stimulated to this extent. The moment this special zombie entered the 10-meter range and jumped out suddenly, its figure was completely exposed in Jiang Lushi's field of vision. Jiang Lushi shouted in his mind, "Now!" The fastest shooter in the world only takes 0.02 seconds from pulling out the holster to firing and then closing the gun. And Jiang Lushi, after improving his agility and turning on his brain powers, only needs to pull the trigger. How could his speed be slow? Die! Jiang Lushi didn't hesitate. When he saw the zombie, he pulled the trigger. Electric light and flint. Chapter 314 The Man in the Cage. Boom! That special zombie fell down right in front of Jiang Lushi's eyes. There was a bloody hole between its eyebrows. Electricity flashed across its body, and its skin was burnt in many places. It was very close to Jiang Lushi, but in terms of speed, it lost to Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi slowly lowered his gun. Only then did he realize that his palms, forehead, and vest were all covered in cold sweat. It was truly a life and death situation just now. Even if his reaction had been slower by just a few tenths of a second, the outcome might have been completely different. This was after Jiang Lushi activated his blood evolution bloodline and brain powers. But even so, the human body is still vulnerable to zombie attacks. Jiang Lushi had to hit the vital point of this special zombie with one shot, causing it to die instantly. The so-called killing with one shot also had its merits. The best aiming position is above the bridge of the human body's nose. As long as the bullet hits, it will bring out a large amount of brain tissue when passing through the human body, causing the target to die immediately. If it doesn't work, you have to hit the neck to cut off the connection between the opponent's brain and body. Even if you don't die, you will lose your ability to move. Otherwise, as long as the zombies are still breathing, they will continue to attack with all their strength. As a human being, Jiang Lushi is basically out of luck as long as he is caught. At the critical moment, if you don't have enough calmness and quick reaction, you won't be able to consider these things, and the consequence of not thinking enough is death. Jiang Lushi looked at the body of this special zombie with a gloomy expression. Human beings rely on the army, weapons, and the establishment of settlements to gain a foothold in the apocalypse. This fallen city has also established a gladiatorial arena to entertain people with life and death fights between zombies and mutant beasts. It feels like it's nothing to worry about whether it's zombies or something. But the fact is exactly the opposite. It is precisely because human beings are extremely fragile that doing so is just to paralyze themselves, and is a manifestation of madness and fear. Jian Lushur had some of this feeling before, and no longer had any fear of small groups of zombies. But now looking at the zombies at his feet, he had the same feeling of facing zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse. This zombie has good intelligence, and has been lurking around humans. There must be many people who have seen it, but they have never noticed it. In addition to the cover of the Red Moon, it itself is also deliberately covering up. If it weren't for Jian Lushur, I don't know how far this zombie would have evolved, and what level of intelligence it would have reached in the end. Sizzle! There was a loud sound of electricity. Without this special zombie, although the remaining zombies were very aggressive, they had nothing to do against the power grid. Jian Lushur and the others relied on the power grid as a cover to eliminate the zombies one by one. When everything became quiet again, the man who was following him swallowed and stared at the scene in front of him in stunned silence. The amount of information about what happened today was too great for him to accept for a while. There was a rustling sound. Many people were imprisoned here because they offended Hongyu, or just because they were too weak. Jian Lushur did not sympathize with these people. But after Jian Lushur killed Hongyu and others, he heard the sound of chains coming from many cages. These people excitedly looked out from the cage, but they could not really bend their bodies, and their faces could not get close to the cage mouth. They couldn't see what was going on outside, and could only guess what was happening based on the sounds they heard. Even so, many people still couldn't believe that Hongyu's group was dead. Although these people were extremely excited, their deep-rooted fear prevented them from even asking for help. If they guess wrong, there will be even more miserable consequences waiting for them. Ran Shiyu sensed the emotions of these people, and in this despair, a trace of hope arose again. She could say that she was very familiar with it. At this time, a voice came from one of the cages. Is Hongyu dead? This voice seemed very bold in the silence. Moreover, without any tactful temptation, he directly asked Hongyu whether he was alive or dead. The rest of the people who were imprisoned were shocked, but they immediately became more excited. They all want to know the answer. Jian Lushur looked in the direction of the cages. There were so many cages, and he didn't know which cage the sound came from. But the voice was that of a woman, and she didn't sound too old. Are there any other women who have ended up like this? This Red Moon is indeed cruel and ruthless. No matter who you are, if Hongyu has been killed by you, then I am very grateful to you. As long as I can be used, I am willing to help, the woman continued. Her tone seemed cold and cold. Jian Lushur could tell which cage it was this time. He walked over and stood in front of the cage. The cage here is made of cement on both sides. The railings are very strong, and most of them are stained with blood. Jian Lushur saw that there were old scratch marks on the cement floor at the entrance of the cage. The people inside seemed to be trying to dig underneath and destroy the railings. With so many traces, this woman has been locked up here for who knows how long. Jian Lushur stood in front of the cage and asked calmly, You are locked up. What can you do to help me? Shouldn't you beg me to let you out? Hearing Jian Lushur's voice, those in the cage suddenly became crazy and excited. Please, let me out! Let me out! Let me out! I'm willing to be a cow or a horse. Please let me out! The shouts of these people were very loud. Jian Lushur frowned and said, Don't make any noise. Their noise might attract the guards. Although the guards would not come over if they heard some sounds due to Hongyu's order. They would come over and ask if the sounds were too wrong. If they didn't hear Hongyu's answer, they might become suspicious. Jian Lushur didn't pay attention to the few guards, but there were no necessary risks, especially the risks caused by these people, and he didn't want to take them. You have no obligation to let me out. And in this apocalyptic world, I have long since stopped counting on other people's sympathy. I also think they are stupid because they can be used by others at any time and beat up. People can do anything to survive. Jian Lushur didn't expect this woman to say such words. It was really rare for someone who was detained in such an environment to be so calm and rational. Chapter 315. I typed a wrong number in the previous chapter. This mistake is really shameless. Then what can you help me with? Jian Lushur asked with some interest. You killed Hongyu, but you don't know where Hongyu's warehouse is. I can take you there. She runs Fallen City. Although most of the resources are spent on herself and her man, there are also many low inventory. Aren't you interested? The woman replied. Jian Lushur was a little surprised. Was this woman Hongyu's confidant before? Jian Lushur is also somewhat interested in Hongyu's warehouse, and his current demand for supplies is not small. This woman wouldn't be stupid enough to lie to him. To deceive a powerful person like him under such circumstances is simply because he doesn't want to die quickly enough. You? Jian Lushur suddenly looked at the man he was following. The stalking man suddenly shuddered and came to his senses. He was completely shocked by the strength of Jiang Lushur and his group. He felt scared looking at Jiang Lushur now, fearing that Jiang Lushur would suddenly become murderous. In front of Jiang Lushur, he felt that with his own strength, he was like an ant. Jiang Lushur wanted to trample him to death without wasting any effort. Here! Brother! You have something to say! The man following him was sweating profusely. He felt like walking on a tightrope. He felt that if he said a wrong word, he might be killed. He could only try his best to smile. Go and get the key here, Jiang Lushur said. Okay. The man following him nodded quickly. He didn't know where the key to this place was, but he didn't dare to refuse if you lend him the courage. While the stalking man was frantically looking for the key, the woman fell silent. Jiang Lushur felt that this woman's reaction was indeed special. She was looking forward to Hong Yu's death more than her own freedom. I found it! The man who was following him sweated profusely and took a bunch of keys over. Hearing the familiar clang of keys, the detainees who had been silent just now desperately wanted to reach out from the cage. Help me! Let me out! Let me out quickly! However, how could the man who was following them pay any attention to them and ran right past these people's cages? One of them watched helplessly as the stalking man's feet passed by his cage without any pause. The man suddenly collapsed emotionally. Am I only going to let you out as long as I give you benefits? I've already told you that I'm going to act like a horse for you. What's the difference between you people and that bitch Hong Yu? You're just a piece of shit. This person couldn't come up with anything at all, so he collapsed even more. Hearing this man yelling, the man who was following him quickly turned around and shouted, Shut up! Are you yelling like this to attract the guards? Moreover, what the woman just said made sense. And my brother didn't let you go. You are begging someone for the obligation to go out. And why are you so dragging your heels? Didn't I beg? I begged. But you don't even bother to let us out. Right? After listening to the following man's words, the man's mentality became even more distorted. He thought he would be able to get out immediately, but he didn't expect that the other party did not let him out immediately. The words of following the man now angered him even more. Since these people had no intention of letting him out, why should he make it easy for them? Still want to take that woman to the warehouse, get supplies, and live a good life? He insisted on shouting and drawing the guards over. Jiang Lushur's face suddenly turned cold, and he turned his head to look over. When Hong Yu was here before, you didn't seem to dare to say a word. Why? Now that Hong Yu is dead, do you dare to call her a bitch? And? Have you been carried away? Hong Yu is in your heart, it's scary. Do I look weak and can be bullied? Jiang Lushur walked to the man's cage. His shoes were still stained with fresh blood, and he stood in front of the cage. The other party could only see his shoes through the cage opening, and hear Jiang Lushur's joking voice coming from above. In fact, Jiang Lushur also found it interesting. This man was very afraid of Hong Yu, but he didn't feel that special fear towards him who killed Hong Yu. Is it because I haven't tortured you? Then you are really a bitch. When Jiang Lushur said this, his voice suddenly turned cold, as if he was slicing these people's throats with a knife. Shut your mouth, honestly, and then just one word. GGYYY. And this person will be your fate. At this time, Jiang Juing also came over and said, I'll give you an electric shock to wake you up. Wait! I'm just asking for help. You guys! Accompanied by a burst of electricity, the man's cries suddenly stopped. But the banging sound that sounded at the same time made those in the cage, even if they couldn't see. Yes, you can imagine the horror in it. Shiyu, you decide who to let out later, Jiang Lushur said. Some of these people must be people who were innocently tortured by Hong Yu. Some are Hong Yu's former subordinates, and some survivors who have done a lot of bad things themselves. Although these people were tortured by Red Moon, they were not innocent. Jiang Lushur is not a bad person. Even if he does it casually, he doesn't want to release those things that have blood on his hands. Like the one who was electrocuted just now. His mood was very vicious, and Ran Shiyu felt it all. At this time, the man who was following her had already opened the woman's cage. Come out! Help her! Jiang Lushur said to the man who was following him. No need, he said, holding the cage door with both hands, and then opened the cage door. There is another door at the back of these cages, which is directly connected to the arena. And since this woman was imprisoned, she always goes through that door every time she goes out. As for this door, this was the second time she passed through it. The last time was when she was locked up. Seeing these hands, Jiang Lushur was surprised in his heart. As the woman came out of the cage completely, a look of surprise flashed across Jiang Lushur's expression. The woman saw Jiang Liusher's eyes. She smiled and said, "Are you surprised?" Jiang Liusher looked her over and said, "It's quite surprising." After being imprisoned in this kind of cage for a long time, Jiang Liusher expected to see a tortured and emaciated woman. But what he didn't expect was a very heroic woman. This woman's temperament is more like something from an action movie. Although there are no obvious muscle lines on her body, her soft curves still give people a feeling of strength. In the past, Jiang Liusher always felt that the actresses in some movies were weak in fighting scenes and had no momentum at all. But this woman was obviously the kind who was very neat and powerful. "If I wasn't like this, I would have died a long time ago." The woman's hair was a little messy, and under the messy hair were her calm eyes. "Hello, my name is Zero." Chapter 316 Pretend I didn't say anything. The woman couldn't help but glance at Jiang Liusher and his group, seeming a little surprised. She had seen too many cruel people, and she never thought that those who killed Hong Yu would be such a group of people. "Hong Yu didn't win over you?" the woman suddenly asked. "What?" Jiang Liusher did not answer directly. "Given her personality, she must have been wooed. I'm just curious as to why you refused. The survivor team is all about profit. They cooperate with Hong Yu to gain benefits," the woman said. Of course she didn't think Jiang Liusher wanted to destroy the fallen city out of justice. In fact, the formation of the fallen city had nothing to do with Hong Yu. She just took the lead. What truly built this city was the darkness in the human heart. "You have too many questions." Jiang Liusher glanced at her coldly. He has a star seed and can sense special energy. Of course, this woman would not think of this, and it is normal for her to have doubts. Seeing that Jiang Liusher was not going to say anything, the woman just raised her eyebrows. She looked down the aisle and saw thick plasma everywhere on the ground. As for the smell of blood, this place is already filled with a strong smell of blood and putrid smell. The woman walked to Hong Yu's body, the torn pieces of flesh, and the head that was still intact. In fact, these can only be called corpse parts. The woman looked coldly at Hong Yu's still wide-open eyes. Her rather beautiful face was covered in blood and was bitten. "When you were feeding people to zombies and watching this scene with great interest, you certainly didn't expect that you would end up like this." "Right. Also, you wanted to torture me for a long time, so you didn't feed me to zombies for the first time. I wonder if you regretted it before you died? After all, I am alive, and you are dead." Having said this, a mocking smile appeared on the woman's lips. "Zero. Right? When did you know that Hong Yu raised zombies?" Jiang Liusher asked. "It was very early, but I was not punished by her because I knew her secret." Zero looked away from Hong Yu's body, and his expression returned to calm. "It's actually quite speechless to say that. She is from this small city, and studied in the same middle school as her. I'm better than her in everything. She couldn't stand me before, but she was trying to trick me, so I just beat her up. She didn't dare to mess with me. After the end of the world, I gathered with some survivors, and then she met her. In fact, I didn't take those bad things seriously before the end of the world, but I didn't expect that she would always remember it. So," Zero said, really speechless. Jiang Liusher shook his head. It was like this when ordinary people had the power to control other people's lives and deaths without any restrictions. Not to mention that there were conflicts before. There was no hatred at all. It was just because they didn't like it. Possibly murderous. "You better go to the warehouse quickly. Hong Yu usually won't stay here for long. Those guards will find out sooner or later," Zero said. "Wait." Jiang Liusher walked to the body of the special zombie, pulled out the dagger, and then glanced at Ling and the man who was following him. Zero immediately turned his head, and the man who was following him was stunned for a moment and then reacted. No matter what Jiang Liusher wants to do, if Jiang Liusher doesn't want them to see it, it's better not to even glance at it. Jiang Liusher casually scratched the corpse's shirt with a dagger. Suddenly, a blood-red mutated blood core with dark light appeared in front of Jiang Liusher. This mutated blood core grows in the flesh and is directly connected to the heart of the corpse through blood vessels. Even if the zombie is dead, this mutated blood core still gives people the feeling of beating. Jiang Liusher also had a mutated blood core in his hand, and the one in front of him was obviously different from the one he had obtained before. In addition to the dark red light inside this mutated blood core, there is also a faint milky white glow. The milky white light was like a living insect, jumping around inside. This special zombie has very high intelligence. Starseed has detected that its energy is also very special. If it is allowed to develop, there is no telling what will happen. Jiang Liusher picked up the mutated blood core with his dagger and reached out to catch it. As soon as the mutated blood core fell into his palm, Jiang Lushur felt an indescribable feeling of palpitations. After putting away the mutated blood core, Jiang Lushur looked at the corpses of several other zombies. However, these zombies were raised by Hong Yu and provided as food for her man. How could they be given the chance to grow into mutated zombies? They were probably eaten as soon as they reached the level of mutated zombies. You can go, Jiang Lushur said. At this time, Ren Shiyu also selected the person to be released. Although those who had not been released were extremely reluctant. They had learned from the past and did not dare to say a word. If they don't say anything, at least they won't die immediately, and there is still a possibility of getting out alive later. If they dare to anger Jiang Lushur and the others, they will die immediately. But Jiang Lushur and others didn't bother to care what these people thought. Those who were released were all very happy, and some even cried with excitement. If it weren't for Jiang Lushur, they would really have died in despair, with no hope at all. Although Jiang Lushur didn't come to save them specially, they were very grateful. If you go out now, it will probably attract patrols who will hunt you down. You stay here until chaos breaks out, and then you can run away, Jiang Lushur said. Without the restraints of the cage, they can pass through the arena or go out through the door here. Those guards will come to Hong Yu, and they will torture us. When they come, we will catch them off guard. These survivors looked at each other and said. There was hatred in their voices. Whatever you want, Jiang Lushur said. No matter what these people plan to do, the fallen city will definitely be in chaos after a while. There will be a mixed bag of fish and dragons here, and we don't know what the chaos will be like by then. You can stay here. Jiang Lushur looked at the man who was following him. The following man glanced at the survivors around him and felt extremely depressed. In this case, he couldn't even think of leaving right away. These people looked at him with eager eyes, their eyes full of vigilance and defense. Don't stare at me like that. I'm just staying here. I won't run away to tell the truth first. Hong Yu is dead. Who am I going to tell the truth to? The following man muttered. Let's go! Jiang Lushur and others returned the same way. Zero suddenly asked. Are you going to let it go like this? Of course not. We'll drive. Well, it's not very conspicuous when driving. Zero nodded. Although Hong Yu is dead, her forces are still there. Jiang Lushur smiled. At this time, Ing took a step forward. Soon, with the sound of an engine, a car without a driver gradually appeared in front of him in the darkness. This is a minibus. The corners of Ling's mouth suddenly twitched. Pretend I didn't say anything. Chapter 317 Unexpected News. The car door opened, and Ling walked over with Jiang Lushur and others, and was stunned for a moment. The appearance of the minibus is very ordinary, but the interior is actually quite luxurious. Not to mention anything else. The drinks and food placed everywhere are already beyond the reach of most people. But Jiang Lushur and the others just left it there casually, as if they didn't care at all. Ling's life in the arena was naturally not easy. The food Hong Yu usually gave her were leftovers, and only a small amount of water. Now seeing so much food in front of him, Zero's eyes straightened. Jiang Lushur was a little funny when he saw Ling's reaction. He thought this woman was indifferent to everything. But he lost his temper when he saw the food. Xuing, give her some food, Jiang Lushur said, calling Ling who was staring at the food. Come up. Only then did Ling come back to her senses. She observed the surrounding situation and got into the car. This car is too conspicuous when parked here. Let's drive it first. Let's go the other way. You don't mind the rest tonight, do you? Jiang Juing casually took over a plate of leftover stew. As soon as Zero saw the meat, his eyes lit up. I don't mind. How could he mind? She immediately couldn't wait to take 2 bites. The meat was stewed by Li Yusen and Ran Shiyu, and a lot of ingredients were added to it. It tasted very delicious. For an ordinary team of survivors, it would be nice to be able to eat mutated beast meat. Adding vegetables or something like that is simply a luxury idea. But Shuring team not only has vegetables, but also fruits, which were replenished when they were in Yi County. Lingy almost couldn't stop eating. She took more than a dozen bites before she raised her head and said, Thank you. She didn't devour it ravenously, but she quickly finished the plate of stew without leaving any residue on the plate. Jiang Lushur watched from the side. Ling's body and every move seemed very neat. Her skills would definitely be good. And this was without having a full meal. Zero glanced at the empty plate with some reluctance, then put it down. I can't eat your food in vain, Zero said, thought for a moment, and asked, Can you tell me your purpose of killing Hong Yu? Is it for the fallen city? If you want to become the new city lord, I can help you. Every time Hongyu comes, she will tell me many things and show me how powerful she is. She will also tell me her secrets, just to see how I can't do anything to her even though I know her secrets. Zero smiled slightly. When Hongyu tortured Ling like this, she really never thought that Ling would have the chance to tell these things. Lord of the Fallen City? Jian Lusher chuckled. Not interested. The Fallen City is just a mess, where people gather together with twisted hearts and dark minds. As a city lord in a place like this, you have to worry about your own life all the time. Once Hongyu dies, this place will soon be in chaos. I have already obtained what I want. The supplies Hongyu stored are just a casual harvest, Jian Lusher said. Then, Zero frowned. She originally thought that the role she could play could at least offset the meal. But now it seems that she can't help. Other than these, I only know some information, and I don't know if it will be of any use to you, Zero said. She heard a lot of news from Hongyu. In addition, she also heard a lot of information in this arena. Some of the survivors who were imprisoned were supernatural beings who came from other places. Some were just ordinary people, and they came from everywhere. Some of the news that Zero knows is the current status of certain cities and regions, or news about some mutant beasts in the surrounding areas, including the situation of some mutant beasts' lairs. After the end of the world, various mutant beasts appeared. Some mutant beasts that originally lived in groups slowly evolved into lairs. A mutant beast lair is not simply the residence of a group of mutant beasts, but often refers to an area. This area is very dangerous, and is generally a place that teams of superpowers need to avoid. Otherwise, if one accidentally enters it, there will be no life or death. This news is considered useful. But you seem to have mentioned just now that there is news from the Jiangnan area? Jian Lusher asked. Li Yusen and others didn't know why Jian Lusher noticed Ling's casual mention of Jiangnan area. But Ran Shiyu's expression changed slightly. At the beginning, General Zhang promised to let the army pay attention to the situation in northern Jiangsu. But there is no news yet. But considering that when they left Zhonghai was also in a mess, so they probably couldn't care less. Yes. Ling was stunned for a moment. She told a lot of information. Unexpectedly, Jian Lusher cared about this the most. She actually just mentioned it casually. There was a person with superpowers from the Jiangnan area. She said that she met someone on the way here. The nest. But Jian Lusher didn't care about the location of the nest. However, the accents of Jian Lusher and his group all sound like those from Jiangnan. Is it probably related to their hometown? Actually, I didn't say much to the superpower, because he was quickly sent to the arena and then died. He only said that he came from Jiangnan, and the situation there might be even worse than here. One thing, because there is no base city, some survivors can't survive, so they migrate here. They don't have a fixed migration direction. They just go wherever there are few zombies, Zero said. Without a base city, the situation should be similar to Jianbei. Around Jianbei, there is only one E-County, which can be regarded as a large-scale survivor settlement area. Without the army to maintain basic order, powerful survivors will dominate the sky with one hand. In this kind of place, the life of ordinary survivors is very difficult. Ren Shiyu's face was expressionless, but her slender fingers had already pinched the corners of her clothes. This Zero, she has something to hide. At this time, Ren Shiyu's voice sounded in Jian Liusher's mind. Zero concealment? When Ling mentioned the information before, Ren Shiyu confirmed its authenticity and said that she did not lie. Why did she lie when talking about the Jiangnan area? Let her take us to the warehouse first. I'll ask her about this later, Jian Lusher replied. Yes. Ren Shiyu nodded, although she was a little anxious. She also knew that this matter was not urgent. The warehouse is in the villa area. Right. Jian Lusher asked. Yes, but it's not in her villa. Even if most people kill her, they won't be able to find her stored items. Hongyu will not let others get any benefits from her, Zero said. But now that Zero is leading the way, Hongyu probably hates her in H.L. Chapter 318. Congratulations. You got the right answer. In the minibus, Ling washed his face and tied his hair up. Jian Lusher looked at Ling in surprise. He didn't expect that she had a baby face, round eyes, pouty lips, and fair complexion. But her eyes were very cold, with a look that could only be obtained after experiencing many life and death battles. Calm and murderous. This is the so-called sense of contrast, Jian Lusher thought to himself. This car is really nice, Zero praised. Small but complete. In the apocalypse, having such a car would make life much more convenient. But compared to survival, convenience is only secondary. Arriving at a side entrance of the villa area, Ling asked Jiang Lusher and others to drive the car directly there. When the guard came to ask, she opened the car window. You? As soon as the guard opened his mouth, he saw the girl in front of him suddenly had a cold light flashing in his hand, without any change in expression. His eyes suddenly widened, and he stretched out his hands to cover his throat in vain. But large streams of blood were still spurting out. He opened his mouth, but he could only make a hissing sound from his throat. And he could not even cry for help. Not coming out. I'll open the door. Zero jumped out of the car window, and it very lightly in the darkness next to him. When another guard noticed something was wrong, he just picked up his gun and stretched his head out of the guard room to check. At that moment, she jumped up like a wild cat. Several guards were quickly dealt with by Zero. And then the iron door was opened. Jiang Lusher opened the car door. When the minibus drove into the door, Ling jumped directly into the car door. Only then did Jiang Lusher realize that in the night, Zero's eyes had turned into a pair of green cat eyes, emitting a dangerous light. She did not hold a weapon, but her 10 fingers were like sharp claws. And her ears, they also stick out from the hair, and they are as pointed as cat ears. It turns out to be a mutant type of superpower. The villa area was silent, and no one noticed the deaths of the guards. Zero was guiding the way in the car, and she was familiar with the roads here. Jiang Juing glanced at her and asked, You didn't just hear Hong Yu talking about this place? Right. Ling looked at the surrounding villas calmly. My home used to be here. The warehouse Hong Yu chose was my home. So she told me specifically. When I was tortured by Hong Yu, it was also in my home. Ran Shiyu looked at Ling. Apart from identifying himself and explaining his situation at the beginning, this Ling rarely took the initiative to talk about his situation. If Jiang Juing hadn't asked, she probably wouldn't have said that her previous home was here. At this time, Jiang Lusher suddenly stared at Ling and said, When you mentioned the warehouse before, why didn't you say it was your home? Zero was silent for a moment, then said, I don't think it's necessary to say it. It's up to me to judge whether it's necessary or not. I'm releasing you as a trade of equal value. Jiang Lusher said coldly. He stared at Zero closely and asked, You also lied about the Jiangnan area before. Ling's cat ears twitched visibly. She didn't know what abilities Jiang Lusher and his group had. Jiang Lusher's expression didn't mean he was deceiving her. In my car. You can try to see if you can escape alive, Jiang Lusher said leisurely, while leaning back on the sofa. Ran Shiyu's spiritual field opened and locked onto Ling's spiritual light group. Jiang Juing was watching next to him. No matter how good Zero's skills are, he still needs to weigh them. She was silent for 2 seconds, and then said simply, I was hiding something. In fact, when the apocalypse first began, I was in northern Jiangsu, and I came back here to find my parents. What I said that superpower and I are actually together. However, you seem to be very interested in the Jiangnan area. I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble to myself, so I chose to hide it. Ling spread his hands and said, But now Jiang Lusher has exposed it. With Ling's current position, it is no longer her choice whether she wants to cause trouble or not. Subei. Ran Shiyu took a deep look at Ling. Her sister went to university in Subei. Of course, Subei is not a small city. It is not such a coincidence that Ling happens to know her sister. But Ling must know much more about the situation in Subei. If you lie again, don't blame me for being rude, Jiang Lusher said calmly. The warehouse has arrived, Zero said. The minibus stopped in front of a villa, which was 200 to 300 meters away from Hong Yu's villa. Most people would never think that this villa had something to do with Hong Yu. In this way, safety can be ensured even if no special security is required. Jiang Lusher stopped the minibus at the door and asked Ran Shiyu and Li Yusen to stay in the car. He took Jiang Juing and He Ying and followed Ling in. The villa was dark. After entering, Zero led them straight upstairs. In a room, Jiang Lusher saw many stored mineral waters, drinks, wine, as well as many cigarettes and food. In another room, there are many bullets and grenades stored. There are basically no firearms. They should all have been issued. Hong Yu cooperates with those warlords, and the guards are well equipped, Zero said. In fact, Jiang Lusher didn't feel particularly excited when looking at these things, but he just took them casually. His real harvest, the special mutated blood core, was lying in his jacket pocket. Take your things and let's go, Jiang Lusher said. They are all superpowers, so this thing is nothing. After a few trips, things quickly bottomed out. At this moment, Jiang Lusher suddenly saw something flickering in the corner. Huh? Jiang Lusher frowned. But before he could say anything, the thing suddenly made a sharp alarm sound. Boom! Ing walked over and crushed the alarm with his foot. Jiang Zhuing immediately opened the curtains and looked out. Moving car lights appeared on the street in the distance. And there was also movement in the surrounding villas. Brother, we have to leave quickly, Jiang Zhuing said. Jiang Lusher turned to look at Ling, who had an ugly expression on his face. I didn't know she put such a thing. Moreover, if it was placed on the outside, it would be easy to find. But she placed it at the bottom. When the guards arrived, Zero would also be in danger. And Jiang Lusher knew there was no need for her to lie. As for why it was placed at the bottom, given Hong Yue's character, it was probably to make the person who took it away feel like falling from heaven to H.L. Just when he thought everything was going very smoothly, he suddenly fell into a death crisis. Ing! Go down and get ready. We're leaving, Jiang Lusher said. Ling was stunned for a moment. Aren't you planning to drive away in that minibus? Are you? Even if you are reluctant to part with supplies now, the right thing to do is to abandon the car. Jiang Zhuing smiled. Congratulations. You got the answer right. 0. Chapter 319 Hell Chariot. The number of vehicles on the street increased rapidly, and some dark shadows flashed quickly around the villa. In just a few seconds, the villa will be surrounded. If they couldn't defeat Jiang Lusher and the others, and couldn't escape, Ling really didn't want to get on the minibus with them. The goal is too big. Ing was already sitting in the driver's seat, while Ran Xiyu and Li Yusen sat silently on the sofa and fastened their seat belts. As Jiang Lusher and others got into the car, Ing also started the minibus. Woo! The sound of the engine gradually approached. Zero looked out the car window and said, The guards have arrived. But Jiang Lusher's expression did not change. Drive! Ing stepped on the accelerator, turned the steering wheel, and the minibus turned a corner. Boom, boom, boom. The minibus roared and rushed directly to the gate of the community. The gate was closed at this time. The gate of this community has also been improved. In order to prevent zombies, the lifting rod was removed and replaced with an iron gate wrapped with many iron wires and iron thorns. Not only that, there are also some special roadblocks in front of the door. On the ground, there are also tire breakers specially designed for the armed police. The guards were hidden at the door and on the wall, with their dark muzzles pointing directly into the community. A guard captain was holding a walkie-talkie. A voice came from his walkie-talkie. Captain, I have arrived at Gate 3. All the brothers here are dead. Someone actually dares to come to the villa area to cause trouble. It's because he has lived too long. The guard captain was talking when he heard the sound of a vehicle approaching. He put down the walkie-talkie and boarded a modified combat vehicle blocked behind the gate. Chariots are not something that ordinary survivors can get. If the army in Star City Base City hadn't been torn apart, Hong Yu wouldn't have gotten it either. There are only 2 chariots in the entire fallen city, and the guard captain responsible for guarding the villa area has won, as Hong Yu's right-hand man, and with a chariot as his vehicle. This guard captain has experienced the world of difference from an ordinary person to a master after the end of the world. Even before the end of the world, those powerful people might not be as happy as he was. In Fallen City, no one dared to provoke him except Hong Yu and some warlords, whom he needed to worry about trying to please. But now, someone dared to make trouble under his nose. With Hong Yu's character, she will definitely hold him accountable. Seeing the minibus appear, the guard captain said with a grin, Let them stop the car honestly. He thought of something else, and added a bit sinisterly, Sister Yu likes to catch people alive. He will definitely torture these people before handing them over to Hong Yu. Only in this way can we relieve our hatred. People on the minibus, listen. Stop immediately and get checked. A guard on the tank shouted. Zero frowned when he saw this scene in the car. Although Hong Yu told her many things, she was imprisoned after all. She didn't know that Hong Yu's men actually had chariots. Moreover, the other party's reaction was so fast, and arrangements were already made at the gate. The other side doors are probably similar. How stupid. After the commotion, you went directly to the gate. The guard captain sneered. But even if he jumped over the wall to escape, he had already made arrangements, and would not give them this opportunity. Zero was anxious. What should he do now? But at this time, Jiang Lusher still had a calm expression. Shadow. Huh? Shadow didn't even look back. Rush over, Jiang Lusher said. Charge. Zero's pupils shrank. But Ing, as if he didn't consider the consequences at all, responded directly. Okay. Jiang Lusher and Jiang Zhuing walked towards the middle of the minibus. Ling felt as if he was a different person in the whole car. Jiang Lusher made such a decision, and no one objected. Ran Shiyu and others all had calm expressions. Before Zero could say anything, a few steps suddenly descended from the roof of the car. What's this? Ling was startled, while Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuiying climbed up together. Is there room on the roof of this car? At this time, Ing had stepped on the accelerator. Under the influence of inertia, the shock Zero almost lost her balance. She suddenly came to her senses and grabbed the armrest near the car door. As soon as the accelerator is pressed to the bottom, the speed of the minibus instantly increases to more than 200 kilometers per hour. The door is here in an instant. The guard captain's eyes widened. He didn't expect that the minibus would be ready to crash into the door after seeing such a formation. It is estimated that they also expected the tragic end after offending Hongyu, so they made a desperate move. However, the speed of this minibus is too fast. From starting to speeding up, it is done in one go. The speed of accelerating to 100 kilometers is almost the same as that of a top sports car, giving no time at all to react. But the guard captain didn't panic. The reinforced iron gates, roadblocks, and tire breaker were all not for nothing. The minibus had probably overturned before it even rushed out of the gate. He calmly gave the order. Shoot! Prepare the machine gun. If you offend Sister Yu, you will die without any body parts, the guard captain shouted. At this time, the minibus had already rushed onto the tire breaker paving belt. Zero gripped the armrest tightly, bending his knees slightly to prepare for collision. There was no need to think too much about the consequences of a tire blowout at such a high speed. Zero didn't want to die just like that. But just when she was ready, she felt something bumpy under her feet. And then, just past? Zero was stunned for a moment. She hadn't even reacted yet. By this time, the minibus had continued to hit the roadblock. Those guards, before they could react without the bus easily running over the tire breaker and the tire not exploding at all, they heard a loud bang. Destroy everything. The minibus hit the roadblock and the roadblock was blown away. And then, amid the flying debris, the minibus had hit the gate. Shoot! Shoot quickly! Tear them apart! The guard captain yelled, his eyes widening. What kind of tires and defenses are these? The gate in front of the minibus looks like paper. Bang, bang, bang. The shots were not fired by the guards, but from the roof of the minibus. Jiang Lushur held an AMR-2 sniper rifle, and the long barrel spurted out long tongues of flame, harvesting the lives of the guards. They were hidden on the wall, with only one head exposed. However, at this moment, these heads exploded one by one. At the same time, electric current flashed, pouring down from both sides of the car roof as if it were alive, covering the wall. For a moment, there were screams and gunshots, and the smell of burnt flesh filled the air. The guard captain was sitting in the chariot, his eyes almost falling out of his eyes. He watched helplessly as the minibus rushed out of the gate, bathed in electricity. On the wall, the corpses were knocked upside down by the huge force. One of the headless corpses hit the front of the chariot heavily. Under this situation, this minibus looked like a car driven out of H.L. Chapter 320. Go down and ask her. The guards driving the chariot were all frightened. Their bodies were stiff, and the hairs on their bodies stood on end. The guard captain was also in disbelief. He had made so many arrangements, but in front of this minibus, he looked like he was made of tofu. Not to mention stopping the minibus. It didn't even have the slightest effect of blocking it. At this time, the minibus still showed no intention of slowing down. It flashed electric light and rushed directly towards the chariot. Buzz! The guard captain was haunted by his soul. Drive! Drive! At the same time, he pushed the machine gunner away and pointed the gun at the minibus himself. This tank is equipped with a 25mm machine gun as the main gun and a 7.7mm machine gun as the auxiliary weapon. But when on duty in the villa area, in order to ensure the safety of the residents, the guard captain never considered the need to use machine guns. Now, although he wanted to use a machine gun to kill the minibus, he didn't load it at all. The minibus was too fast, giving him no chance to reload. However, there is no machine gun, and the machine gun's close-range fire can still tear the people in this minibus into pieces. Ah! The guard captain hid behind and pulled the trigger. Suddenly, the machine gun spurted out long tongues of flame, and bullets poured out crazily. Careful! Zero shouted and immediately fell down. But she saw that Ran Shiyu was still motionless. And although Li Yusen's face turned pale, she just reached out and grabbed the handle next to the sofa firmly. There was an incredible expression on Zero's baby face. Get down quickly! What's the use of holding on to the armrest if you want to avoid being shot? Zero shouted. But by this time, it was too late. Duh. The sound of machine gun fire was enough to make one's scalp explode. Zero's eyes even stayed on Lee Yusin. Both girls are very beautiful. But in the face of ruthless machine gun bullets, they will be beaten to pieces immediately. And the effect is no different from being attacked by zombies. However, amidst the noise, Zero noticed something was wrong in this round of shooting. Not to mention that they were hit. There was no bullet in the car. She turned her head and boldly raised her body to take a look. The windshield of the minibus was covered with spider webs and bullets embedded in them. All the bullets were blocked? Zero was stunned. Not only her, but also the guard captain was dumbfounded. Does this car have bulletproof glass? However, even if it is equipped with bulletproof glass, it cannot block a round of machine gun fire at such a close range. Even a thin steel plate should be torn into pieces. The strength of this bulletproof glass was beyond the knowledge of the guard captain. However, Jiang Lusher knew that after he spared no expense and used mutant crystal cores to fully reinforce the base vehicle again, the base vehicle's current defense capabilities were much improved than before. Keep fighting. Another round of fire, and it won't be able to hold it anymore, the guard captain shouted. But he no longer has this chance. When the tank started turning to escape the impact of the minibus, Jiang Lusher's gun was already aimed at the inside of the car. Boom! The sniper rifle roared, and the 12.7mm bullet easily tore through the tank's weak armor. The terrifying 12.7mm sniper bullet can directly penetrate the bunker. When it shoots into the tank immediately becomes a meat grinder. The chariot suddenly deflected, and then with a loud bang, the entire chariot directly hit the wall of the villa community. Thick smoke billows, and what flowed out from the twisted car was a large amount of black and red blood. The guard captain, covered in blood, struggled to climb half of his body out of the chariot. The other half of his body was firmly stuck in the chariot, and only severe pain kept coming. You dare to offend Sister Yu? Do you know what will happen if you offend Sister Yu? The guard captain's eyes were splitting. He can no longer survive, but he still has to watch the miserable end of this group of people. At this time, he also saw clearly the young man holding the gun in the strange disc on the roof of the car. It was a young man about 20 years old, with an ordinary appearance and a pair of eyes that shone brightly in the night. After listening to the guard captain's words, the young man actually turned around. In the dim light, the guard captain saw the young man giving him a mocking smile. What will happen? Go down and ask her. The look of ferocious hatred on the guard captain's face suddenly froze. What does it mean? Boom! After taking care of the guard captain with his pistol, Jiang Lusher turned his head and looked forward. The guards in the villa area are only the first level. Now the roads and the gates of the fallen city are under martial law. Flashing car lights could be seen everywhere, and sirens sounded across the city, echoing above their heads. This is the first time that Fallen City has encountered this situation since its establishment. Zero, on the other hand, had already gotten up from the ground. The violence of the minibus had completely subverted her outlook and impression. What should we do now? Zero asked after listening to the siren. In fact, she already guessed the answer when she asked. In one breath, rush out of the Fallen City, Ing replied. She was just conveying Jiang Lusher's meaning. Zero still stared, but she didn't say any more questioning words. Even in her mind, there was no question or objection. From here, rush out in one breath. On the way, you are simply experiencing a hail of bullets. If anyone else had said this, Zero would have felt that the other person was tired of living. But standing in this car, Zero felt that there was a real possibility of success. Woohoo! The sirens continued. And amidst the sirens, Ing grabbed the steering wheel with both hands, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed straight towards the gate of the Fallen City. Huge crashes, gunshots, and sirens completely woke the entire Fallen City from its sleep. Many survivors stood at the windows and looked. Some people with superpowers gradually understood what was happening. They saw a minibus coming from the direction of the villa area, and directly in front of it were the guards' vehicles, almost completely blocking the street. Dozens of cars, hundreds of guns, and a minibus. Who is that? So awesome? Go crazy. These survivors all looked like they were watching the fun. In Fallen City, there is no shortage of fun to watch every day. But I am tired of watching all the killings and beatings. Dare to confront the guards of the Fallen City. But it rarely happens. They all wanted to see what this minibus and the people on it were going to do. And maybe they could struggle a little longer. Chapter 321. A moth flies into the flame. The guard team of the fallen city is a fully armed army of 100 people. Compared with the sternly prepared guards, a mere minibus was like an egg hitting a stone. Those survivors who were watching the excitement thought that the people in the minibus would be frightened and run away when they saw this kind of battle. However, the fallen city is surrounded by walls on all sides, making it almost impossible to escape. At this time, the minibus had arrived on the street, facing the guard's vehicle at a distance. Seeing this situation, even though Zero had just seen the powerful minibus, he still had doubts about Jiang Liusher's words of rushing out in one breath. The guard's vehicles almost completely blocked the street. In this case, the possibility of rushing out was really low. And on those vehicles, there were all mounted muzzles. The black muzzles were lined up in rows. Facing the minibuses, Jiang Liusher stood in the war room, looking at the guard vehicles. There are standard off-road vehicles for the superpower team, as well as modified minivans. And behind these vehicles, there is also a tank. There are dozens of guns, including rifles, submachine guns, and machine guns. These people in the fallen city are much richer than ordinary survivors. The previous County, this kind of survivor gathering area, could not be compared with the fallen city. People in the minibus, listen! Surrender quickly! The guard yelled. In the chariot, a slightly obese middle-aged man was holding a night vision binoculars and looking at the minibus through the gap between the vehicles. That guy named Zhang is such a loser. It's just such a car. And he didn't stop it? The middle-aged man said coldly while looking through the telescope. The person named Zhang he was talking about was the guard captain in charge of the villa area. The middle-aged man surnamed Dio is also the head of the guard of the fallen city. He is responsible for guarding the entire city except the villa area. And the guard captain surnamed Zhang, although he was only responsible for a small area like the villa area, was on an equal footing with the middle-aged man surnamed Dio. The middle-aged man surnamed Dio has always disliked the guard captain surnamed Zhang. He guessed that the guard captain surnamed Zhang might have died in the previous loud crash and gunshots. This result made the middle-aged man named Dio feel happy. However, thanks to him blocking the gun in front. Otherwise, I might have fallen into the path of the minibus. The middle-aged man surnamed Dio put down his binoculars, with a strange look on his face. The front glass of this minibus was covered with spider webs and had not been penetrated by bullets. A mere minibus is actually bulletproof? The middle-aged man surnamed Dio has dealt with many warlords. He has also seen several warlords' cars that are bulletproof. But this is the first time he has seen a minibus that is bulletproof. Moreover, although the middle-aged man surnamed Dio looked down upon the guard captain surnamed Zhang, he also knew that it was unlikely that the minibus would be able to rush out directly if it relied solely on bulletproofing. There must be powerful superpowers in the car. But I have been prepared, and will not underestimate the enemy like that idiot named Zhang. If you want to rush past me, you are just thinking out of the blue. Middle-aged Dio the man sneered. He was a little excited about this minibus. But compared with the dangers of it and the supernatural beings inside, it was nothing. This middle-aged man surnamed Dio can climb to this position, and he naturally understands this choice. By the way, where are the people who are looking for Sister Yu? Asked the middle-aged man surnamed Dio. Not back yet, another guard replied. Really? A hint of gloom flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man surnamed Yu. He has received news that Hong Yu has gone to the arena, which is not far from the arena, and the people he sent should have returned long ago. But until now, the person has not come back, and the red moon has not appeared. Could this have something to do with this minibus and the people inside? At this time, the minibus responded to the guard's shouts. Rush over, Jiang Liusher said in a deep voice. Buzz! The minibus sped out like a sharp arrow. Zero grabbed the handlebar armrest and stabilized his body. Abandoning yourself? The survivors who were watching were a little surprised. This is simply a moth flying into the flame. But this car is so fast, someone said. It's obviously a minibus. But why is it so fast? What? The guard responsible for shouting was originally ready to shout another symbolic shout. But when he saw the minibus, he suddenly rushed over. The distance between them and the minibus was thousands of meters away. But the speed of the minibus was ridiculously fast. The minibus, which was originally about the size of a fist, made a deafening sound of an engine. The sound of the engine was approaching quickly. At the same time, flames suddenly spurted out from the roof of the car. Boom! In such a dim environment, the only way to illuminate is with the help of car lights. Many people can't even see the full picture of the minibus. In this case, they can only take a rough shot. Not to mention the distance of nearly a kilometer. when the bullet was fired. I didn't know where it went. However, at this moment, with a loud bang, a large group of sparks suddenly appeared in front of the car where the guard who shouted was located, making a loud explosion-like noise. Jiang Liusher's shot directly hit the engine of the off-road vehicle. The impact of the sniper bullet was so terrifying. And during the explosion, Jiang Liusher's calm eyes reflected the beating firelight. And he pulled the trigger again. Shoot! Shoot! The guards also responded immediately to the sudden explosion. They fired back one after another. However, in the dark, facing the speeding minibus, it was too difficult to hit. Even if a few bullets hit it, it would not be a problem at all for the bulletproof minibus. Hack! The middle-aged man surnamed Diao almost threw away his binoculars. He already attached great importance to this minibus. But he didn't expect that there was a sharpshooter in this car. Each shot hit the weak points of the vehicle. When they stopped here, they became the target of the other party. Machine cannon! Fire it for me! The middle-aged man surnamed Gil roared. He parked the chariot at the very back. The opponent could be bulletproof. But could it be protected from artillery SHLS? This place is no different from the villa residential area. Although there are some people living in the houses on both sides of the street, they are basically the poorest people at the bottom. Even slaves. Even if these people are killed by the explosion, it doesn't matter. If they don't get killed by the explosion, they will be tortured to death slowly. The middle-aged man named Yu didn't care at all about the lives of these people. At this moment, he just wanted to blast this minibus to pieces. Chapter 322, Die Together? Thinking too much. The guards might use machine guns. How could Jiang Liusher not expect that? As the distance between the minibuses and the guards quickly closed, those vehicles were blown up one by Jiang Liusher. Or the gunman was killed. The chariot hiding behind was also exposed to Jiang Liusher's sight. Even if there is only a slight gap, this gap was almost negligible in the night. Even in Jiang Liusher's field of vision, after turning on his brain power, this gap was only 1 finger wide. How difficult is it to shoot at a finger width gap hundreds of meters away? However, Jiang Liusher never thought that he could break out of the fallen city without difficulty. Jiang Liusher took a deep breath, and then held his breath. Snipers in the military sometimes hold their breath when shooting to prevent breathing from affecting shooting accuracy. Of course, a well-trained sniper will regulate his heartbeat through breathing. The heartbeat slows down. The focus is on. And then the shooting takes place between breathing and heartbeat. Jiang Liusher usually didn't use these shooting skills because he didn't need to aim at all. After holding his breath for a moment, Jiang Liusher's vision seemed to have passed through a distance of several hundred meters. In the dilapidated houses on both sides, there were low-level survivors peeping with a hint of fear. Although they were trembling with fear, they did not dare to come out. Those guard members who jumped out of the burning vehicle, with flames on their bodies, still struggling and screaming, as well as the gap, and the chariot behind the gap, in slow motion. All of this was clearly reflected in Jiang Liusher's vision. While holding his breath, Jiang Liusher aimed the sniper rifle at the small gap. It's now. The middle-aged man surnamed Dia suddenly felt a great life and death crisis at this moment. How come? The middle-aged man surnamed Gio looked at the minibus with an expression of disbelief. At the same time, he suddenly shouted and jumped up. Boom! The middle-aged man surnamed Gio kicked the chariot. His terrifying muscles bulged, and his whole body was like an iron tower. With this kick, the chariot was immediately dented. At the same time, the entire chariot, together with the people sitting inside, was kicked sideways by a full meter. The sniper bullet flew past the tank's outer SHL, setting off a long string of sparks. Holy shit! The driver of the chariot broke out in a cold sweat when he heard the frightening friction sound coming from the chariot. Can this hit? If the middle-aged man named Diao hadn't reacted quickly, this tank would have been doomed. Now let's see what else you can do. Blow him to death. The middle-aged man surnamed Diao was also a little scared, but he had been prepared for it. So how could he be easily attacked? Without two brushes, it would be impossible for a middle-aged man named Dia to secure his position in Fallen City. The machine guns are ready, waiting for the middle-aged man surnamed Dia to give the order. The shot just now failed to stop the machine gun. And on this street, the minibus had nowhere to hide. These people are dead. In the minibus, Jiang Liusher frowned slightly when he saw that his shot was dodged. However, it was just that the bullet was dodged. Ran Shiyu! Jiang Liusher shouted. I know. Ran Shiyu, who had been sitting silently on the sofa, suddenly raised his eyes. Ling looked at Ran Shiyu and suddenly felt as if his heart skipped a beat. What kind of eyes were those? It was as if countless flashing fragments were reflected in them, making people involuntarily get addicted to them. Zero suddenly came back to his senses. Spiritual superpower? What a strong mental power! Hong Yu is also a very powerful spiritual power user. But there is a slight gap between her and Ran Shiyu. Ran Shiyu's mental power has become stronger. Even Jiang Lushi felt the influence of Ran Shiyu's mental power. Before the battle with Hong Yu, Ran Shiyu's mental strength was actually no different from Hong Yu's. And Hong Yu might even be a little stronger. But after defeating Hong Yu mentally, Ran Shiyu recovered. And her mental strength after recovery improved compared to before. Ran Shiyu, who was originally a level 2 spiritual power user, was sitting in a minibus. But her vision penetrated the space and instantly locked onto the tank. There are a dozen spiritual light groups in and beside the chariot. In an instant, Ran Shiyu had further locked onto the target. In the tank, the machine gunner was preparing to fire. But at this moment, spiritual puncture, as if being stabbed hard by a long needle in the brain. The machine gunner's spirit suddenly fell into a trance. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. But the target of the machine gun attack was not the minibus at all, but the vehicle of one of our own in front. A car was immediately blown up, and an explosion occurred in the air. The explosion's fire suddenly lit up the night. The blast of air caused the middle-aged man surnamed Gyu to immediately fall to the ground. Those who had no time to escape were knocked to the ground, and some were seriously injured by the debris generated by the explosion. This shot caused a heavy loss. Hack! Where are you going to hit me? The middle-aged man surnamed Giao yelled. The machine gunner had come to his senses and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. I don't know either. The machine gunner was also confused. How could this happen? In the minibus, Ran Shiyu had already averted his eyes. Ling witnessed the change in Ran Shiyu's eyes. Those projections disappeared, and Ran Shiyu's eyes focused on what was really in front of her. Are you okay? Li Yusen asked with concern. Ran Shiyu held her forehead and shook her head gently. It's my first time trying, but I still can't master it. Jiang Lushi was also stunned when he saw this scene. Originally, it was enough for Ran Shiyu to influence the gunner and prevent him from firing. But Ran Shiyu controlled the gunner to a certain extent. This kind of mental ability is so terrifying. Li Yusen's grandfather and the others were trapped in a nuclear power plant because of the existence of a mutant beast with this ability, causing heavy casualties. Although Ran Shiyu's ability is not comparable to that of the mutant beast, it still has a certain rudiment. Actually, this ability is nothing. The gunner was not a superpower, and he was nervous at the time, which gave me the opportunity to take advantage of him. Ran Shiyu explained. You don't have to be modest, Li Yusen said. A hint of admiration and envy flashed in her beautiful eyes. Ran Shiyu looked weak, but she was always effective in the Shurring team. In just a short moment, the distance between the minibus and the guard team narrowed again. Shadow! Collision! Jiang Lushi shouted in his heart, without changing his expression. Shadow pressed a button on the dashboard. Buzz! The exhaust pipes of the minibuses seemed to be spitting out tongues of flame. The minibus, which was already traveling at a super high speed, sped up again. In the blink of an eye, the minibus had already rushed in front of the guard, and the two sides were only 100 meters away. The middle-aged man surnamed Giao had already gotten up. But before he could fire again, seeing the minibus rushing towards him, the middle-aged man named Diao's eyes widened. Is the minibus going to hit me directly? At such a fast speed, no matter how collision-resistant the minibus is, it is still seeking death. With so many obstacles here, do the people on the minibus want to die together? From such a close distance? Jiang Lushi could already clearly see the expressions on the faces of the guards. Jiang Lushi showed a cold smile. Air cannon! Fire! Chapter 323. Did you have a leak? Boom! A terrifying explosion suddenly sounded in the fallen city. Even the zombies outside the wall turned their heads while wandering and gathered towards the fallen city. At the center of the explosion, what people saw was that when the minibuses rushed to only a few dozen meters away from the guard convoy, an invisible wave of air suddenly blew those vehicles away. Whether they were burning vehicles or vehicles that did not explode, they were all thrown upside down. The eyes of the middle-aged man surnamed Giao seemed to be frozen. He could see more clearly than the survivors, who were watching from the tall buildings. As the invisible air wave hit the car's outer I was dented and the glass shattered. Then, carried by this air wave, the vehicle, along with it, all swept towards him. What the hell is this? The middle-aged man surnamed Giao was shocked. He was already very wary of this minibus. But how is he going to defend himself against this? He only saw a dark muzzle that seemed to be sticking out of the minibus. It is normal for a tank to have a cannon. Why does this minibus also have a cannon? This is beyond the scope of normal modification. Boom, boom, boom. In the air wave, the vehicles were defenseless, and the flesh and blood bodies of the guards were shot away and torn apart like rags and sacks. The glass on the roadside also shattered with the sound, and the survivors hiding behind fell to the ground in fear. The middle-aged man surnamed Diao had just gotten up and wiped the dust off his body. In the blink of an eye, he immediately fell to the ground again. But even after he fell to the ground, various fragments still hit him and pierced into his skin. But it was much better than those members of the guard who were slapped to the ground like blood bags. Those members bore the brunt of the attack and had no time to dodge. Each one of them could only breathe out, not in. The survivors who were watching the excitement were completely dumbfounded by this time. They couldn't see the airways in the night, but they could clearly see that the minibus was speeding. And in front of it, everything was flying upside down like a piece of wood. This is like a scene from a science fiction blockbuster. This development has greatly subverted their understanding. I thought that the guards were killing the people in the minibus, just like killing chickens and dogs. Unexpectedly, it was the other way around. The guards had so many vehicles, so many weapons, tanks, and forts, but they were already dead without exerting their strength. A weapon that cannot function is no different from scrap metal. The survivors watched with bated breath. Their attention was completely focused on the minibus. Who is that person in this car? And this time, Buzz, the minibus has passed through the messy explosion zone. The middle-aged man surnamed Kyo looked up when he heard the sound of the rapidly approaching engine. The driver was an extremely beautiful woman. On the roof of the car, there was a young man, looking at him indifferently from behind a sniper rifle. The middle-aged man surnamed Gao shouted, rolled to the side, then jumped up and rushed directly towards a window on the street. Although minibuses are scary, as long as he escapes into the store, he can escape directly through the back door. But at this moment, a dazzling bolt of lightning fell from the sky. No matter how fast the middle-aged man surnamed Gio is, he cannot be as fast as lightning. Boom! The lightning wrapped around his body, and the middle-aged man named Gio suddenly stiffened, and then let out a shrill scream. He saw that the lightning was actually a chain with electric current flashing on it, and at the other end of the lightning was a long knife nailed to the wall. The chain entangled him tightly, and he couldn't struggle at all. Ah! His whole body was twitching, and even his eyeballs seemed to be burned. The severe pain caused by the electric current hitting the body is simply inhuman pain. The middle-aged man surnamed Yu felt that this kind of pain was even stronger than the pain caused by the torture he used to torture other people. Moreover, if it were an ordinary person, he would probably go into shock immediately under such an intensity of electric shock. But the middle-aged man named Diao has plundered a lot of mutated beast meat. His physical fitness is considered strong among superpowers, so the time he endures pain is much longer than that of ordinary people. Jiang Zhuing grabbed the other side of the chain and looked at the middle-aged man named Diao with a sneer. Want to run? He was frightened by the minibus and Jiang Liusher's marksmanship, so he ignored the other superpowers in the car? Jiang Zhuing stared at the middle-aged man surnamed Diao. Silver-white electric current flashed around her, on her skin, and in her eyes. And the chain she was holding was dancing like an electric snake. Her cold eyes and slightly raised corners of her mouth can also make people feel a terrifying murderous intention. Such a contrast between such a youthful and beautiful girl and such a terrifying female war goddess. Are you having a power leak? Jiang Lusher said abruptly from the side. Elder brother, solve it quickly. We have to leave quickly, Jiang Lusher said. Their current performance shocked many people, and even the warlords did not dare to do anything for a while. However, if these warlords feel that their interests are being greatly threatened, they will still take action. No! Jiang Zhuing retracted the long knife, and the sharp blade directly cut across the throat of the middle-aged man named Kiao during the retraction process. The middle-aged man, who was already charred all over, had a charred bloody hole on his neck, but no blood even flowed out. With a pop, he fell heavily to the ground, bringing up some dust on the ground. Buzz! The minibus continued to fly. There were still some guards at the city gate, but the guards who witnessed all this were stunned. When they saw the minibus approaching, they were even more heartbroken. These guards did not dare to stop Jiang Lusher. When the minibus approached, they hurriedly made birds and beasts and fled in all directions. The minibus rushed directly through the gate and entered the night outside the fallen city. In the fallen city, there was a period of silence after the minibuses left. The survivors who lived on the ground floor of the buildings on both sides of the road felt that they were safe. So they tentatively climbed up and reached the window. The scene outside the window shocked them and made them feel unbelievable. At this time, a survivor saw the body of a middle-aged man named Tio. Even this devil is dead? They couldn't resist these demons, who usually beat and kill them at will. Were they destroyed like this? In front of stronger people. It turns out that these people are no different from them. They are all powerless to resist. Bah! You deserve it! One of the survivors cursed happily. Brother, it would be great if such a disgusting city could be destroyed. Jiang Zhuing turned to look at the fallen city and said, those survivors, after leaving the fallen city, will go to other places to build new fallen city. Jiang Lusher said. He also turned to look at the fallen city. At this time, there was still fire coming out of the fallen city. This may be the brightest time this city has seen at night after the end of the world. Chapter 324, I don't dare to think about it at all. Bang bang bang. Attracted by the explosion, many zombies gathered from the surroundings. They threw themselves madly at the speeding minibus. Their ferocious faces pressed against the glass, and then were thrown off by the speeding minibus. Zero looked out the window. The zombies were quickly left behind by the minibus, leaving only their scarlet eyes glowing coldly in the night. He actually rushed out. Zero still felt like he hadn't come back to his senses. She released her grip on the car door armrest and found that her fingers were numb due to excessive exertion. But looking at Ran Shiyu and the others, their expressions were calm. She had tried to warn them before, but now it seemed she was the one making the fuss. At this time, Jiang Lusher and Jiang Zhuing also came down from the war room on the roof of the car. Zero looked up curiously. The war room was folded up again. There was no clue about it even from inside the car. Think again about the extremely lethal airflow ejected from the front of the minibus. Zero was completely sure. This minibus was too simple. It was impossible to achieve this effect with ordinary modifications. However, Zero would never ask anything that shouldn't be asked. After struggling in the apocalypse for so long, being tortured by the Red Moon, and surviving in the arena for so long, Zero knew very well what he had to do to survive for a long time in the apocalypse. Although we have come out of the fallen city, it is too dangerous to move at night. I remember there is a row of restaurants on the road. Let's rest there, Jiang Lusher said. Okay. Shadow nodded. Even without driving lights, Shadow can drive smoothly on the road. Jiang Zhuing sat on the sofa and wiped his long knife. In the process of rushing out, Jiang Zhuing's superpower also played a big role. After taking an evolutionary crystal, Jiang Zhuing's power and endurance in discharging superpowers were greatly improved. In the past, she probably didn't have much strength left now. Where are you going next? Zero suddenly asked. Jiang Lusher and his group directly broke through the guards and rushed out of the fallen city. This was something Zero had not expected at all. This development also disrupted Zero's original plan. Jiang Lusher was also doing maintenance on his sniper rifle. He raised his head and glanced at Zero before replying. Go back to the Star City base city first and take a rest. Repair the base vehicle and research the special mutant blood core. Base city, I know. Zero nodded. She was silent for a moment and asked. You want to go to northern Jiangsu? Right. As soon as Su Bei was mentioned, Ran Shiyu's expression immediately became unnatural. Originally, she evacuated with her relatives more than an hour before the apocalypse broke out. But when the apocalypse broke out, her relatives mutated and all died. However, in addition to Ran Shiyu surviving, her younger sister, who was studying in college in northern Jiangsu at the time, may also have a certain chance of survival. The officer who came to pick up her and her family during the evacuation said that he had also arranged for someone to pick up her sister. However, when he was at Zhonghai Base City later, General Zhang said that he would send someone to northern Jiangsu to find her sister. The person who picked her up must have had an accident, Ran Shiyu guessed. When the end of the world breaks out, it's not surprising what kind of changes will happen. However, Ran Shiyu has lost other relatives, and she very much hopes that her sister is still alive. But she didn't dare to say such words easily, for fear that it would be in vain. Now that Ling brought it up again, Ran Shiyu finally couldn't help it anymore. Brother Jiang? Ran Shiyu looked at Jiang Lusher, a pair of gray eyes flashing with many complex emotions, including hope, sadness, pleading, and entanglement. Jiang Lusher understood what Ran Shiyu meant. In fact, although he rescued Ran Shiyu also exchanged information about the mining truck. After that, Ran Shiyu stayed in the Shuying team and also contributed a lot. even in today's operation. If it weren't for Ran Shiyu, it would never have gone so smoothly. Jiang Lusher looked at Ran Shiyu, then turned to look at Ling. Yes. We are going to northern Jiangsu. Hearing Jiang Liusher's words, Ran Shiyu's eyes suddenly showed a touched look. It is more than 1,000 kilometers from Star City to northern Jiangsu. This distance is not considered short in the apocalypse. Moreover, the situation in northern Jiangsu is unclear, and there are no base cities or safety zones around. Even Zero said that the situation in northern Jiangsu is very serious. But even so, Jiang Lusher still made such a decision. After hearing this, Zero was silent for a while, and then asked, "You want me to lead the way? I won't force you." Jiang Lusher said, "If Zero doesn't want to go, then it's okay to sort out the information and routes that he knows." In fact, it would be troublesome for Jiang Lusher to bring one more person with him. With so many women, the car is already crowded enough. Ling was a little surprised. She thought Jiang Lusher would force his request. But in that case, she actually resisted. But now, actually, I also want to go back to northern Jiangsu. Ling suddenly said, "I came back here originally to find my parents. But my parents were dead. Now, my hometown has become like this. It has become a fallen city. And I don't want to stay anymore. Then, there's no need to go back to northern Jiangsu." Jiang Zhuing said, "It's okay. Su Bei, there are my classmates." Zero said. His eyes seemed to be looking into the distance, as if he remembered something. "The people who came back with me either died on the road, or they met Hung Yu after they came back and were killed by Hung Yu. Now that I am completely alone, it is better to go back to northern Jiangsu and be with my former classmates." Zero said, "Are you from Jiangsu University?" Ran Shiyu still asked with a glimmer of hope. Ling shook his head. "No. There are several universities in northern Jiangsu." Ran Shiyu nodded. She was not disappointed. She had expected this result. Some coincidences happen, which is fate. But most of them are not so coincidental. "We're here. Let's rest tonight." As Ying's voice came, the minibus pulled to the side of the road and stopped. There are a row of highway restaurants on the roadside, all opened by surrounding farmers. They are all simple houses. After being abandoned, they look eerie at night. Survivors often pass by on this road. But there are no zombies. However, old bloodstains can be seen everywhere on the ground and on the glass. And abandoned vehicles are dumped on the roadside. However, Jiang Lusher and the others have long been accustomed to this kind of environment. Jiang Lusher took a towel and went in to take a bath. When he saw the bathroom, Ling was stunned. It's not surprising that a person with powerful abilities can stay clean. But taking a shower in a car? At this time, Li Yusin called her. "Ling, can you cook?" Zero's eyes widened. "Do you cook?" Ever since the apocalypse broke out, she had been eating all kinds of messy things. The most she could do was roast and cook mutated beast meat. Or in this wilderness. I can't even think about it. Chapter 325 Invitation. When they first got in the car, Jiang Lusher took some leftover stew and gave it to her to eat. At that time, Ling had not thought that it was what they made in the car. Ling followed Li Yusin into the kitchen. The kitchen was small and could accommodate up to 2 people. But on the chopping board and in the open cupboard, there were piles of all kinds of food. In addition to fresh mutated animal meat, there are also white rice, fresh vegetables, and various spices and condiments. It's really rich. It even has a refrigerator. Ling sighed inwardly. After the end of the world, the most scarce thing is food. I don't know how many survivors have killed for a little bit of food. Seeing so many rich ingredients in front of him, Zero couldn't help but feel salivating in his mouth. "The ingredients are ready. You are responsible for stewing the meat," Li Yusin said with a smile, and then began to wash the rice. "Stew?" Zero looked at the 20 or 30 kilograms of mutated beast meat on the chopping board, and asked in a daze, "Is all this stewed?" "Yes." As Li Yusin spoke, she took out a few more kilograms of mutated beast meat. After cutting it, she put it on the induction cooker to prepare the meat for frying. Seeing this scene, Zero's eyelids jumped. In just one meal, Jiang Lusher and others consumed dozens of kilograms of mutated beast meat. If it's just mutated animal meat, that's fine. But the problem is that there's also a lot of white rice and fresh vegetables. In fact, Zero has noticed that the supplies he took out from the Red Moon warehouse have disappeared. However, this kind of RV often has a lot of folding and storage space. So it is not surprising that supplies disappear. What was shocking was that with such consumption every day, The inventory in Jiang Liusher's car was probably astonishing. But with the strength of the Stone Shadow team, Zero felt that if anyone rashly targeted this car, they would die miserably. During the meal, Jiang Liusher, Jiang Zhuing, and Ran Qiyu all ate a lot. But Ling only ate until he was 7/10 full. And then he proposed to keep vigil. Although she will lead the way for Jiang Liusher and the others, Ling feels that the information she can provide and taking this car to northern Jiangsu are not considered equal transactions. So she will try her best to do what she can. Okay then. Jiang Liusher did not refuse. In fact, since he was bound to Star Seed, he didn't need anyone to keep vigil at all. But Zero looked determined. So he let her go. At night, Zero sat on the roof of the car holding a gun. Her strong physique made her not afraid of the cooling temperature at night. The night after the apocalypse is endless darkness without any light. When it was still dark the next day, Jiang Liusher and his party woke up, washed up, had breakfast, and set off again. The minibus moved forward steadily, and small groups of zombies kept appearing in front of them. These groups of corpses posed no threat to Jiang Liusher and the others. It took almost no time for everyone to arrive at the Star Base City. At this time, there were 4 or 5 cars parked on the bridge. Most of these cars had been modified, and there was a lot of blood on the thick steel plates. One of the cars even had a gun weighing at least 4 or 5 tons tied to it. The mutated beast had apparently just returned from hunting and was awaiting quarantine. The minibus arrived at the back of the motorcade in a flash. Jiang Liusher looked forward and saw that it was still at least 10 minutes before it was their turn. So he closed his eyes and calmed down. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, he heard footsteps coming from not far away. At the same time, someone knocked on the car window. Is Mr. Jiang here? Seeing Jiang Liusher nodded, Jiang Zhuing jumped up and opened the car window with a swipe sound. Behind the car window, a face covered with scars suddenly appeared. This scarred man was about 30 years old. His face was covered with scratches, and he looked very ferocious. He was wearing a military uniform, with 2 stripes and 3 stars on his shoulders. He was still an officer of a high rank. Jiang Zhuing glanced at the other party. She didn't have a good impression of the officers in Star City Base City. They had just returned to the base city when an officer came to them. Could it be that they were looking for trouble again? What's the matter? Jiang Zhuing asked in a bad tone. The officer's brows twitched. The little girl looked young, but she had a very hot temper. Hello, I am Li Li. I have been ordered by General Xia to ask Mr. Jiang to come to the military region headquarters to see you. Although Jiang Zhuing had a "you are not welcome" expression on his face, the officer's attitude was quite good. Of General Xia? Jiang Liusher remembered that the female officer who picked up the scientists before was named Xia Sun, and her grandfather was one of the power centers of Star City Base City. General Xia Yongfengxia. Xia Sun came to him before to cooperate in dealing with the warlord He Tianhu, but he refused. Now that Xia Yilfeng personally sent someone to wait for him here, Jiang Liusher guessed that it had something to do with this matter. Regarding Xia Sun, Jiang Liusher didn't buy it at all. Although Xia Yilfeng was the general of Star City Base City, Jiang Liusher didn't pay much attention to it. He wouldn't have stayed in this base city for long. General Xia said that what happened before has offended me a lot, and I hope Mr. Jiang can come over for a cup of tea. Mr. Jiang's 2 friends have also moved into the villa area. Seeing Jiang Liusher's frown, the officer immediately explained, Please don't get me wrong. The villa area they live in is exclusively for people with superpowers and is not in the military region headquarters. Jiang Liusher glanced at Ran Qiyu, who nodded. It seemed that General Xia Yongfeng was sincerely showing his kindness. If you don't hit the smiling person with your hand, it wouldn't take much time to go have tea. Okay. Jiang Liusher nodded. Mr. Jiang, do you want to go back to your residence first? The scar-faced officer asked. No need. Just lead the way, Jiang Liusher said. Driving a minibus, Jiang Liusher was not afraid of anything, even if it was the military headquarters in the Bay City. Ling glanced at the scar-faced officer curiously. Is Jiang Liusher related to the army in Star City Bay City? However, judging from Jiang Liusher's reaction, which was cold and indifferent, it seems that the relationship was not deep. The Bay City of Star City is not very large, but the road conditions are not good. After driving for about half an hour, Jiang Liusher and his party arrived at the military command headquarters of the Bay City. The headquarters is full of soldiers, all fully armed, giving people a sense of fortitude. The minibus followed the car of the scar-faced officer. After traveling all the way, they came to a large courtyard with green bricks and green tiles hidden among high-rise buildings. A temporary sign was hung in this compound that read, Summer House. Mr. Jiang, we are here. This is General Xia's private residence. General Xia is old and usually handles military affairs in his residence. The scar-faced officer came over and said after parking the car, the house is quite large, and the sun is shining brightly outside. When you walk in, you feel cool and quiet. Mr. Jiang, please wait in the reception room. The scar-faced officer led Jiang Lusher and others into an antique hall. Jiang Lusher walked around the hall and smiled. General Xia and General Zhang have quite similar hobbies. At this time, there were footsteps outside the door. It came pretty quickly. Jiang Lusher turned his head and faced the door. Chapter 326. It's no longer necessary. Ha ha ha. Don't mind if I invite you here so suddenly. Don't mind? As a burst of hearty laughter came, an old man in military uniform appeared at the door. This old man is Xia Yongfeng. Before the apocalypse, he was a famous military boss. After the apocalypse, he was also one of the leaders of the Star City base city. General Xia Yongfeng is old and his hair is completely white. But he still has a loud voice, a strong spirit, a straight back, and a vigorous walk. As soon as the old general entered the reception room, he walked straight to Jiang Lusher and stretched out his hand. You are Jiang Lusher. Mr. Jiang. Right. I am Xia Yongfeng. Mr. Jiang has established such a strong team at a young age. The team is really admirable. General Xia is overly praised. Facing the cheerful Xia Yongfeng, Jiang Lusher was not too cold. He stretched out his hand and shook Xia Yongfeng's hand. Xia Yongfeng's hands are broad and strong, with a thick layer of calluses on the palms. At first glance, he looks like a veteran who has been on the battlefield for a long time. What are you standing for? Come on! Let's sit down and talk, Xia Yongfeng greeted. At this time, Jiang Lusher glanced at Xia Sun, who was following Xia Yongfeng, and Zhang Hongyu, who was standing upright beside him. The scar-faced officer also followed, standing behind Xia Yongfeng like a javelin. It seemed that he should be Xia Yongfeng's bodyguard. Xia Yongfeng was indeed very sincere when he asked his guards to wait for Jiang Lusher and his party at the gate of the base city. I know everything that happened before. It was Xia Sun's fault. Mr. Jiang, please don't take it to heart. Xia Yongfeng sat down and said, Grandpa! Xia Sun suddenly showed a look of dissatisfaction and protested in a low voice. She glanced at Jiang Lusher unhappily. When her grandfather said this, Jiang Lusher must have been extremely proud. Jiang Lusher's facial expression did not change much. Xia Yongfeng said this just to ease the previous tense relationship between the two parties. General Xia came to me for that He Tianhu. Right. Jiang Lusher asked straight to the point. Xia Yongfeng put away his smile and straightened his expression. Mr. Jiang is so cheerful. It just so happens that I don't go around in circles anymore. He Tianhu has been sneaking attacks on our team that goes out to search for supplies. This time, he even attacked your team escorting scientists. We have been there for a long time. If you want to get rid of this black sheep, you don't need to do much. Mr. Jiang, you just need to provide us with some information, and we will naturally send out troops to deal with the rest. The army in the base city is divided, and the current situation appears. I bear a lot of responsibility for the situation. Having said this, Xia Yongfeng sighed and his expression became solemn. In this current situation, the people at the grassroots level are suffering the most. In this apocalypse, their lives are already very difficult. Our army is their last resort. Back up. Now even the army can't be relied on. What else can they rely on? My old bones are running out of time, so I can only do something. So Mr. Jiang. Maybe he said too much in one breath. So Xia Yongfeng coughed twice. Grandpa, don't say that. Xia Sun looked distressed on his face, and quickly went up to pat Xia Yongfeng on the back. Actually, there is no need, Jiang Lusher said. Xia Yongfeng frowned slightly, not understanding what Jiang Lusher meant. Jiang Lusher, what is your attitude in front of the general? Zhang Hongyu said dissatisfied. Xia Sun also looked at Jiang Lusher with an angry face. Her grandfather was already very sincere. Jiang Lusher treated her like this, but he did the same to her grandfather. It was really too much. Jiang Lusher didn't even look at her or Zhang Hongyu, and then said, He Tianhu is dead. Already dead? Xia Yongfeng was stunned for a moment. Yes, he was killed by me in Fallen City. As for the corpse, it should have been fed to zombies by now, including his subordinate Thunder Snake. He is also dead. Jiang Lushur said calmly. This? Xia Yongfeng was a little stunned. He had made many arrangements to eliminate He Tianhu, and even asked his guards to wait for Jiang Lushur at the city gate. As a result, He Tianhu died like this? Xia Sun looked at Jiang Lushur in disbelief. Let's not talk about He Tianhu for now. I know the strength of Thunder Snake. Fallen City is still their 1/3 acre of land. Where are you going to kill them? Zhang Hongyu couldn't help but ask. He obviously didn't believe Jiang Liushur's words. Xia Yongfeng looked at Jiang Liushur's expression, and it didn't look like he was joking. Although he had some doubts. He still said, Hongyu! After General Xia stopped him, Zhang Hongyu reluctantly closed his mouth. Xia Yongfeng looked at Jiang Lushur and said, I really have to thank Mr. Jiang. Killing He Tianhu will eliminate a big harm to our Star City base city. The other traders will feel a chill in their backs when they see He Tianhu's fate. In the future, we will eradicate more traders step by step, so that the people of Star City base city will not have to endure the threats of zombies and mutant beasts while also facing our civil strife. Xia Yongfeng was a little excited when he spoke, and he coughed again. This time the cough was much more violent than before, and his face soon turned red. Xia Sun patted Xia Yongfeng's back gently, looking anxious but unable to do anything. It's okay. It's okay. Xia Yongfeng waved his hand to comfort his granddaughter, and then said to Jiang Lushur, I'm sorry. As people get older, all kinds of problems come out. If I didn't still want to use my remaining energy, I wouldn't so anxious. Ha. Grandpa, don't always say unlucky things. Captain Zhang has already sent people to find other doctors. There must be a cure for your illness, Xia Sun said, his eyes a little red. In the apocalypse, she also lost her relatives, and now only she and her grandfather are left to depend on each other. These are all old problems left over from the war. Even though the medical conditions were so good in the past, they couldn't be completely cured. What can be done now? Xia Yongfeng waved his hand. Xia Yongfeng participated in the war in the south and suffered old wounds. After the apocalypse, he also went to the battlefield himself and fought zombies and mutant beasts, which aroused old wounds. However, there are not many doctors alive now, and the medical conditions are even more rudimentary. The doctors in the army cannot treat these old injuries, and another doctor will be unable to do anything. At this time, a gentle female voice came from the side. General Xia, were you hit by a cannonball when you were young? There is still a shrapnel in your lungs, because over time, the shrapnel has been wrapped in the alveoli. Xia Yongfeng was stunned and looked at the speaker. She was a young girl who was following Jiang Lushur. She was pretty and had a gentle and generous temperament. Even if such a girl is studying medicine, she has not graduated from school yet. Not to mention, how can she tell with the naked eye? Xia Sun also suddenly showed a surprised look. And there was no x-ray. How could this girl tell the truth? Yes, that's true, Xia Yongfeng said. The person who spoke was naturally Li Yusen. She glanced at Jiang Lushur and saw Jiang Lushur nodding, and then said to Xia Yongfeng, My superpower is medical treatment. I can clearly feel the pain in your body. Chapter 327. You go out. Medical powers? This is the first time Xia Yongfeng and others have heard of such a power. However, Li Yusen's ability to accurately tell Xia Yongfeng's old problems has proven her ability. I see. Mr. Zhang's team members are also extraordinary, Xia Yongfeng said. Xia Sun's eyes lit up. As Xia Yongfeng's granddaughter, she knew Xia Yongfeng's current physical condition better than anyone else. After the apocalypse, they called in all the doctors in Star City base, but they were unable to do anything. Li Yusen's medical powers might be able to help Xia Yongfeng. Thinking of this, Xia Sun looked at Li Yusen with expectation. However, she had previously suspected that Jiang Lushur was talking nonsense and bragging, and now she wanted to ask for help. With Xia Sun's arrogant character, it was really difficult for her to ask. However, as Xia Yongfeng said, his old illness recurred, and he was under great pressure. His body was deteriorating, and he really couldn't support it for much longer. Even so, he was still thinking about reintegrating the army. Captain Jiang, can you please ask this young lady to treat my grandfather? Xia Sun mustered up the courage to speak. Jiang Lushur looked at her. This arrogant girl even blushed as soon as she lowered her figure. He really couldn't understand it. We really don't have the secondary crystal core that Captain Jiang needs. But if you need anything, just ask and we will get it if you can get it, Xia Sun continued. Xia Yongfeng waved his hand quickly. Xia Sun, he said seriously. How could you do it for me? Besides, I am already at this age, so I will die if I die. Captain Jiang, I apologize to you for what happened in the past. Please help this young lady take a look at it. Xia Sun ignored Xia Yongfeng's scolding and continued to plead. Yusen, please help General Xia take a look, Jiang Lusher said. Okay. Li Yusen nodded. Xia Sun suddenly showed a look of surprise. Thank you, General Xia. Just sit down. Li Yusen walked up to Xia Yongfeng. While Xia Sun watched nervously, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Jiang Lusher. She didn't know how this cold guy suddenly agreed to her request. And he didn't put forward any unreasonable trading conditions first. Jiang Lusher caught Xia Sun peeking at him. And he could naturally guess what the girl was thinking. With Xia Sun's character, it was indeed not easy for her to lower her body and plead. But this was not the reason why Jiang Lusher agreed to her at all. This General Xia Yongfeng, like General Zhang of the Zhonghai Security Zone, is an old soldier who has experienced the war years and defended his family and country. Now that he is older, not only does he not enjoy peace and happiness, but he continues to work hard to protect the people. For this kind of person, Jiang Lusher admired him from the bottom of his heart. Such people should not suffer from old war wounds. And with Li Yusen's kind character, this is even more the case. When she saw Xia Yongfeng, she also thought of her grandfather. Although his status was different, what he did was essentially the same. Li Yusen stood in front of Xia Yongfeng. Although she still had her eyes open, she had actually entered another spiritual world. In this world, Li Yusen came to the operating room again, holding a scalpel. Her patient, Xia Yongfeng, was lying on the operating table. In Xia Yongfeng's lungs, a black shadow was devouring his life. At this time, Xia Yongfeng suddenly groaned and then closed his eyes. The remaining three Xia Sun were stunned for a moment. Scarface behind Xia Yongfeng immediately reached out and pressed on General Xia Yongfeng's carotid artery. Breathe calmly. Nothing's wrong. The scar-faced officer raised his head and said. Xia Sun breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked. Captain Jiang, why did my grandfather faint? I didn't faint. I just fell asleep to facilitate treatment, Jiang Lusher said. At this time, Zhang Hongyu said coldly and sternly from the side. You'd better not talk nonsense. If something happens to General Xia, I'm afraid you can't bear the responsibility. He finally found a doctor and sent his cronies to pick him up. He just wanted to make a contribution in front of Xia Yongfeng and make Xia Sun have a good impression of him. But he didn't expect that the Shirring team could interfere in this matter. And of course he was unhappy. Jiang Lusher glanced at him. Originally, this person was not in his eyes at all. But this person kept chattering around, which was really annoying. Treatment requires quietness. Too many people affect the air quality. You? Get out, Jiang Lusher said. Zhang Hongyue's pupil shrank. This was clearly aimed at him. Xia Sun showed a look of embarrassment. She looked at Jiang Lusher, knowing that this man was not easy to talk to, and looked at Zhang Hongyu apologetically. Zhang Hongyu was shocked. Captain Zhang, Xia Sun whispered. It was related to her grandfather's health, and she really didn't want to let go of this opportunity to try. Zhang Hongyue's face darkened, and his current position could be said to be very embarrassing. This Jiang Lusher actually made him so embarrassed in front of Xia Sun. Zhang Hongyu glared at Jiang Lusher fiercely, then turned and walked out. As he stepped out the door, his clenched fists were shaking slightly. You made him angry to death, Ren Shiyu said directly in Jiang Lusher's mind through telepathy. That's how much courage you have, Jiang Lusher sneered. Zhang Hongyu had a high self-esteem, and now he was slapped hard in the face in front of Xia Sun. And it was Xia Sun who asked him to get out. This blow must have been quite big. But this way, it was finally quiet. The scar-faced officer and Xia Sun both looked at Xia Yongfeng nervously, and then at Li Yusen. They don't know what it is like to use supernatural powers to treat diseases, and whether it can be compared with regular medical methods. At this time, Li Yusen placed her hand on Xia Yongfeng's left lung, and a layer of fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on her smooth forehead. Ahem! Xia Yongfeng, who was sleeping, suddenly coughed twice violently. Chief! Grandfather! Amid the anxious calls of the two, Xia Yongfeng opened his eyes. Grandpa! How do you feel? Xia Sun asked hurriedly. Xia Yongfeng was still a little confused. Why do I feel like I just slept, huh? My chest is no longer tight, and the pain is gone. Really? Xia Sun asked excitedly. At this time, Li Yusen said, I only eliminated General Xia's inflammation and infection. But the shrapnel is still inside. The shrapnel has been inside for too long. And General Xia is old. So surgery is very dangerous. I'm already very grateful. His body relaxed and Xia Yongfeng's face turned rosy. However, although he was very happy in his heart, he was a veteran after all, and the look on his face was still stable. Thank you, Miss Li. And thank you, Mr. Jiang. In this way, I can hold on for a few more years and keep the Star City base, Xia Yongfeng said sincerely. Thank you. The scar-faced officer also looked grateful. Xia Sun looked surprised. Miss Li, you are really amazing. She really wanted to ask Li Yusen to stay here. It would be great if there was such a medical superpower in the Bay City. But when she looked at Jiang Lushi, she immediately took back the words she was about to blurt out. Thank you, Xia Sun said softly. Li Yusen also agreed to treat her grandfather after listening to Jiang Lushi's advice. It would be too shameful for her to poach people. Jiang Lushi was speechless when he saw Xia Sun's reaction. She lowered her airs when she made her plea. But when she thanked him for saving her life, she became coquettish again. I really don't understand this kind of girl. At this time, there was a sound of trotting outside the door. Report! A soldier appeared at the door and gave a straight military salute. Chapter 328 Salute. What's the matter? Xia Yongfeng asked. There are many things happening in Star City Bay City every day, big and small. But none of them are good things. Either a group of zombies appeared, or something happened to the team that went out to search for supplies. Reporting to the leader, I just received the news that something happened in Fallen City, and there was a big commotion. The soldier replied, they also have spies stationed in Fallen City. But it is not that quick to send back the news. This is already big information sent back quickly. What's going on? Be specific, Xia Yongfeng asked quickly. The founder of Fallen City, Hong Yu, died. It is said that she used her energy to raise mutated zombies. When she was discovered, the mutated zombies died, leaving only the remains of Hong Yu. Every time the soldier said something, Xia Yongfeng and others were shocked. Do humans raise zombies? Unheard of. There was a riot in the Fallen City arena and many guards were killed. Many of the people imprisoned inside escaped and are still causing trouble in the Fallen City. Some superpowers who had been domineering for a long time were killed. Okay. Xia Yongfeng slapped his thigh heavily. Fallen City has been poisoned for a long time. But the army of Star City Bay City is divided and unable to liberate it. This is a thorn in Xia Yongfeng's heart. Now that the vitality of the Fallen City is severely damaged, it is a good opportunity for the Bay City's army to capture the Fallen City. Xia Yongfeng had just regained his strength. And now that such a great opportunity appeared in front of him, Xia Yongfeng was in high spirits. Zhang Hongyu outside the door also heard the soldier's report. He couldn't help but walked in and said loudly, Chief, I am willing to lead troops to investigate. If the investigation results are favorable, the Fallen City can be captured directly. Jiang Zhuing felt funny when he saw this man looking like he had a military order. Did you let me in? Besides, why are you investigating? If you want to investigate, thank me first and beg me. I can tell you directly, Jiang Zhuing said. As soon as Zhang Hongyu finished speaking, he was interrupted by Jiang Zhuing, and his face suddenly turned ugly. I know that you have just returned from the Fallen City, but the information you know is only superficial. The military situation is important. I don't investigate carefully and just listen to your words? What a joke, Zhang Hongyu said angrily. Judging from her age, this girl must have just entered college. She doesn't know anything, so she just mocks her casually. Zhang Hongyu has been in the army for more than 10 years and has climbed up to his current position little by little. How can he tolerate someone humiliating him in his professional field? He didn't bother to worry about whether Jiang Lushi and others killed He Tianhu. Compared with Fallen City, He Tianhu was nothing. Chief, without further ado, Zhang Hongyu really didn't want to talk nonsense to Jiang Lushi and the others. Time is everything now. Those warlords may have also received the news. Maybe someone is already taking action. Wait a minute. Xia Yongfeng looked at Jiang Zhuing and Jiang Lushi and asked. It seems that Mr. Jiang knows something about the situation. Please tell Mr. Jiang. Did Mr. Jiang witness what happened? What happened? Hong Yu and her zombie boyfriend were killed by us, Jiang Zhuing said straightforwardly. Before the pain was gone, Xia Yongfeng was as stable as a rock. But now, he was really moved. And Zhang Hongyu showed an incredulous look. No matter how rich his imagination was, he would never have imagined that the information Jiang Zhuing wanted to say was actually this. Jiang Lushi and others went to Fallen City for a day and night, and killed the founder? Making a big fuss in the Fallen City? Is it possible? Zhang Hongyu originally thought that this incident was probably caused by internal fighting. Don't talk nonsense! Zhang Hongyu really couldn't believe it. This is much more outrageous than killing He Tianhu. What if, according to what Jiang Lushi and others said, they went to the fallen city, killed a warlord like He Tianhu, and then killed the owner of the fallen city, and then appeared in the Bay City safe and sound early in the morning? Xia Yilfeng was silent for a moment, then looked at the soldier and said, "Is there anything else? About the attacker?" The soldier tensed up. He didn't know Jiang Lushi and the others at all. So he glanced at them hesitantly and said, "According to the intelligence, we didn't see who the attacker was." A sneer suddenly appeared on Zhang Hongyue's face. He didn't know who the attacker was. So he took the credit for himself? This method. However, at this time, the soldier continued, but there were many witnesses. They all saw a minibus rushing out of the villa complex where Hongyu was located, hitting the guards all the way, and rushed out of the gate, including the tank. None of them were able to stop it. Hongyu's guards were almost completely wiped out. Minibus. Zhang Hongyue's first reaction was disbelief. But then, he suddenly looked at Jiang Lushi and others. Isn't what these people are driving a minibus? He was still despising it in his heart. Xia Sun also looked at Jiang Lushi in disbelief. So, is what Jiang Lushi said true? But even if it's a minibus, it may not be the same one. Zhang Hongyu still couldn't believe it. That's right. The windshield of Mr. Zhang's minibus is full of bullet marks like spider webs. The scar-faced officer's eyes lit up, and he said in shock, "That car is parked next to it right now. In the parking lot. If Mr. Jiang is willing, everyone can take a look." Zhang Hongyu suddenly turned pale. Bulletproof glass? There is nothing else to see. If you go to see it, you are really asking for humiliation. Now, Zhang Hongyu felt his face was burning, and he couldn't stand here anymore. Xia Sun stared at Jiang Lushi as if seeing him for the first time. Jiang Lushi and the others didn't say anything about Fallen City just now. He didn't mention this important matter. They only talked about killing He Tianhu. But he didn't even believe it. Killing He Tianhu was really just a casual move for Jiang Lushi. Xia Sun suddenly felt that it was not Jiang Lushi who was arrogant. He was not arrogant at all. But his own structure was too small, and his vision was too narrow. Xia Yilfeng slowly stood up straight, looked at Jiang Lushi and others, and said solemnly, "Mr. Jiang, what I admire most in my life, Xia, are strong men, those who shed blood and tears for the country. No matter you are for whatever reason, getting rid of the master of the fallen city has reduced the bloodshed and sacrifice of our officers and soldiers. And it has done a great thing for the people who were oppressed, tortured and abused. I, Xia, on behalf of Star City Bay City, would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Jiang and everyone else," the old general said, slowly raising his arms, and then performed a standard military salute. Seeing this scene, the scar-faced officer next to him, Xia Sun, was shocked. As for Zhang Hongyu, his body swayed and his expression was miserable. General Xia did not salute as his body healed. But now, he salutes so solemnly. Chapter 329. What a coincidence. Even Jiang Lushi was touched in his heart at this time. In this apocalyptic world, powerful people doing something, no matter what the reason, may change the fate of many bottom survivors. Whether for good or bad. Without strength, in the apocalypse, you will be at the mercy of others. It doesn't have to be like this. After Jiang Lushi finished speaking, he thought for a moment and said, "You say I need something, but I really do need something." As he said this, Jiang Lushi specifically added, "Not many." Xia Yilfeng was startled for a moment, then burst into laughter. The Bay City of Star City is too poor. Jiang Lushi thought to himself. If Xia Yilfeng is the kind of warlord who wants a Yusin to save people, it would be strange if Jiang Lushi didn't dig out his opponent's past. However, along the way he came here and saw the ordinary survivors in Star City Bay City, those who worked and helped in the army, and were in good physical condition. They were in sharp contrast to the survivors in the fallen city, who were like slaves and could be beaten and killed at will. A hint of surprise flashed in Xia Sun's eyes. She walked over and said, "Captain Jiang, if you need anything, just tell me." Her previous impression of Jiang Lushi was that he was a lion who wanted money. But he didn't expect that now that he had saved his grandfather, killed the owner of the fallen city, and also killed He Tianhu, he only wanted a little something. Xia Sun had an incomprehensible feeling about Jiang Lushi. He really didn't know if he was a good person. Jiang Lushi asked for paper and pen, and then wrote down the supplies he needed. Some materials for car repair, and some fruits and vegetables. In fact, after Jiang Lusher plundered Heng Yue's inventory, there was already a mountain of food in the storage space of the base vehicle. As for the supplies he really needs, Star City Base City cannot provide them. That's it. Jiang Lusher handed it to Xia Sun. Xia Sun took it, glanced at it, nodded and said, "Okay, I will prepare it as soon as possible. But these materials, some metals, polyester resin, quartz sand, etc. These things are also in stock in the Star City Base City, and you can find them all. But what does Jiang Lusher want with these?" "Repair the car," Jiang Lusher said frankly. "My special power is mechanical modification." Jiang Lusher is now more and more comfortable using this ability as a shield. Xia Sun was still shocked after hearing this answer. She also guessed about Jiang Lusher's superpower, but she never expected it to be this kind of superpower. How can we explain Jiang Lusher's strong combat power and marksmanship? In the past few days, she had also investigated Jiang Lusher. Okay. Xia Sun was full of doubts, but he could only nod obediently. After repairing the car, Mr. Jiang is leaving Star City? Jiang is still very old, and Xia Yunfeng has already noticed it. Jiang Lusher didn't hide it either. "Well, I want to go to northern Jiangsu." "What? You want to leave?" Xia Sun's expression changed. However, she immediately realized that her reaction seemed a bit too big, and quickly added, "In the apocalypse, don't all the survivor teams find a base city or a safe zone and then stay there? Northern Jiangsu should not have established a safe zone. The district is right." After saying that, Xia Sun's own face looked a little unnatural. In fact, including Grandpa and the others, they probably hope that Jiang Lusher's team can stay. They are strong enough to cooperate with the base city. But Xia Sun thought about his previous attitude towards them and found it difficult to ask them to stay. Xia Sun's reaction and words fell into Zhang Hengyue's eyes, making him even more uncomfortable. After today's incident, his image has been greatly reduced in both Xia Sun and Xia Yunfeng's minds. He glanced at Jiang Lusher and the others, and saw that it was really them who had made a big fuss in the fallen city and accomplished something he thought was impossible. In the end, it was just that I had too little knowledge, so I thought Jiang Lusher and the others were bragging. But realizing this made Zhang Hongyu feel even more ashamed. "Chief, I would like to apply to be transferred to the search team." Zhang Hongyu walked behind Xia Yunfeng and said. Xia Yunfeng looked at Zhang Hongyu deeply. He had known Zhang Hengyue's thoughts for a long time, but it was a good thing for young people to be ambitious. But now it seems that Zhang Hengyue's ambition is not worthy of his ability. "Search team? That's fine. Go and have a good experience." Xia Yunfeng agreed. Zhang Hongyu gave a military salute, glanced at Jiang Lusher and others again, and went out without looking back. He didn't go to see Xia Sun. How could he have the face to see Xia Sun now? The search team usually operates outside, searching for various supplies and exploring the situation. And the mortality rate is extremely high. Zhang Hongyu took the initiative to transfer, and also took the initiative to put himself in greater danger. But even if Jiang Lusher saw this, he wouldn't pay attention at all. "We are indeed leaving," Jiang Lusher said. A trace of disappointment flashed through Xia Sun's eyes. There were too few survivors who would leave the safe zone like Jiang Lusher and move long distances in such a dangerous environment in the end of the world. Jiang Lusher, Xia Yunfeng and others talked for a while, and then Jiang Lusher and others left. "Grandpa, this is such a pity," Xia Sun said as soon as Jiang Lusher and others left. "What are you regretting?" Xia Yunfeng glanced at his granddaughter with a smile. "You used to look down on others and complained in front of me. I'm not interested now. I think Li Yusun's medical ability, Jiang Lusher's mechanical modification, and their strength are all such a pity," Xia Sun said. "Yeah," Xia Yunfeng agreed. However, no one can stop Jiang Lusher and the others from leaving. In the Star City Base City, powerful superpower users live in a high-end community. In this community, there are several villas, which are only qualified for the strongest teams of superpowers. Most of these villas are now vacant, with only 2 of them occupied. Xiao Lachi drove past the villa with 2 beauties. At this time, one of the women suddenly said, "I heard that someone has just moved into a villa." "Huh?" Xiao Lachi was stunned for a moment. "I haven't heard of any superpower team lately. He is the only one who is new to the team. 2 days ago at the city gate, I met a very impressive team of newcomers driving a minibus. But when they meet him outside, he will naturally teach the people in that team to behave well. He is still the strongest among the rookie team." "Ha ha. One of these villas will be ours soon. I heard that the rooms inside are super luxurious and the beds are big. When the time comes, Xiao Lachi showed a wicked smile and hugged the two people beside him. The beauty also showed a flattering smile. At this moment, the sound of Didi's horn came from behind his car, interrupting Xiao Lachi's enjoyment. Xiao Lachi turned around impatiently, and his brows suddenly jumped. Damn, this is such a coincidence. When I turned around, I saw that nasty minibus. Chapter 330 Approaching Death. At this time, Jiang Lusher opened the car window and said, "A good dog doesn't block the road." Xiao Lachi sneered and asked, "Who do you think you are talking to?" He wanted to say more, but at this time, Jiang Lusher had already closed the car window and said, "Drive over." Ling looked at Xiao Lachi. A hint of sympathy flashed in his eyes. When Xiao Lachi saw Jiang Lusher closing the car window, he didn't realize what was about to happen, but said angrily, "Heck! I'm talking to you. How dare this person ignore him? Does this idiot think he can run away after scolding? Although you are not allowed to kill people in the Bay City, some insidious tricks can kill people without blood." However, at this moment, he suddenly heard a roar. Then, the minibus buzzed and accelerated towards him. Heck! Xiao Lachi's heart suddenly pounded. He was driving a reinforced and modified off-road vehicle, which was much smaller than this minibus. Heck! Are you crazy? Xiao Lachi wasn't too nervous. Jiang Lusher couldn't do anything to him like this. He just used this method to force him to get out of the way. However, repairing the car was very troublesome. Although Xiao Lachi was arrogant, he immediately turned the steering wheel and moved the car to the side of the lawn. "Wait for me!" Xiao Lachi cursed in frustration. However, the minibus did not drive past the driveway as he expected. The car came directly towards him. Not only that, the minibus suddenly accelerated again. Boom! The off-road vehicle that Xiao Lachi was in was hit hard. The body shook violently, and the two beauties beside him screamed. Xiao Lachi held the steering wheel firmly. But even so, his blood surged from the impact. It was originally a very pleasant thing for him to hold a woman in his arms, with a warm and fragrant nephrite in his arms. But now under this impact, Xiao Lachi realized how inconvenient this thing was. Xiao Lachi saw that the glass on the side that was hit had been shattered. But fortunately, the steel bars and other items were still strong, and the damage to the vehicle was not great. At this time, the minibus moved back a little. "Buzz! Hold!" Amid Xiao Lachi's roar and the two women's screams, the off-road vehicle was hit hard again. This time, it was directly pressed against the wall, and dust fell to the ground. With Xiao Lachi's physical condition, he could feel that his eyes were getting dark. "You're crazy!" Inside the Bay City. Crunch. Before Xiao Lachi finished speaking, he heard a very terrifying sound. "Damn it! Damn it!" This minibus is squeezing his off-road vehicle. The power of the minibus was so terrifying that the off-road vehicle was already pressed against the wall. Under the squeeze of the minibus, the outer L of the vehicle already made a rattling sound. The steel bars began to bend one by one, and the door was also bent inward on the side where the minibus was squeezed. But in this squeeze, the minibuses did nothing at all. "Ah! Help! Seventh brother!" The two women were trembling with fear, tears streaming down their faces, and their heavy makeup was gone. How could Xiao Lachi have time to talk to them at this time? His heart was beating wildly. All the glass was crushed to pieces, and the whole car was creaking. The feeling of being squeezed to death was so terrifying. Xiao Lachi thought that he was already cruel and arrogant, but he didn't expect that Jiang Lusher was even more terrifying. Aren't he and his team worried about being punished by the Bay City's military? "Get away!" After pushing the woman beside him away, Xiao Lachi climbed towards the skylight. However, as soon as he reached under the skylight, he heard a bang. A mechanical claw-like thing grabbed around the skylight and then began to shrink. "Ah!" Xiao Lachi's eyes turned red. This mechanical claw directly distorted the skylight. He would never have thought that a minibus could have something like this stuck out. Even in the minibus, Ling's eyelids twitched. Although she now knew that Jiang Lusher's power was mechanical modification, it still felt quite strange to suddenly stretch out a mechanical arm. As for Xiao Lachi and others, Ling didn't know if Jiang Lusher and the others had an old grudge against this person. But she didn't like it when she saw someone with such abilities, but a fierce look on his face, and was very arrogant. In addition, not to mention that the military in the Bay City would definitely not punish Shi Ying's team for this kind of thing. Even if they did, Jiang Lusher probably wouldn't be very worried. The three men were yelling inside the car, completely unaware of this. Xiao Luchi hit the off-road vehicle crazily. But as the off-road vehicle deformed step by step, he finally gave up. Ah! Xiao Luchi looked at the approaching minibus. Suddenly his legs shook, and he felt a wet heat in his crotch. The smell of urine immediately filled the SUV. At this time, the minibus stopped and backed away. With a bang, it was completely pushed against the wall, and the completely deformed off-road vehicle landed with another bang. Do you want to kill that person? Zero suddenly asked. Jian Lucier glanced at her. The sudden calm in the car caused the two women to stop screaming. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of the car. A baby face like a girl of 15 or 16 appeared in the transformed window. She was right behind Xiao Luchi, showing a sweet smile to them. However, in an instant, a cold light flashed. Before Xiao Luchi could react, his eyes widened and his legs kicked wildly. A bloody mouth appeared at his throat, and then blood spurted out wildly. Ah! The splattered blood soon covered some of the remaining glass of the off-road vehicle and spurted out of the window. The deformed off-road vehicle was stained with blood. Even if it had been ravaged by mutant beasts, it was nothing more than that. As life passed quickly, Xiao Luchi saw a minibus driving in front of a villa. It turned out that the people who had just moved into the villa were talking about them. The boss is back! Brother Jiang. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan had long heard the noise not far away. But when he ran out, he saw the familiar minibus arriving in front of the door. The two people were immediately overjoyed. Although they lived in this big house, their hands were itchy. This stable life is uncomfortable. When I think about the fact that there are zombies and mutated beasts everywhere outside, I lose any sense of peace. At this time, Jiang Lucier and others also got out of the car. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan greeted Jiang Juing, Ran Shiyu and the others next to each other. But soon their eyes became strange. Brother Jiang, why did you go out and bring back an older Lolita? Zhang Hai asked in a low voice. Chapter 331 An Unexpected Surprise. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan both looked at Ling with strange expressions. This is Ling. She is going to Northern Jiangsu with us. Jiang Lucier introduced. Going to Northern Jiangsu? Zhang Hai and Sun Quan looked at each other. That's fine. There's nothing to stay in this Star City base city. I'm going to get moldy here these 2 days. Zhang Hai said carelessly. Sun Quan also nodded. They were ensuring team, and they did not have the oppressive feeling of struggling on the edge of death and being precarious every day. On the contrary, they wake up every day feeling full of energy, and they also find the passion for fighting. Then get ready. Let's rest for 2 days and set off the day after tomorrow, Jiang Lucier said. Ran Shiyu looked at Jiang Lucier and the members of the Shering team with a look of gratitude in his eyes. She set off so quickly, obviously knowing that she was anxious. Although so much time has passed, maybe my sister has turned into a zombie at the beginning, or she has died at the beginning of the apocalypse. But no matter what, Ran Shiyu wanted to confirm. When she was helpless and desperate, she met Jiang Lucier. And now she also has the ability to fight. Is there anyone fighting in the residential area of the superpower team? The army in Star City Base City quickly received the news. When they arrived at the scene, their eyelids were all twitching wildly. This off-road vehicle looks like a pile of broken iron. How did it end up like this? At this moment, a car with military plates drove over quickly. Everyone in the army at Star City Base City doesn't recognize this car. It's General Xia's car. It seems that Mr. Xia has been alarmed. In the car, the scar-faced officer got out. Captain Li. The captain of this military team's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward to greet him. The scar-faced officer looked at the off-road vehicle and was secretly speechless. This is a moron. Make it like this. Captain Li, we must deal with this matter seriously. No matter who has the heart of a bear or the courage of a leopard. I will. The captain looked at the scar-faced officer, who was silent and his heart skipped a beat. This happened during his patrol time. If General Xia Yongfeng blamed it, then the scar-faced officer finally came to his senses and glanced at the captain. Okay, I will handle it. Huh? The captain was stunned for a moment. That's it. Let your people handle this place and withdraw, the scar-faced officer said. Since the scar-faced officer had said so, the captain didn't know what to say anymore and quickly asked the soldiers to take action. The scar-faced officer glanced in the direction of the villa, and the minibus was parked in the yard. Hey! The scar-faced officer showed a wry smile. In this base city, whoever wants to provoke the Shering team will really be disgraced. Jiang Lucier was sitting in the minibus and saw these officers and soldiers. Naturally, he also saw the scar-faced officer looking this way. However, The scar-faced officer did not come, which made Jiang Lushur very satisfied. He has something to do now, and doesn't want to say hello or anything. There are no other residents around the villa, so it is relatively private. Jiang Lushur sat on the driver's seat and took out the second-level special mutant blood core from his pocket. Under the sunlight, the red color inside this mutated blood core looks like flowing blood. That zombie has been living with people and being controlled by people. If it hadn't been detected by Starseed, it might have evolved into an extremely terrifying and highly intelligent monster. Mutated zombies are already very powerful with only basic intelligence. It would be unimaginable to increase their intelligence further. Click. The Starseed panel was automatically summoned. And at the same time, a small groove popped up next to the dashboard of the base vehicle, and the metal groove shone with a cold luster. Jiang Lushur glanced at the mutated blood core in his hand and put it in. He had also obtained a mutated blood core before, and the Starseed suggested that it could increase the energy of the base vehicle once. I don't know what this special mutated blood core does. The mutated blood core entered the groove, and the metal groove immediately closed automatically. Later, Xingzhong's voice also sounded in Jiang Lushur's mind. Second-level special mutated blood nuclei detected. Level 2 special mutant blood core can open a new base vehicle form. The types that can be turned on are amphibious. Jiang Lushur was stunned when he heard Xingzhong's voice. Amphibious? Before the end of the world, Jiang Lushur once saw a concept car on the internet. That car looks no different from an ordinary car, but it can drive on water. If it can travel on water, the functions of the base vehicle will be more comprehensive. Water bodies, rivers, and lakes in the apocalypse are not safe. But when there are dense zombies on land, it is also a way to temporarily use waterways. However, this was not something Jiang Lushur was particularly anxious about, so he was not too excited. There was something else that surprised him. After putting this second-level special mutant blood core in, the energy laboratory he had been waiting to open actually showed 30% progress in opening. Originally, Jiang Lushur thought that it would be possible to open the energy laboratory only by obtaining the second-level mutant crystal core from the second-level mutant beast. The second-level mutant beasts are too difficult to encounter and kill. Even if someone gets the second-level mutant crystal core, they will take action as soon as possible and replace it with various materials and weapons, without giving Jiang Lushur a chance to encounter it. Therefore, Jiang Lushur has not obtained the second-level mutant crystal core yet. But he did not expect that this second-level special mutant blood core can also be used as a substitute. Although the opening progress is only 30%. This is purely an unexpected surprise. Jiang Lushur was in a very happy mood. Compared with other forms of base vehicles, what he was looking forward to most now was the energy laboratory. This time when I went to northern Jiangsu, there was no safe zone, which meant there was no regular military control. Maybe the remaining opening progress can be filled up. At that time, the evolutionary crystals can be produced by Jiang Lushur himself. Except for the Zhonghai Safety Zone, a large base like this where many scientists are working together, there is no one that can produce evolutionary crystals by itself. And Jiang Lushur holds such a key. By then, Zhu Ying's abilities will be improved even more. Jiang Lushur thought with satisfaction. It was detected that the windshield of the base vehicle was damaged and the outer SH. I was slightly scratched. Starseed's reminders continued to come, and Jiang Lushur glanced out the window. Let's wait for the materials to be delivered from the Star City base city. In fact, Jiang Lushur still has a lot of inventory in his space warehouse. But considering that he is going to northern Jiangsu, and the risks along the way are unknown, Jiang Lushur does not plan to use these inventories. Chapter 332, Is this your ability to repair cars? Early the next morning, a small truck followed two military off-road vehicles and drove to the villa area. So fast? Jiang Lushur looked out from the base car. He slept in the base car last night. The comfort level in the car was no worse than in the villa. He was the only one in the car, so he lay on the bed, opened the Starseed panel, and studied it slowly. The base car has provided him with great help so far, especially when Jiang Lushur did not have any fighting ability of his own. The base vehicle was his only guarantee of survival. Even now, Jiang Lushur's ability can only be maximized when combined with a base vehicle. Starseed is Jiang Lushur's superpower. As these zombies and mutant beasts evolve, Jiang Lushur also has a sense of crisis. And human survivors. The emergence of the fallen city has already shown that among the human survivors, there are also people who have abilities and want to gain greater power. These people are no less dangerous than the monsters in the wild. Jiang Lushur must carefully consider the future evolution direction of the base vehicle. At this time, these vehicles from the Star City base city military had arrived in front of the villa. Xiaosun got out of one of the cars, but did not immediately walk to the door of the villa. Xiaosun felt a little awkward at the thought of facing Jiang Lusher, and didn't know what expression to use to face him. She coughed slightly, and raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a smile. At this moment, the door of the minibus suddenly opened, and Jiang Lusher looked out. "I'm here!" Xiaosun's heart skipped a beat. If he adjusted his expression here, Jiang Lusher would have seen it. "Are the materials ready?" Jiang Lusher didn't know why Xiaosun didn't speak, so he took the initiative to ask. Xiaosun suddenly came back to his senses and said, "Yes, we have found them all from the warehouse. There was not enough of one type of material in the warehouse, so we removed it from some abandoned buildings." The small truck was filled with supplies sent to Jiang Lusher. "If it's inconvenient for you to carry it, the people I bring can help you carry it to the place you designate," Xiaosun said, gradually regaining his composure. "No need." Jiang Lusher glanced at the small truck, which had a cargo compartment with an open top. At this time, Ing also came out of the house and entered the base vehicle. Xiaosun was still wondering what Jiang Lusher was going to do, when he suddenly heard a click, and a metal mechanical arm stretched out from the minibus. As Xiaosun and the officers and soldiers watched in shock, this thing was obviously a minibus, but it stretched out its mechanical arm and started to move things like a crane. Those metals and building materials are actually very heavy, but the thin robotic arm is extremely flexible. This is what he said, the ability to repair cars? Xiaosun was stunned when she imagined the power of this mechanical modification. She was thinking about repairing the car as mentioned by Jiang Lusher. And this one in front of me. This is completely beyond imagination. Jiang Lusher thought. If they were so shocked when they saw the mechanical arm, if automatic absorption was used, wouldn't these people's eyes pop out? If Xiaosun hadn't offered to help unload the goods, Jiang Lusher would have asked them to park the truck here and then use automatic absorption. "By the way, Captain Jiang," Xiaosun also said, "my grandfather and I are very grateful to you for what happened before. So my grandfather decided to send a team to go to northern Jiangsu with you. Their duty is to escort you, and also explore the situation along the way. You can direct it at will." Jiang Lusher frowned. No wonder there were so many cars. "Why are you investigating the situation?" Jiang Lusher asked. "Although there are broadcasts to communicate between major safe zones, the areas between safe zones are all blank. To tell you the truth, in recent times, the number of mutant zombies and mutant beasts has increased. There has been a significant increase," Xiaosun said solemnly. "Captain Jiang, you also know that the Zhonghai safety zone has been attacked by mutant beasts, and an insect nest has appeared nearby. In this apocalypse, our safe zones are isolated islands of human survivors. At first glance, they seem quite safe, but they are surrounded by endless zombies and mutant beasts. It is like being thrown into a group of beasts. Fresh meat makes no difference," Xiaosun said. "So we also hope to investigate more about what is going on in other places." After hearing what she said, Jiang Lusher somewhat agreed. The Zhonghai safe zone was unprepared and was suddenly raided into the safe zone by mutant beasts. Later, an insect nest was discovered nearby. Moreover, there was a broadcast from the Zhonghai security zone yesterday. They went to explore and destroy the insect nest, and suffered heavy casualties," Xiaosun continued. Jiang Lusher was shocked and suffered heavy casualties. There are only about 100,000 troops in the Zhonghai security zone. Any large-scale sacrifice is a fatal blow. Old General Zhang was also injured and has returned to the safe area to recuperate, Xiaosun added. "Injured?" Jiang Lusher also respected that old General Zhang. "Captain Jiang can rest assured that they are only moving with Captain Zhang's vehicle, but they are not together for the whole journey. It is impossible for us to explore as far as northern Jiangsu," Xiaosun said. "The larger the number of the army, the easier it is to encounter danger, and it will be much easier to move together with a team of survivors like Jiang Lusher. If you encounter a mutant beast or something on the road, whether it is killed by both parties together or by our team, it will all belong to Captain Zhang's team," Xiaosun added when Jiang Lusher didn't say anything. Jiang Lusher glanced at her and nodded briefly. "Okay. Have your team meet at the gate tomorrow, and we'll set off tomorrow morning," Jiang Lusher said. The materials had already been carried, and he didn't want to talk to this girl anymore, so he should get rid of her as soon as possible. Boom! As soon as Xiaosun took a step forward, the door of the minibus was already closed. Looking at the closed car door, Xiaosun really wanted to rush up and take a few shots. She hasn't finished speaking yet. I originally thought Jiang Lushur was actually a good person. It is indeed an illusion. They are all about the same age. Why is this person so indifferent? Okay, he agreed. You can act together with the Shering team. Xiaosun walked back and said to an officer. Seeing Xiaosun return to the car, a soldier next to him asked softly, "Why are you so angry? You want to die?" The officer turned around and scolded in a low voice. As a person with superpowers, he saw the whole process. Miss Xia has finally kicked the bucket. The officer only heard about Jiang Lushur, and now he saw Jiang Lushur with his own eyes. As expected, he was as arrogant as the rumor said. Chapter 333 Departure. The base vehicle has been repaired. At the same time as the Star Seed prop sounded, the windshield that was originally full of bullet marks had returned to a smooth state, and some minor damage to the tires and base vehicle SH. I had also been repaired. Although it looked like an ordinary minibus, Jiang Lushur could sense a trace of lifelike energy from the iron SH. L. Buzz. An off-road vehicle drove out of the backyard and parked next to the minibus. Brother Jiang, look at this car! Zhang Hai stuck his head out of the car and said excitedly. Jiang Lushur opened the car window and took a look. Huh? The car is nice. That military vehicle was too big for us to drive. We used mutated animal meat to buy this Hummer H2. Before the end of the world, it was a car worth more than 1 million yuan. The H2 can drive in rivers about 50 centimeters deep. Just step over a step or stone about 40 centimeters high. Zhang Hai grabbed the steering wheel lovingly and said, I've been craving it for a long time. It was really fascinating to see the famous Hummer H1, which can defend against bullets below 12.77 millimeters in the flames of war. However, the H2 is positioned as a civilian vehicle, not a real combat vehicle. But even so, this off-road vehicle still feels very sturdy. We got the car and modified it immediately. Steel plates were installed on important parts and iron bars were welded on the windows. Sun Kun said. The two of them repaired the car and made some modifications. And now they are familiar with the car. There are people who are willing to sell this car. Jiang Lushur clicked his tongue. Ha ha. Brother Jiang, not all cars are your minibuses. The damage rate of ordinary vehicles is too high. So what about the H2? They will still be smashed by mutant beasts. As long as you pay enough. Of course willing to sell. Zhang Haidao. Jiang Lushur nodded. Yes. No matter what. Ordinary vehicles cannot withstand the impact of mutant beasts and corpses. This also makes Jiang Lushur look forward to it even more. When his base vehicle is further modified and evolved, it will be completely unafraid of any threats. What will it look like when? Of course, that day may still be relatively far away. Maybe the appearance of the minibus will change. Jiang Lushur said suddenly. Zhang Hai and Sun Kun were stunned for a moment. They were both familiar with the appearance of this minibus. And suddenly they said they wanted to change. Moreover, this car has been modified to this extent. So it is a pity to replace it at any time? Jiang Lushur didn't explain. He just had an idea. The space in the car now is still too small. If a new form is opened, it is better to replace the first form of minibus. But what to do instead? Jiang Lushur hasn't fully thought about yet. The gate of Star City Base City. 2 military off-road vehicles were already waiting here. Yesterday the officer stood beside the car, looking at the road beyond the gate. Behind him were more than a dozen warriors. These warriors are all fully armed. The search teams here only operate within Star City or on the outskirts of the city, and they have to leave Star City for a long distance. Buzz, accompanied by the roar of the engine, the officer walked away. First, a very cool modified Hummer H2 appeared in the field of vision. Seeing this very cool car, many survivors looked over. The engine sound of this car can be said to be quite eye-catching. Coupled with this sturdy appearance, the group of survivors near the gate had their eyes wide open. Which team is this from? This car is really nice. Enjoying the gazes and wonders of these people, Zhang Hai and Sun Kun felt very proud in their hearts. At this moment, an even more amazing engine sound came from the highway. Holy shit! What kind of car is this? Supercar? What idiot would drive a supercar in the apocalypse and seek death? It's definitely not a supercar. Suddenly, the survivors who were paying attention to the Hummer H2 turned their attention to the road. What kind of car can make such an engine roar? Zhang Hai looked back and laughed. He waited to see how the group would react. Woo! Amidst the violent sound of the engine, a minibus appeared in everyone's sight. Many people were stunned when they saw this minibus appearing. As the minibus approached quickly, They wanted to look behind the minibus to see if the real supercar was blocked behind. However, except for the black marks caused by the friction between the two tires. Behind the minibus. Where is the car? Buzz. The minibus was traveling at a fast speed, and suddenly stopped when it arrived in front of the two military vehicles. From extreme movement to extreme stillness, there is absolutely no unevenness in between. And those survivors finally came to their senses. Damn it! What kind of car is this? The Hummer H2 just now is cool, but there is no comparison with this minibus. This minibus breaks common sense. Seeing this minibus parked in front of him, with the wind blowing on them, the expressions of the officer and the soldiers behind him changed. This car. At least this officer had some knowledge of Jiang Liusher's team, and he had also received a death order from the summit. But those soldiers didn't know much about the Shering team that was about to obey orders. The story of Stone Shadow team making a big fuss in Fallen City has not yet spread widely. In the apocalyptic era, information is closed, and the military will not go out of its way to spread the word. On the contrary, they have to act as quickly as possible before others can react. Now, the Bay City is already gathering troops. But in this case, these soldiers did not participate in the big operation, but were sent to such a team of survivors. But now, seeing this minibus parked so compulsively in front of them, although these soldiers were still standing still, each one of them broke out in a cold sweat. This car is so fast, they don't even have time to react. Captain Jiang. The officer stepped forward and performed a military salute and said, "My name is Xiao Feng. Under the orders of General Xia, I will act together with Shi Ying's team and obey Captain Jiang's orders. However, we will collect information during the operation. This is our responsibility. Captain Jiang also asks for your understanding." Xiao Feng said, "I understand. Let's go now." Jiang Liusher rolled up the car window. At this moment, the morning sun has just risen, and the abandoned city has just been sprinkled with golden sunlight. This time is when most of the survivor teams choose to travel. At the same time, the roars of zombies and mutant beasts were heard from all over the city. The tall buildings and crisscrossing streets were filled with abandoned cars, smashed shop doors, burnt marks, and the strong smell of blood. There are also densely packed zombies with blood-red eyes all over the streets. Chapter 334 Small Town. Buzz. On a narrow road, 4 cars drove over. Bang bang. After several flying zombies were knocked down, one of the cars accelerated and rushed to the front. "Captain Jiang, are you going to rest here tonight? There are rural areas ahead, and you may encounter many large mutant beasts," Xiao Feng said. Jiang Liusher glanced at the tablet. It was still a long way from northern Jiangsu. For safety, they took a short detour and bypassed all the big cities. After experiencing the Red Moon incident, Jiang Liusher had a new understanding of the evolution of zombies. In those big cities, with a population of millions and no army, what kind of monsters would evolve among these zombies? Not surprising. Regarding this end of the world, Jiang Liusher felt that it would be better to be more cautious. There is another important reason for their detour, which is the mutant beast's lair that Zero mentioned. In the army, this kind of nest is called an insect nest, because the mutant beasts inside are densely packed, like an ant nest. There is only a name for this town on the map. It is not a tourist area. It is just an ordinary town. You can't even see the detailed map. After losing the networking function, the downloaded map still has many defects, and they have to walk for a while before they can turn on the road that Zero took when he came back. After cleaning up some zombies, Jiang Liusher and the others stopped at a hotel at the entrance of the town. As soon as those soldiers entered the hotel, several zombies jumped out and were shot dead by these soldiers. Xiao Feng took them and checked and cleaned the inside and outside very professionally and carefully, and then dragged the zombie's body to the car. "Captain Jiang, we have cleaned up a few rooms. 301 and 305 are both quite clean. No one has died. There is just some dust. Your members can go and rest." Xiao Feng came over and said, "We have to take those corpses far away and dispose of them." "Why? Just throw it not far away," Jiang Zhuing said strangely. They had always done this in the past, and they didn't stay there for long anyway. With this few corpses, the number of zombies that can be attracted is limited, although the population is large before the end of the world. Only those large cities have a large population density. The remaining small cities and towns are much less dangerous in comparison, so there is no need to go to such trouble. The mutated beasts and mutated zombies heard in the recent broadcasts already have a very sensitive sense of smell. although they are still more sensitive to the smell of human blood and decay, Xiao Feng said. We are going to dispose of the body, and also look for gas stations, supermarkets, etc., just in case we have some inventory. The time it will take is unknown, and the gasoline and food we carry are not too much. Then you go, Jiang Lusher said. The supplies in Star City Base City are relatively scarce to begin with, so these soldiers will collect whatever supplies they can along the way. As for Jiang Lusher, he has no shortage of gasoline, diesel, or food. And in a small town like this, even if he had some inventory, he probably wouldn't have much left. Let's cook first, Jiang Lusher said. Zhang Hai and Sun Kun had already found gas tanks and stoves in the house, and were ready to cook. Make soup today. Zhang Hai walked out easily, holding a gas tank in one hand. Before the meal was ready, Ren Xiyu suddenly looked into the town and said, It seems someone is injured. Her mental realm was open just to be on guard, but she didn't expect something to happen. Injured? Jiang Lusher also looked over. Well, let me take a closer look. Ren Xiyu was silent for 2 seconds, and then said with some surprise, It feels like the number of people has increased. Are they survivors? I'll go take a look. Zhang Hai, Sun Kun, you stay here to guard the camp. Jiang Lusher got on the minibus. If he encounters a group of survivors trying to grab supplies, Jiang Lusher doesn't mind grabbing the other party's supplies at all. The streets of the town are relatively empty, and minibuses can also drive in them with their powerful performance. Some vehicles blocking the road were squeezed out of the way by minibuses. This small town looks relatively backward. The shops all give people the feeling of being 10 years behind the big cities. There are still some stalls on the roadside, but now the items have rotted and the people have disappeared. Where? Jiang Lusher asked. Turn left at the intersection ahead, Ren Xiyu said. After turning left, Jiang Lusher saw Xiao Feng's car. They stopped at the door of a grocery store. At this time, several soldiers with guns were standing at the door, pointing their guns inside. Seeing the minibus approaching, a soldier immediately ran over. What happened? Jiang Lusher asked. After asking clearly, Jiang Lusher found out that there were actually more than a dozen survivors hiding here, both men and women. As soon as the first soldier entered the back room, he was suddenly attacked. Just let me help him heal, Li Yusen said. The soldier originally had a bitter look on his face, but his eyes lit up when he heard this. Are you a doctor? That's right, Li Yusen nodded. Great! I'll bring Xiaoli here right now, the soldier said excitedly, and then saluted. Doctors are scarce in the Star City base. How can their team be equipped with doctors when they go out? There are only medical soldiers. However, medical soldiers can only treat injuries urgently. In the apocalypse, a single wound may cause various infections, and medical soldiers will be helpless by then. No, I'll just go over there, Li Yusen said quickly. Jiang Lusher and Ran Xiyu also got out of the car and walked into the restaurant with Li Yusen. This grocery store is quite large and sells everything. There are big buckets in front of the store. I don't know if they sell kimchi or some kind of sauce. There are also a lot of mops and brooms piled up, and there are food shelves behind them, but they are basically empty. But there are a lot of daily necessities left. The injured soldier was leaning against a barrel while another medic was treating his wounds. The injury is so serious. Li Yusen's expression changed as soon as she saw it. A knife was inserted diagonally into the soldier's neck. If he pulled it out at will, he would probably bleed to death. Where are the survivors? Are you still resisting inside? Jiang Lusher asked. The medical soldier raised his head and said with an unsightly expression, No. At this time, Jiang Lusher heard a voice coming from inside, and someone walked out and said, We have children here who haven't eaten for a long time, so they need to supplement their nutrition. Then, Jiang Lusher saw a large group of survivors pouring out. Each of these people exuded an indescribable smell and had unkempt appearance. Among them, a middle-aged woman was holding a little boy of about 10 years old tightly. Seeing this group of people, Jiang Lusher was stunned for a moment. This was not what he thought of as a survivor. Chapter 335 Survivors. These people were surrounding Xiao Feng. Although Xiao Feng was holding a gun, facing such a group of people, he had no way to shoot directly, and could only retreat step by step. The middle-aged woman held the child tightly, and the two stood at the front. I told you! There is no way to take you back to the Bay City now. Back off! If you come near me again, I will really shoot! Xiao Feng pointed his gun at these people, and warned loudly. The middle-aged woman trembled, hesitated, and pinched the child. With a wow sound, The child started crying, covering up Xiao Feng's voice. Then what should we do now? The country has already rescued us, someone said in the crowd. When he said this, many people suddenly became a little emotional. Yes, yes. You are pointing a gun at us now. What do you want to do? We've all been through this here. What's your mission? What mission is more important than saving people? Jiang Lusher stood behind and watched silently. The behavior of these people is completely in line with the reaction of ordinary survivors in closed areas. Once they grasp the life-saving straw, they refuse to let go. If this continues, they will always get some compromise. As for their excitement, it also showed their reaction to suddenly seeing a little light in their despair. However, Jiang Lusher felt a slight sense of disobedience when he looked at these people. After all, Xiao Feng was a soldier, surrounded by so many women and children. He couldn't hold back the yelling, and he couldn't bear it anymore. We still have a mission. When these survivors saw this, their last fear of guns disappeared, and they crowded forward. Before the end of the world, some ordinary people had no sense of awe towards soldiers. Jiang Lusher once read a news report. When Zhonghai held a large-scale event, there was news that some fans beat up the armed police on duty in order to grab tickets, and even went to the armed police, spitting on his body. When Jiang Lusher saw the news, he felt very speechless. Those girls, who were only in their teens, beat the armed police, but the armed police refused to fight back or even scolded them. They dared to beat them because they know that the other party cannot do anything to them, and they are confident. Now that they were rushing toward Xiao Feng, they also discovered that Xiao Feng couldn't shoot, so they had nothing to fear. Boom! With the sound of a gunshot, these people all shut their mouths. They followed the sound and saw a young man in casual clothes, only in his early 20s, holding a pistol with smoke still coming from the muzzle. The young man stood casually, and beside him, there was an incredibly beautiful girl with a very special temperament. Like a star, Xiao Feng quickly took a few steps back, stood next to Jiang Lusher and said, Captain Jiang, these people are residents of the small town. They asked us to take them back to a safe area. Jiang Lusher nodded and looked at those people. I want to ask you something. Which one is hurting? These people were stunned for a moment, and then looked at each other. The middle-aged woman holding the child said boldly, When we first entered the door, we thought it was a zombie, so we attacked first. Did you do that? Jiang Lusher said, pointing his gun directly at the middle-aged woman, which made the middle-aged woman tremble. No, I'm not. The middle-aged woman quickly hid behind her. When you came out, I didn't see you asking about the injured soldiers, nor did you even look at them. I ask you again, who hurt them? Jiang Lusher then asked. Each of these people lowered their heads and said nothing. You? Come out. Jiang Lusher suddenly looked directly at one of them. This man was a man in his 40s, dirty all over, and looked ordinary with his head lowered. But when Jiang Lusher called him directly, a look of surprise flashed in the man's eyes. As the other survivors watched, the man slowly walked to the front. Kill to pay for life, Jiang Lusher said, his gun pointed at this man. The man suddenly raised his head in disbelief, and the survivors also showed disbelief. At this time, the man's eyes suddenly flashed with a stern look. A dagger came out of his sleeve, and then he rushed towards Ran Shiyu. As long as we can catch this woman, we can naturally blackmail these people. This woman is cleanly dressed, and her hair is very fresh. She must be a relatively valued person. As long as she is caught, she can threaten everyone. However, when she saw him rushing towards her, Ran Shiyu did not show any panic. She looked at this man quietly with her eyes. Spiritual puncture. Suddenly, the man's step staggered. Boom! With a scream, the man's shoulder was injured, and the knife fell directly to the ground. He struggled against the wall in severe pain, and his whole body was twitching in pain. I just said that there is a sense of violation. Jiang Lusher looked at this group of people and said, There are several of you. Are you not ordinary survivors? Among the emotions Ran Shiyu felt, these people were not afraid at all. Jiang Lusher estimated that these people originally wanted to attack by surprise. After discovering that they were a group of soldiers, they couldn't defeat them, and instead used their identities as ordinary survivors to outwit them. Being so familiar with the road, he probably does this kind of thing often. This place is not too far from the Bay City, and there must be groups of survivors coming here in normal times. But they are probably all trapped. When they heard Jiang Lusher criticize them, those people looked shocked. In the end of the world, there will be everyone, including cows, demons, and snake gods. You can also think of this method. Jiang Lusher shook his head. However, Before they could react, Jiang Lushur fired, even though these people were standing in the crowd. At such a close range, this factor had no impact on Jiang Lushur's marksmanship. Along with the gunshots, all the remaining people screamed. Their faces and bodies were splashed with warm blood, and corpses with wide eyes and a hole in their heads fell down beside them. After the gunfire disappeared, all the people present were stunned. Even Xiao Feng was stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Lushur to be so decisive and not give anyone a chance to react. At this time, the remaining survivors finally began to show real fear on their faces. "Stop screaming! You are also accomplices," Jiang Lushur said, looking at the child. "The biggest violation is you. Sure enough, you are not a child." The child was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned pale. He is indeed not a child, but has a developmental defect. In this post-apocalyptic situation, he takes advantage of his flaws to pretend to be a child, which must be problematic. It's just that he didn't expect Jiang Lushur to observe so carefully. The average survivor team, seeing such a dirty child like him, wouldn't bother to look at him more. Instead, they would stare at a few young women in the crowd. Although those women were not clean, they had tidied up. At least their faces were exposed. In fact, Jiang Lushur did not judge everything just by relying on his own observations. However, Ran Shi was following him. No matter what these people say, their emotions will betray them and prove Jiang Lushur's judgment. "Now let me ask you an answer. You should be planning to sneak into our camp, even for one night. Anyway, you will take action at night. It will be difficult for you to do it alone. Where are your helpers?" Jiang Lushur looked at him with a sneer. He killed the injured man. Not only was he in pain, he was completely frightened and his face turned pale. "You tell me." Knowing that such a group of people were used to trap people, and it was estimated that they had killed quite a few people, Jiang Lushur was a little interested in these survivors. As for these people, they may also be victims, but they also help to trick and kill many people. And Jiang Lushur didn't have that kind of painful sympathy. If he didn't kill these people, Jiang Lushur would have gone as far as possible. Chapter 336 Just Driving. As soon as the injured middle-aged man saw Jiang Lushur turning around, he immediately shivered. When he saw the corpses of his companions, he naturally knew why he was still alive. So before Jiang Lushur could say anything else, the middle-aged man immediately said, "I said it. I said it. I said it all." Although he was in excruciating pain now, it was better than being shot dead. Xiao Feng looked on, feeling extremely shocked and frightened. Under the pressure of these people, Xiao Feng's head was pounding. He was actually thinking of settling these people first, leaving some food for them, and then returning to take these people back to the Bay City after their mission was completed. And if he did, he would be a sinner. These comrades who had been with him through life and death were trapped by these cannibal survivors just after setting off, and they could not even send a message before they died. Xiao Feng felt that he might have stayed in the safe zone for a long time. So he felt that all the survivors who could struggle to survive in this non-safe zone were harmless. In the end of the world, when morality and law have collapsed, killing someone on the road is nothing unusual. It was really thanks to Jiang Lushur that he was so decisive and shot to kill without any hesitation. "Our boss lives not far behind. After hearing the gunshots, he specifically asked us to lurk and wait for you. At the door of this restaurant, we deliberately left some intact large jars and so on. All survivors will know it when they see it. Came here. As soon as the store reaches the warehouse, it will be dark. Once the survivors see the warehouse door come in, we will take action. If it is a stronger survivor, or an army like you, we will pretend to be pitiful, sneak in, and then suddenly kill people at night. Because the boss sensed that there is only one superpower among you, he asked us to take action directly. I didn't expect it to be the army," the injured man said. "The food and supplies that were stolen were all given to the boss. They were distributed uniformly by him. There were also some captives," he continued. "Capture people. In fact, it's not surprising. They also suffered population losses when they did this, and they had to add some people. It is estimated that some of them were not very strong, so they were left by the boss to continue working for him. Although this is just a small town, these people have survived by relying on the resources left in this town and the team of survivors who came here through slaughter. Actually, we were also threatened and forced to do this kind of thing," said the injured survivor. "Come on! You are different from us. You are Boss Zhong's dog. You usually follow him to bully us. It was you who first attacked these soldiers." At this time, a woman in her 30s suddenly said boldly, "Brother, Many of the survivors they met were just ordinary survivor teams. Those powerful teams generally would not come to such a small place to look for supplies. They either killed the men or tortured them as coolies. All the women stayed, and the pretty ones were all monopolized by Old Man Zhong. For those of us with ordinary looks, he didn't give us food to eat, but only gave us some water to wash our faces, and then came out to lower the surviving ones. Vigilance. Boss Zhong doesn't touch us, but these dogs under him torture us every day. The woman was trembling all over, and she didn't know whether it was excitement or fear. Shut up! Damn it! You don't even look at your virtues. You're stinky and dirty. If you didn't have a woman, how could I have sex with you? The injured survivor cursed angrily. Brother, if you fall into the trap, the beautiful women around you will definitely be given to Boss Zhong as tribute. That Boss Zhong is both lustful and cruel. Jiang Lusher frowned. This really touched his bottom line. However, Jiang Lusher had no intention of letting go of Boss Zhong, who made the first move. Brother, let me lead you. The injured survivor struggled to stand up and said. However, someone pushed him from behind, and the survivor soon screamed and fell to the ground, struggling in pain. Brother, you are right. We are also accomplices. We are also trying to survive, but we have also harmed many people. Let us lead the way for you, the child said. Jiang Lusher glanced at these people. There was a kind of hatred in their eyes. Okay. Jiang Lusher nodded. Brother! Brother! Seeing Jiang Lusher and others turning and walking outside, the injured survivor shouted on the ground, and after the kid glanced at him, he walked directly over him. Soon, the other survivors, men, women, old and young, stepped over him one by one. He could still scream at first, but soon his screams became fainter. Jiang Lusher didn't even turn his head to look. Seeing the looks in those people's eyes, he already knew the fate of the survivors. Even if he still has a breath, the zombies attracted by the smell of blood will end his life. The soldier treated by Li Yusen had stopped bleeding and was transferred to the car. Xiao Feng immediately rallied his team. He almost made a big mistake, and now he wanted to quickly destroy the nest of these survivors and find out the boss. Jiang Lusher and others also returned to the minibus, and Ran Shiyu called Zhang Hai and others through the spiritual realm. So many survivors came over and were shocked to see so many cars and guns outside. They usually encountered ordinary survivor teams. They never expected that such an elite team would enter such a grocery store to search for food. What mission are you going to carry out when passing through a small town like this? There's another city ahead, but it's a long way to go. Boss Zhong is at the end of the road over here. There are many survivors, but they also have their own dedicated paths. There are not many zombies, and most of the places where zombies can get in have been blocked by them. Other vehicles pass easily, but minibuses seem very crowded in such alleys. However, with Ying's carefully calculated and superb driving skills, he could squeeze through even such an alley. Jiang Zhuing looked out the window and felt that the car window was almost touching the wall. Although the star C can prompt to correct the distance and angle, Jiang Lusher felt that if he did it by himself, although he could drive it, he would never be able to drive it at this speed. In this case, Ying actually didn't slow down. At this time, the power of the base vehicle butler is revealed. As a life form created by the star seed, Shadow can 100% restore the data instructions of the star seed. Both the soldiers and the survivors, who were supposed to focus on the front, were shocked by the godlike driving skills of this minibus, and could hardly take their eyes off it. Only Zhang Hai and the other two who arrived were following behind in an off-road vehicle. Their expressions relatively calm. Just drive. No fuss. After all, I have seen a lot of even more unbelievable things. Chapter 337. No matter how powerful the gun is, you will still die. That's Boss Zhong's lair, the survivor said, pointing to a place. This is probably a small factory or something like that. The sign has been taken off. The outside is a brick wall. The plaster has fallen off in many places, exposing the red bricks. On the top of the city wall, some iron wire, glass, etc. were used to make a protective net. It looks very large inside, with many trucks and the like parked. Like a parking lot. There are two old houses on both sides of the gate, and even the windows are made of wood lattice and glass. This place is actually outside the town and is relatively safe. Boss Zhong asked us people to build fortifications inside every day and make his residents very strong, said a survivor. And he himself formed a team through robbery and a lot of guns in his hands. Arriving in front of the factory, some of the survivors were a little scared, remembering the power of Boss Zhong. Isn't there a saying that it's easy to defend but hard to attack? Seeing these people hesitating, Jiang Zhuing opened the car window, glanced at these people, and said with a hint of sarcasm, "There is such a good opportunity, and you don't seize it? Let me make it clear first. We are not here to save you. Yes. If you are afraid, just leave now." Jiang Zhuing spoke straightforwardly, and these people couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. At this time, before they could react, the minibus had already driven towards the factory. This is over? Isn't this a target?" a survivor said in shock. Xiao Feng sneered and said, "Who do you think you, Boss Zhong, are? In such a small town, no matter how many robberies there are, how many people and guns can there be in Fallen City?" Captain Jiang just rushed out. Fallen City? None of these people have heard of it. Their only knowledge of the outside world is the base city. And they heard it from the survivors, who were captured by Boss Zhong. "Let's go! We're following!" Xiao Feng shouted to his soldiers. In fact, they had only heard that Jiang Lusha rushed out of the Fallen City, but had never seen it with their own eyes. These warriors, including Xiao Feng himself, wanted to see if Jiang Liusher's team was really that powerful. Of course, they won't just watch from behind. They have to follow in cover. At this time, in the factory, a survivor on lookout had already seen these foreign vehicles. He was stunned for a moment, then turned around and shouted downstairs, "Brother, someone is coming!" There was a huge open space in the middle of the factory. Boss Zhong directed the survivors to move all the equipment that could be moved. In the middle of the open space, there were several tables piled with food, and a mahjong table. On one of the mahjong tables, a group of men and women were sitting around. One of them, a sturdy man, was surrounded by two scantily clad women sitting on the left and right. They were dressed cleaner than the survivor women who went out to work. One of the women was held in the arms of the tough man, who pinched her from time to time. Although the woman was often pinched and frowned, she did not dare to say a word and kept smiling. "Man, who is he?" "This tough man is Boss Zhong. He is playing cards. He has not yet understood what he said to his subordinates." "If someone comes, take them with you. Didn't those idiots set up an ambush?" While Boss Zhong was speaking, the subordinate turned his head and took another look. He saw that there was a minibus in the front, and the minibus faced the iron gate that they had reinforced several times, and it showed no sign of slowing down. "No, brother, I guess it's that group of people. They're knocking on the door," the subordinate shouted. Before he finished speaking, there was a loud boom. "Ah!" The women were all startled. Boss Zhong was also stunned for a moment. Then he crushed the mahjong in his hand, picked up the gun placed aside, and walked away shouting, "Hack! A bunch of trash. They'd better be killed by someone else. Otherwise come back, and I'll make their lives worse than death. Hack, you guys. I would like to see who is so desperate that he dares to hit my door." Boss Zhong also covers the sky with one hand in this small town. The life and death of these survivors are in his hands. Anyone who dared to resist him was killed by him to scare the monkeys. As for being knocked on the door, this was the first time it happened. He had always led people to block the trapped survivors in the door, listening to those people screaming and begging for mercy. As for the hesitant survivors, they were dumbfounded when they saw the minibus crashing through the gate and heading straight to the factory. When Mr. Zhong led the people upstairs menacingly and looked out from behind the window, a trace of reason suddenly emerged from the strong anger and murderous intention in his heart. 4 cars, and a lot of soldiers. With so many people, they will have no shortage of guns. Compared with these soldiers, Boss Zhong's subordinates are not even militiamen. They are all wild men. Gun! When he thought that so many people were fully armed, Boss Zhong was afraid and jealous. He kept his guns strictly to himself and to people he trusted. Even for those he trusts, bullets are strictly controlled by him. Seeing that his subordinates were a little panicked at this time, Boss Zhong roared, "Don't be afraid. They will definitely negotiate with us first. Delay it first and think of a solution later. This factory has been renovated by Boss Zhong to be very strong. It is mainly used to protect against zombies and mutant beasts. It can also be used to block survivors. We are inside. It is easy to defend but difficult to attack. You are so scared," Old Zhong said. When those subordinates heard that it made sense, they suddenly became calmer again. However, at this moment, one of the minibuses suddenly made a loud engine sound, and then drove directly towards the gate of the factory. In front of the minibus, the bumper corners shone with metallic luster, looking cold and terrifying. These people were not even as good as the Bai brothers he met in the black market. How could Jiang Lusher talk nonsense to Boss Zhong? Boom! Amidst the huge impact, the huge iron door reinforced with steel plates collapsed, just like the factory door. Seeing the minibus rushing in, the women in the factory, as well as the survivors, all screamed. Seeing this scene, Boss Zhong, who was thinking about countermeasures, felt that his mind went blank. He saw the soldiers' vehicles also coming in, and those subordinates were so frightened that their hands and feet were weak. When had they ever seen such a scene? Brother, let's run. The voice of one of his men was trembling. They can no longer defend the factory, and now they have no other option but to escape for their lives. Boss Zhong looked at him suddenly. His eyes were a little red. If he didn't have so many people at this time, he would have crushed this person. This is the career he has worked so hard to build. A safe place to live. A hoard of food and weapons. Men. And women. If he ran away, these things would definitely be occupied by these people. Boss Zhong now regrets that he did not kill his 2 women immediately, so that they would not be given to others to play with. How about burning this place down? He thought of this vicious method, but immediately rejected it. No, I still have so many supplies. It doesn't matter if the survivors, including his woman, die. But those supplies were only possible because he robbed them again and collected everything in the town. But he is not willing to give up just like that. What should he do? Let's lure the zombies here. Boss Zhong suddenly thought of a good idea. Normally, he wouldn't waste bullets on zombies, so he basically avoided those zombies. Moreover, he also has some unorthodox ways to lure zombies away. If it can be lured away, of course, it can also be lured back. After the zombies kill these people, he will lure the zombies away from here. Now the only things left behind will be his supplies. And those people were eaten clean by the zombies. And they even left cars and guns for them. As for those women and survivors being eaten by zombies, Boss Zhong didn't care at all. What are these compared to those guns? Go get us the equipment to lure away the zombies. And open the door, Boss Zhong said in a low voice. There are escape routes left by Boss Zhong for himself on the 2nd and 1st floors. This factory has already undergone various transformations by Boss Zhong. Before those people came up, he decided to take action immediately to avoid anything happening. The anger and fear that Boss Zhong felt at the beginning have all disappeared. Now he can only feel excitement. I have robbed survivor teams several times and never gained as much as this time. After he gets these equipment, he might go to a small city and establish a larger force. As for Star City Base City, he is self-aware and has already obtained some information from some prisoners. Just now, it was just a small military team from the Bay City, so it scared him so much that he almost thought he was going to run away. No matter how powerful the gun is, if zombies block you in here, you will die. Chapter 338 Zombie Attack. The minibus rushed directly into the factory. Jiang Lusher put up his gun at first, and then discovered that in addition to the few shivering women sitting on the ground, there were also some injured survivors huddled here. Corner. Jiang Lusher glanced around and saw no trace of Boss Zhong. Xiao Feng also drove in. When he saw the iron gate lying on the ground, the eyes of all the soldiers, including him, jumped. This iron gate is quite thick. Even a group of zombies might not be able to break through it. But it was knocked open by this minibus. The minibus was still unscathed, but the collision angle with the cold light on its front face was even more ferocious. And it was shocking to see. While the soldiers were on alert, Xiao Feng led several people to the women with vigilance. Where's Boss Zhong? Xiao Feng asked. The woman looked at Xiao Feng in horror, obviously a little scared. Xiao Feng frowned and was about to ask again when Jiang Lusher said, No need to ask. He is upstairs. The total area of the factory is only large. Ren Xiyu had already scanned the inside of the factory when he came in. Just now, he discovered that Boss Zhong and the others were not there. Ren Xiyu looked up and found that there was a 2nd floor here. The 2nd floor actually only occupies a part of the space, and many of them are passages. It was originally built to facilitate the maintenance of equipment or some operations. Ren Xiyu immediately scanned the 2nd floor of the factory building and informed Jiang Lusher of the results. When the women heard Jiang Lusher's words, they all looked at the young man in the minibus in disbelief. Seeing the reactions of these women, Xiao Feng knew that this was the case. Captain Jiang, let me go up and get him. Xiao Feng, who was holding back his anger, was about to settle the score with Boss Zhong. Hearing this, he immediately raised his gun and said, Xiao Feng himself is also an elite warrior, and he is also a person with supernatural powers. These soldiers under him are not bad either. Today, he was trapped in a ditch, almost killed a comrade, and asked Jiang Lusher to come over and clean up the mess. He and the soldiers all sighed. It still doesn't work. Jiang Lusher was silent for a moment, and then said suddenly. Xiao Feng was stunned for a moment, and said anxiously. Why? Those survivors. They are running this way. Behind them. There are zombies. A lot of them. Ran Shiyu continued. Xiao Feng immediately ran to the door, and looked outside. Those survivors are running this way one by one. Each of these people looked pale and frightened. But they all knew that screaming was useless, and would only attract more zombies. So they all kept their mouths shut. They were all shocked when they saw Jiang Lusher knocking open the door. This is too tough. Some people remembered the torture they suffered at the hands of Boss Zhong, and couldn't help but suggested that they should go over to help. The others were obviously shaken. But at this moment, they suddenly saw zombies. They know where there are many zombies, and usually avoid them without making too much noise. Even if these zombies were attracted by this movement, they should have gathered at the grocery store instead of running here so quickly. But no matter what, after seeing a dozen zombies suddenly jumping out at the same time, these survivors were already numb. Run! And behind them, there are more and more zombies. Please! We will help fight against the zombies! The survivors rushed to the factory and immediately begged for mercy. Xiao Feng hesitated for a moment. These people did not deserve sympathy. But Xiao Feng couldn't bear it if he just blocked them out and watched them being slaughtered by zombies. Moreover, the killing of so many people will attract a larger number of zombies. There may be some who are not dead among them, and they will be infected and mutate into new zombies. Let them in. Jiang Lusher had already gotten off the minibus. Yes, Captain Jiang, Xiao Feng said. These people hurriedly rushed into the factory. And at this time, Jiang Lusher pointed to some messy weapons in the factory, including kitchen knives, hoes, shovels and the like, and said to these people, pick up your weapons. Guard the door. There are a few windows. If you can't guard, I know. A man walked over nervously and grabbed a shovel. His whole body was trembling. He didn't know whether it was fear or something else. He looked at Jiang Lusher and said loudly, then let's die. Then he turned to look at his companions. Do you want to die? Those people were stunned for a moment, and then rushed towards the weapons. After one of the women grabbed a stick, she looked at the women who were huddled together and shivering. She rushed to them and said, get up too and fight. It's not enough to treat others as playthings. No one will protect you. Get up quickly. These women turned pale with fear, but under the woman's widened eyes and threat, they still struggled to stand up one by one, picked up their weapons, and stood tremblingly on the side of the gate with these survivors. This gate is very large, allowing large machinery to enter, and more than a dozen people can stand side by side. This kind of gate was convenient before the end of the world. But now that there was no gate, they almost watched the zombies running towards them. There are hundreds of these zombies, and there are still more approaching from behind. The zombies were running at full speed. Their eyes were red, and their faces were distorted. When they saw a living person, they were as excited as if they had been given a shot of chicken blood. And when these humans look at them, they can feel their eagerness to tear them apart and bite them. Many people have a more instinctive fear of zombies. Xiao Feng, stop the zombies. Zhang Hai, you also stay here to help. Ingyi stays here to drive the minibus. Ran Shiyu and Li Yusen also stay here, Jiang Lusher said, holding two 54 pistols in his hands, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. I'm going to drag down the man named Zhong. These zombies will not appear suddenly. I didn't expect that Boss Zhong has some tricks and would use this method. Brother Jiang, he is on the left and is now escaping to the right. There may be an exit or something over there. Ran Shiyu's voice came. Okay. Jiang Lusher immediately ran upstairs. The improvement of physical fitness and the activation of blood mutation blood vessels made Jiang Lusher's running speed much faster. Jiang Juing and Ling followed him, and their speed was not slow either. At this time, Boss Zhong was looking outside through the window. Seeing so many zombies swarming towards him, Boss Zhong had a twisted smile on his face. Okay. Let's see how they escape now. They are all waiting to be eaten by zombies. At this time, he also heard the sound of going upstairs. Come up so soon? Those bitches betrayed me. Boss Zhong spat, waved to his younger brothers and said, let's go! Chapter 339 Are You Worthy? Boss Zhong renovated the factory and left a way out for himself. These people would be eaten alive, but nothing would happen to him. At this time, Jiang Lusher and others quickly came upstairs. This place. Jiang Lushi frowned as soon as he stepped onto the second floor. The floor was covered with a layer of iron plates. The original color could no longer be seen, and some flesh and blood were still solidified in the gaps. Dirty beddings could be seen everywhere, and Jiang Lushi estimated that this was where the survivors usually lived. Boss Zhong transformed the first floor of the factory into a small room with beds and furniture. As for the survivors, he disliked them for being smelly and dirty, so they all rushed upstairs or lived in small buildings outside. What a strong smell! Zero smelled a very strong smell from the messy smell, and she immediately covered her nose. Over there! Zero's power is that she can mutate into an ocelot. Her sense of smell, hearing, and vision are much stronger than those of ordinary people with powers. Zero bit her body slightly, and ran towards the source of the smell quickly and nimbly. She soon discovered that in an external control room, countless mutilated limbs that had been mashed by machines, as well as the smell emitted, followed by the pipe was sprayed outside. These should be a mixture of zombies and human corpses, and they are basically rotting and have a very strong smell. Such a strong smell is constantly sprayed out. To the zombies, it is like a hungry animal discovering a delicious taste. Moreover, Boss Zhong and the others should have used some method to make these smells heavier and disperse faster. Otherwise, the zombies would not have arrived here so fast. It was impossible for them to suddenly create these stumps under the circumstances just now. The presence of so many stumps here only shows that they always have such stumps. As a survivor, Ling knew what was going on after thinking about it. Usually those survivors who were killed by Boss Zhong, and some who were tortured to death. Boss Zhong didn't even spare their bodies. As for the corpses of the zombies, he probably hunted them specially. Otherwise, relying solely on the bodies of those survivors would not be enough. Even though Zero was used to seeing bloody scenes in the arena, seeing this kind of scene made him feel sick. Captain Jiang, you don't have to come over to see me, Zero said. But while she was speaking, Jiang Juing still walked over. Seeing this scene, her expression also changed. Jiang Juing, who frowned, clenched his long knife and said, "Let me deal with it. These corpses are exposed here and are used as his tools. It's better to burn them clean." She raised her other hand and opened her fingers slightly. Suddenly, flashing white electricity appeared around her body, on her skin, and in her eyeballs. These electric currents gradually gathered in Jiang Juing's palm, and then suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning, landing on the horrific corpses. Zitsizi! The sound of electric current also shocked Boss Zhong and others. What a powerful power fluctuation! Boss Zhong was startled. He had no power to fight back in front of such a power user. But thinking that such a powerful person would still die in his hands, Boss Zhong couldn't help but feel a sense of pleasure. At this time, his little brother was opening the door. Why haven't you opened the door yet? Boss Zhong cursed. The little brother was going crazy with anxiety. But seeing the minibus crashing in, the army following behind, and seeing so many zombies appearing, he was already covered in cold sweat. Amid Boss Zhong's roar, the younger brother finally opened the door. Boss Zhong immediately pushed him away and climbed out of the door. There is a welded ladder outside this door. Going down from the ladder is to the back of the factory, and you will not be exposed to the sight of the zombies at all. Just wait for a while to hide, and then make some noise to lure all the zombies away, and everything will be done. Boss Zhong felt that his plan was perfect. Hurry! Boss Zhong urged these men. If it weren't for the fact that he still needed these people, he would have been locked in with them. At this time, Boss Zhong saw a figure coming to the corridor. Bang, bang, bang. Boss Zhong immediately fired several shots. Boss! Let me pass! There was another younger brother who didn't come in. He turned around and saw someone. But Boss Zhong had already shot without hesitation. The sound of gunshots so close at hand, and the sound of bullets hitting the iron pieces and walls made the boy tremble all over. Boss Zhong glanced at him and slammed the door shut. With such a powerful superpower around, he didn't want to waste a single second. What's more, this is just a little brother. How could he risk his own life? Things like bed bugs will die when they die. He used a padlock to lock the door. A huge padlock that looked like an iron lump. And it also had a lever, so it was very difficult to break it open or anything else. This iron door could at least delay him for a while. By the time those people came out, he would have already escaped through the back door of the factory. Ah! Boss! No! The younger brother screamed desperately and banged on the door hard from behind. But his strength was not as strong as that of Boss Zhong. Boss Zhong quickly locked the door and laughed. Let's go! When the other boys saw the scene, they were both frightened and grateful. However, It was not him who died anyway. With one less person, they could still share some more things. Thinking that so many supplies and weapons could fall into their hands, these men began to feel eager and excited after successfully escaping from the room. "Boss! Boss!" The boy screamed in despair. He turned around suddenly and saw Jiang Lushi and others looking at him. "They have already run away and have nothing to do with me." The boy quickly begged for mercy. "I'll deal with him," Zero said, walking over slowly. The boy knew he was going to die, so he yelled and raised his gun. "Anyway, if you're going to die, just drag someone on your back. Looking at you, you're pretty. It's worth it if you can support me." The younger brother chuckled miserably, his expression becoming extremely ferocious. However, at this moment, Zero suddenly accelerated, and her body was in front of the young man like an afterimage. She put her finger on the trigger of the gun, and made a scratch on the man's neck with her other hand. There was no knife, but her extended nails were as sharp as knives. The little brother's eyes seemed to pop out, and his body slowly knelt down. As he roared, a large amount of blood suddenly spurted out from his throat. At this time, Ling said calmly, "Are you worthy? Brother, let me open the door," Jiang Zhuing said while holding a long knife. "No need. They will definitely escape to the back door," Jiang Lushi said, turned and walked downstairs. At this time, downstairs, the army and the survivors were already fighting against the crazy zombies. Military vehicles blocked the door and acted as a city wall, while the zombies kept attacking towards the door. Bullets were fired continuously, and zombies kept falling one after another. Once a zombie rushes in front of the car, these zombies will have the opportunity to step over the vehicle, and then everything will be over. Don't let the zombies get close, Xiao Feng yelled. The survivors stood aside and moved some things to use as walls. At first, except for a few people who boldly stood in front, the rest hid behind timidly. Although they have fought zombies before, there were not so many. Such a big group. But when the zombies rushed forward, under the huge fear of death, these survivors temporarily forgot their fear of the zombies. "Ah!" they shouted one by one. As long as a zombie approached, they would immediately use various weapons to attack the zombies. Some of these zombies were less than 1 meter away from them. The zombies' wide eyes, stretched arms, and violent attacks are all extremely terrifying. But even so, they still blocked it. Soon, the corpses of several zombies fell in front of them, and the corpses of these zombies provided another layer of barrier for them. "We can kill zombies, and we can survive on our own. Kill! Don't be afraid. If you are afraid, you will die," a survivor shouted hysterically and slammed the shovel hard on the face of a zombie. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the survivor seemed to be crazy, knocking wildly again and again until the zombie collapsed. There was a steady stream of zombies. One zombie corpse fell down, and several more zombies immediately pounced on it. At this time, Xiao Feng, who had a lot of experience in fighting zombies, discovered a problem. There were too many zombie corpses, and the zombies behind them climbed directly onto the corpses of the same kind, and suddenly pounced on them from above. Attracted by so many living people, the zombies and similar corpses did not immediately grab food. Their blood-red eyes were all staring at the people hiding behind them. "Hold on. Wait until Captain Jiang and the others come down. Miss Jiang Zhuing's electric discharge ability. And the one on the minibus." Xiao Feng didn't know what to call the flying saucer-like thing. But with that thing, the minibus, it's like a mobile fortress. A ready-made commanding height. Coupled with Jiang Liushi's precise shooting, they were able to alleviate some of the pressure caused by the zombies. At this moment, he heard a whistle from the minibus behind him. Xiao Feng fired a few more shots and suddenly turned his head and looked. "Captain Jiang!" Xiao Feng saw Jiang Lushi coming down from upstairs and getting into the minibus, and he suddenly felt like he saw some hope. However, after Jiang Lushi entered the minibus suddenly turned a corner, aimed at the zombies outside, and drove over. "Captain Xiao, ask the soldiers to move the car out of the way." Jiang Lushi opened the car window and said. Jiang Lushi spoke very calmly, but because of this, Xiao Feng felt that he had heard wrong. "Captain Jiang, what are you going to do?" Xiao Feng asked. "I want to go out," Jiang Lushi said. There were hundreds, even thousands, of zombies outside, and a large number of zombie corpses piled at the door. Go out? Both the officers and soldiers and the survivors found it unimaginable. Crossing a street full of zombies is completely different from having thousands of zombies blocking the door. They are densely packed, gathered together, and extremely powerful. Only crazy firepower can block them. To rush into them is to rush directly into the siege of the zombies. Surrounded by so many zombies, a car was torn into pieces almost instantly. The terrifying arm strength of these zombies, including the sharpness of their fingernails, are all monster level. Xiao Feng had some understanding of the defensive capabilities of Jiang Liusher's minibus. But even if the glass hadn't been smashed and the car's skin hadn't been torn apart, so many zombies could overturn the minibus just by relying on their strength. Looking at Xiao Feng's expression, Jiang Liusher added, "And this door should also be cleaned." Xiao Feng's heart skipped a beat, thinking of the performance of Jiang Liusher and others along the way. He decided to listen to Jiang Liusher's words. Moreover, the car was only moved away temporarily. Even if Jiang Liusher just rushed out, there would not be much loss. As a strong survivor, Jiang Liusher should know what he is doing, and he can be responsible for his actions. The most important thing is that soldiers have a bounden duty to obey orders. Before he set off, General Xia had personally ordered him to obey Jiang Liusher's orders. "Cover Captain Jiang and the others in a moment," Xiao Feng said to his soldiers. "Move the car!" The two soldiers immediately entered the military vehicle and moved the vehicle aside. The remaining soldiers immediately increased their firepower output, trying to keep the zombies a few meters away from the gate. "Drive!" Jiang Liusher looked at the door and said to Ying. Boom! Shadow stepped on the accelerator sharply. Chapter 340 Rushing into the corpse. Thousands of zombies gathered at the door of the factory. They stretched out their long arms, trying desperately to catch the humans not far away. At this time, the minibus made a roaring engine. Its tires made a sharp friction sound on the rusty iron floor, and rushed out of the gate. Boom! When the minibus drove up to the knocked-down gate, its body trembled slightly, and then it crashed directly into those zombies. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of vehicles colliding with bodies was heard. The corpses were knocked out by the minibuses, and the zombies crowded together seemed to have been forcibly torn open by a heavy hammer. A large amount of blood splashed onto the windshield of the minibus. Crunch! The sound of squeezing and impact also came from outside the minibus. All the windows were violently slapped, and the doors were crowded with zombies. Li Yusen, who had finished treating the soldier and returned to the minibus to rest, was sitting on the sofa. The faces of the zombies were pressed against the glass, and the distance between them was less than 10 centimeters. She couldn't help but become nervous. At this moment, Ran Shiyu reached out and held her hand. "Thank you." Li Yusen's face was still pale. "This fear is overwhelming." Zero firmly grasped the car door armrest and stared at the zombies crowded outside the car door. These zombies include men, women, and children. But no matter who they were before they mutated, they are now the same monsters. They squeezed the car door hard, scratching at it with their sharp nails. The car door made an unbearable sound, making people feel like the door would be knocked open in the next second. If it were an ordinary vehicle, it would be finished by this time. At this time, Jiang Liusher said, "Crash!" Buzz! A stream of flame suddenly spurted out from the exhaust pipe of the minibus. Boom, boom, boom. In this group of zombies, not only was the minibus not forced to stop, but it even accelerated. This power is so terrifying!" A soldier couldn't help but said. He watched dumbfounded as the minibus continued to advance among the zombies. In the army, he drove military vehicles, and was also responsible for repairs and some modifications. As an enthusiast himself, he had some knowledge of cars. And this minibus. This is the most powerful person he has ever seen. No wonder Jiang Liusher and his team were so confident that they dared to rush out even though they knew there were zombies outside. The zombies that were hit by the minibus fell to the ground from time to time, indicating that they had been run over by the minibus. The sight of flesh and blood flying everywhere, and the sound of a meat grinder made everyone present feel like they were watching a 3D blockbuster. It feels like it's all special effects. It's hard to believe it's real. This is especially true for those who are survivors. Facing these zombies, they were terrified. And it was only at the critical moment of life and death that they inspired their courage to fight. But the people in this minibus drove the car directly and really rushed into the zombies. However, this zombie group is like a swamp. The longer you enter, the more zombies will come around. There were already many zombies climbing on the roof of the car. More and more zombies soon swamped the minibus. Zombies are extremely agile and can overwhelm vehicles in the blink of an eye. Many people were torn to pieces by zombies before they even had time to react. In the minibus, facing the situation where even the light gradually disappeared and zombies were everywhere he looked, Jiang Liusher remained calm. "Shadow, charge up the air cannon!" Ying immediately reached out and press the button. The charging time of the air cannon takes 10 seconds. Of course, it can also be released in advance, but the power will be much reduced. But it's enough to deal with these zombies. In this zombie swarm, there are densely packed zombies on the front, back, left and right. And the air cannon does not even need to be locked on the attack target. Boom! With a loud noise, the zombies in front of the minibus flew backwards as if blasted out by an invisible force, leaving a large gap. The bodies of these zombies were all like blood bags. And the zombies that were originally attached to the front of the car were covered in rotten flesh. It was like being beaten back and forth by some kind of machine. Under the impact of the air cannon, the minibus also shook backwards. However, since it only takes a few seconds to accumulate power, the current strength of the windshield and SHL of the minibus can completely withstand such power. On the contrary, with this shock, the zombies on the roof of the car could no longer stand. And the zombies behind the minibus also moved back. Just what was that? The survivors were shocked when they heard the huge explosion and witnessed the zombies being thrown away. Xiao Feng and others were also shocked at the terrifying lethality. This minibus has many modification functions that they don't know about. This doesn't require our cover at all, Xiao Feng thought to himself. It seems that the minibus can rush out. But it is a pity that there is only one minibus. They will still have to face a large number of zombies next. But at this moment, the minibus suddenly turned around again. What is this? A survivor has not yet realized what the purpose of this minibus was to rush out. But now that there was a chance, why did it turn around again? Buzz! The minibus roared on the spot. And then like an arrow from the bow, it rushed towards the door of the factory. Those zombies blocking the road were knocked out one by the terrifying minibus. Their strong bodies and terrifying fighting power were unable to withstand this steel monster. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone stared with wide eyes as the minibus rushed back to the gate. Bang! Several zombies landed in front of everyone. And the minibus stopped not far away. Gulu! I don't know who swallowed. These people looked at the minibus, and their jaws were about to drop in shock. With so many of them, they could only rely on firepower to passively resist the zombies. But this minibus actually ran into the zombies and killed them all. Damn it. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you wouldn't have believed it. Jiang Lushur glanced at the zombies around him and saw that they were about to surround him again. He said, "The pressure on them should be reduced a lot now. It's time for us to go after that boss Zhong." Shiyu. Ren Shiyu had always opened her spiritual realm. And she immediately replied, "He has already gone out the back door. Is there a suitable route?" Jiang Lushur asked. "No. There are zombies outside." Ren Shiyu shook her head. "The fastest way is the way Boss Zhong escaped." "It doesn't matter." Jiang Lushur smiled slightly. "He can't run away." Chapter 341 Come After Me. After getting off the ladder, Boss Zhong quickly ran to an off-road vehicle parked behind the factory building. He opened the door and jumped in. He drove the car himself. Before his subordinates even got in the car, he couldn't wait to start the car. "Brother, wait for us." These boys are not as fast as Boss Zhong. When they saw the off-road vehicle start, they were immediately scared to death, for fear of ending up with the boy who was locked behind the door. "Hack! You guys are screaming! Come up here quickly! Also, get out of here and open the door!" Boss Zhong scolded angrily. These boys were all from the small town before, so they could only be cruel to those survivors who had no power to resist. When they encountered real trouble, they would tuck their tails between their legs. What a bunch of trash! If he didn't need these people to do things for him, or let them explore the way, Boss Zhong would really want these people to die here. Once he gets those guns and ammunition, he can gather more survivors and build a larger survivor camp. By then, there will be many people vying to work for him, and these wastes will be useless by then. The boys scrambled to get on the car, and two of them hurriedly ran to open the back door. With an excited smile on his face, Boss Zhong suddenly kicked off the accelerator. "Ha ha ha! Go to H.L." Boss Zhong couldn't restrain the smile on his face. Hearing the gunshots coming from behind, he felt really refreshed. "Damn! Why are you still struggling? The longer the fight lasts, the more zombies will come. They will all die in the end anyway. Save some bullets for me." Boss Zhong has already regarded those guns and ammunition as his own. Just then, a loud noise came. The people in the car, including the younger brothers, were all shocked. One of the boys swallowed his saliva and asked, "Is this a bomb?" "Hack!" Boss Zhong punched the steering wheel hard. "Bomb!" These soldiers even used bombs. This town is remote, and the people they rob are basically a weak group of survivors. It's good to have 2 or 3 guns. When he thought of those people using bombs, Mr. Zhong felt so distressed that his brows furrowed. Forget it. This loss is nothing compared to the gains. Listen to the gunfire. There are a lot of guns. But at this moment, a young man who turned to look at the factory suddenly said in a strange tone, Big brother, what's wrong? Boss Zhong hated being interrupted when he was talking. He was usually domineering. So which of his younger brothers would dare to interrupt casually? What's more, now is the time for him to be proud of himself. However, there is no need for this little brother to say it. Buzz! A harsh engine roar came from a distance. And it was getting closer. Boss Zhong looked in the rearview mirror in disbelief, and saw a minibus rushing out from behind them. There was blood everywhere on the body and windshield of this minibus. And there were pieces of meat hanging on it. Under the wheels, a zombie was wrapped in it, and then violently thrown out. Seeing this scene, the younger brothers were dumbfounded, and Boss Zhong's heart skipped a beat. Damn it! How did you chase this car out? Breaking out from the zombies? Boss Zhong wanted to yell. How could this be possible? Buzz! Brother! This car is so fast! These boys started to panic. No matter what happened to this car, the fact that it rushed out from the zombies had already made these guys crawl with fear. They are sitting in this car, but their body and this iron skin are not as effective as that large group of zombies. This minibus can rush out of the zombie swarm, so killing them is just like trampling on a few bugs. Why panic? Shoot! They can't catch up with us! Boss Zhong yelled. Ye losey is ye losey. Even if they usually bully the survivors at the bottom and kill others without batting an eye when attacking others, when they really encounter someone ruthless, this group of people will turn into soft-footed shrimps. Yes! Hit its tires! These boys reacted immediately, and opened the car windows and sunroofs one after another. I'm going to kill the driver! One of the younger guys, who was usually smarter and better at shooting, got out of the skylight with a gun. He had already seen the person driving the minibus. But she was just a girl. Could it be that he couldn't even deal with a woman? It's just that he has only seen such a beautiful woman in movies, and he has never even seen such a woman in reality. It's such a pity to kill this cold beauty like this. Boom! As soon as the boy stretched out his head, there was a gunshot, and at the same time, the boy's body shook violently. Warm blood mixed with brains continued to fall into the car. Hack! Hack! The boys inside were all horrified. They looked at the body stuck upright, and their head had been shot to pieces. Who dared to stick their head out? This little brother only exposed the top of his head, and the Tianling cap was immediately lifted. Damn! Boss Zhong was also shocked. The opponent's shooting skills were so accurate. Are there any soldiers on this minibus? Special forces? How can their wild ways be compared with other people? At this moment, Boss Zhong felt a huge life and death crisis. Ah! He turned the steering wheel desperately, and immediately saw a flash of sparks behind the car. Grazed by a bullet. Boss Zhong was cold all over. If it weren't for the instinctive sense of danger of the superpower, he would have died just now. Hack! Let's chase him! In despair, Mr. Zhong suddenly swung the steering wheel and rushed into the street. He is a local snakeeater, and his familiarity with the roads is much higher than that of a minibus. Moreover, the minibus rushed out, but the gunfire from the factory was still going on. Could it be that they would keep chasing me? Don't care about anyone else? Boss Zhong felt that the other party would give up if they couldn't pursue him very far. When the time came, he would just find a place to hide in. That would be fine. Maybe we can play some more shady things at night. Since all the zombies on the street were attracted to the factory, Boss Zhong's car was speeding on the road without any hindrance. Since the end of the world, he has been cautious when traveling by himself. Unlike now. Seeing this situation, he was even less afraid. F***CK. Come and chase. Let's see how far you can chase. Boss Zhong crazily stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the few remaining zombies on the road rushed towards him, and he crashed directly into them. The sight of flesh and blood hitting the car and blood splattering made him feel extremely excited. Come on! Come on! At this time, the crazy Boss Zhong suddenly heard an inappropriate voice. Beep! Boss Zhong's heart twitched, and he looked in the rearview mirror. Number. This minibus is honking its horn. Chapter 342 100% dodge. Beep beep beep. The sound of the trumpet, one after another, spread all over the street. To Boss Zhong, it was like a death horn. Some of the zombies who were originally attracted by the smell of blood, gunshots and explosions from the direction of the factory stopped running and followed the sound after hearing the harsh sound of the horn. Ho ho! Boss Zhong can hear the roar of the zombies. A large group of zombies suddenly rushed out of an alley. Boss Zhong's pupil shrank, and he rushed past them. Bang! Several zombies had already hit the side of the off-road vehicle the moment they passed by. Their ferocious faces were pressed against the car window, and they came face to face with the boy who was huddled in the car, scaring the boy. I couldn't help but say, "Ah." Boss Zhong held onto the steering wheel tightly. If it weren't for his high driving skills and the modification of the vehicle, the off-road vehicle would have lost control of its direction after the collision, and finally hit the wall. In that case, before the people on the minibus could take action, they would have been dragged out by the zombies and torn into pieces alive. Brother, that car is getting closer and closer. At this time, the younger brother said in horror. Boss Zhong also heard the horn sound approaching, and when he looked in the rearview mirror, he saw that the distance between the minibus and them had been shortened to half. Those zombies didn't even act as a hindrance in front of the minibus. The minibus was moving forward smoothly and quickly, and as soon as these zombies hit it, a cloud of blood mist immediately burst out, and they were thrown out. Boss Zhong's scalp exploded. He pressed the accelerator to the bottom and felt that the engine was about to explode. But that minibus was still chasing behind me at a fast speed, and the distance was still getting closer. If this continues, they will be overtaken by this minibus sooner or later. At this time, a strong sense of crisis appeared again, and Boss Zhong suddenly swung the steering wheel. Boom! The boys were clinging to anything they could to secure themselves in the car. Their hearts were beating wildly with the bumps of the car, and their faces were even more pale. Beep beep beep! Boss Zhong is going crazy. This minibus has killed him. Moreover, the continuous sound of horns and gunshots will attract more zombies. The pressure on the factory side will be greatly reduced, and naturally it will no longer be a worry for this minibus. Boss Zhong found that his calculations were all in vain at every step. His heart gradually turned cold from excitement. If his plan really fails, he will lose everything. His camp, supplies, and even his life. And all this is just because of a minibus that just arrived here today. Seeing the minibus getting closer and closer to him, Boss Zhong was sweating more and more on his head. He doesn't want to die. Boss Zhong gritted his teeth suddenly, shouted loudly, punched the car window next to him, and tore off one of the steel bars. Before the boys could react what he was going to do, with a harsh friction sound, the off-road vehicle suddenly turned around and faced the minibus. The car door opened, and Boss Zhong jumped out of the car, landing behind an abandoned car. As for the off-road vehicle, the accelerator pedal was firmly stuck by the steel bar, and the entire vehicle rushed towards the minibus that was also approaching at a high speed. The hearts of those little brothers seemed to have stopped beating all of a sudden. The impact was just a moment, and it was too late. Die! Let's see how you can hide now! Boss Zhong experienced the moment of life and death. He hid behind the abandoned car with a ferocious and twisted smile on his face. In a collision at such a high speed, the off-road vehicle, needless to say, would be smashed to pieces. As for the minibus, the front half would probably be lost. How could the people inside survive? Compared to his younger brother, of course Boss Zhong's own life is more important. As long as he is alive, he will have a chance to make a comeback. What Boss Zhong fears most in the apocalypse is weakness and death. Seeing the off-road vehicle suddenly make a U-turn and zoom in front of the minibus, Ling's expression suddenly changed, and even Jiang Zhuing and Ran Shiyu's heart suddenly tightened. In this case, the human brain may only have time to be shocked and not have time to react otherwise, let alone a correct reaction. But Ying, who was in charge of driving the minibus, still seemed extremely calm at this moment. Without blinking her eyes, she turned the steering wheel sharply, causing the minibus to drift to one side within a few tenths of a second before it was about to collide with the off-road vehicle. If the minibus just dodges, it is completely impossible to avoid the off-road vehicle. However, during the drifting process, the minibus almost dances face-to-face with the off-road vehicle from the front to the side. Perfect drift. 100% dodge. Boom! The off-road vehicle crashed into a nearby store, almost penetrating the entire building, and then made a huge explosion, with fire and black smoke billowing up. At this time, the people in the minibus, including Ling and others, still couldn't believe it. They had just instinctively held their breath due to nervousness. But at this moment, all of this had already happened. Zero has never been exposed to racing before. He only knows that the king of F1 is called Schumacher. But Zero has never seen how terrifying Schumacher's strength is on the field. All she knew was that the scene she just saw had refreshed her understanding of driving skills. No matter the time, angle, or speed, there is no difference at all. And in the face of a strong life and death crisis, this kind of reaction speed and calculation ability are terrifying. Ordinary people simply cannot do it. Although people's nerves have become much stronger after the apocalypse, many people have only improved to a relatively calm state by not only not stopping when they hit someone, but by screaming and pressing the accelerator crazily, rather than being like the driver of the minibus, who was simply inhumanly calm. Jiang Lushur glanced at Ying, as the steward of the base vehicle, and Xingzhong had the ability to calculate all angles for the base vehicle in real time. Ying just executed Xingzhong's prompts perfectly. But even if it couldn't dodge just now, the minibus could switch to mining truck mode at the moment of impact. The mining truck had a reinforced body SHL, although it could not completely withstand the impact of the off-road vehicle. It was wishful thinking for Boss Zhong to let them die just like this. Of course, it would be best if the vehicle could not be damaged. Before the critical moment, Jiang Lushur didn't want the car he had just repaired to perfection to suffer any damage. The sound of explosions continued, and the surrounding zombies continued to approach. Buzz! The minibus stopped in the middle of the road. Jiang Lushur looked at the abandoned vehicle parked on the roadside and said calmly, "Get out!" Chapter 343. You better sit still. After abandoning the vehicle, the smile on Boss Zhong's face had completely froze. He swallowed and felt that his hand holding the gun was shaking. In this case, this minibus actually dodged. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. But now, he saw it with his own eyes, and wished he could blind himself. Every time he thought his plan was brilliant, this minibus would crush it and destroy it. At this moment, he knew that a gun was pointed at the abandoned car he was leaning against, and that the minibus would rush over at any time. Ah! Boss Zhong rushed out fiercely, using his superpowers to the extreme. At this moment, his speed even exceeded his usual limit. He threw himself directly at the door of the nearest store. Jiang Lushur raised his gun at this moment. His brain power activated, and the scene of Boss Zhong's escape suddenly turned into slow motion in his eyes. Boss Zhong sensed a strong life and death crisis. But in this situation, he could no longer dodge. Boom! Boss Zhong fell hard into the store. However, when he tried to stand up, he felt an overwhelming pain. Ah! One of his calves was beaten to pieces. The broken place was like bright red meat paste, and all the bones were broken, leaving only a little bit still connected. This kind of severe pain makes life worse than death. Under the severe pain, he tried to take away the pistol that was not far away with trembling hands. The distance of only about 1 meter was now like a chasm to him. At this time, footsteps were heard at the door. Boss Zhong looked towards the door in despair. Jiang Lushur stood at the door and looked at him coldly. "I found a usable car outside, and I towed it back?" Zero walked in and asked. She glanced at Boss Zhong with a sneer on her lips. "He has attracted so many zombies, so he has to pay a price." "Right." Boss Zhong probably guessed what Ling wanted to do. He trembled and squeezed out a few words through his teeth. "Kill me! Kill me! Stop yelling and save some energy." Ling walked over and lifted Boss Zhong up. Although she is petite, her strength is not small at all. Boss Zhong is tall and must weigh 1,780 kilograms. Even if he loses one leg, he will probably lose more than 10 or 20 kilograms. But he still Zero grabbed him by the back of his collar and dragged him directly into the compartment of a pickup truck. At this time, some zombies had appeared, attracted by the sound of gunfire and explosions. Ling put Boss Zhong in the carriage and let him bleed. When the zombies saw him, their originally red eyes became like they could bleed. Seeing these zombies rushing towards him, although Boss Zhong wanted to die, he did not want to be torn to pieces by these zombies. He dragged his legs with all his strength and moved to the back of the car, with his whole body pressed against the front of the car. As the minibus started turning, Zero also stepped on the accelerator. Ho ho! Those zombies were chasing the pickup truck, and the speed at which they ran was simply monster. Not only were they not left behind by the pickup truck, but they gave Boss Zhong a feeling that they were getting closer and closer. Still 20 or 30 meters away, Boss Zhong could clearly see the faces of these zombies, their dirty and sharp nails, and their gritting teeth. These zombies stretched out their hands, eager to tear Boss Zhong apart. Buzz! The minibus and the pickup truck returned to the factory in tandem. Xiao Feng's team and the survivors are resisting the zombies. With the help of the previous minibuses, the pressure they faced was suddenly reduced. And those frightened survivors also saw hope. And the more they killed, the easier they became. In addition, the lack of rapidly adding more zombies was also the main reason why they were able to persevere. And this was all thanks to the whistle coming from the minibus and the subsequent explosion. The explosion, as well as the smoke and fire, made some people worry that something had happened. If Boss Zhong and others killed Jiang Lushur and the others, they will still die. Jiang Lushur's team and his minibus really shocked these people. But Boss Zhong had accumulated power for a long time, and these people were deeply impressed by Boss Zhong's cruelty and cunning. However, the minibus returned quickly, followed by a strange pickup truck. Some people had sharp eyes, and they had already seen a figure covered in blood and with a frightened face in the compartment of the pickup truck. It was none other than Boss Zhong. And behind, there is a large group of zombies chasing after you. Although Boss Zhong has a broken leg, he is a superpower and has a strong body. If he bleeds to death, others will hold him on longer. So he is still awake now. This kind of sobriety made him tortured. Kill me! Kill me quickly! Mr. Zhong cursed constantly, occasionally mixed with involuntary screams due to severe pain. Seeing Boss Zhong's miserable state and hearing his howling like a slaughtering pig, all the survivors felt unbelievable. How long has it been? Boss Zhong, who was very scary one moment, suddenly became like their companions who were tortured and killed by Boss Zhong in front of Jiang Lushur and the others. Boss Zhong is no different from the survivors who were tortured and killed by him. They were so scared that Boss Zhong would end up in the hands of others, just like killing a chicken. At this time, Jiang Lushur's minibus whistled loudly again. The fresh blood of the superpowers and the sound of the whistle immediately attracted the zombies surrounding the door of the factory and turned them around. Come on! Come all over! Jiang Lushur asked Ing to continue honking the horn. Some zombies began to rush over, except for some zombies who were still fighting with Xiaofeng and the others at the door of the factory. Many zombies had already surrounded them. Seeing the zombies coming from behind, left and behind, Boss Zhong was already desperate. Jiang Lushur watched calmly until these zombies almost surrounded the minibus. Then he said, "Drive!" Bang bang bang. The minibus spewed out exhaust gas from behind, and after running rampant among the zombies, it rushed out of the gate again. The pickup truck followed closely. Zero stepped on the accelerator, glanced in the rearview mirror, and said, "You'd better sit still." Buzz. Minibuses and pickup trucks rushed back onto the street with a large group of zombies in tow. Seeing this scene, the survivors who had not really recovered from the shock were stunned again. This minibus just made a round trip and left with so many zombies. What kind of minibus is this? This is simply a Vajra chariot. There is also Boss Zhong. He has also liked to use the flesh and blood of survivors to attract zombies before, including this time. But he probably never thought that this day would come to him. What retribution? Chapter 344 Special Hobbies. The gunshots in this small town continued for a while, and then slowly became quiet. We survived. Looking at the zombie corpses on the ground in front of them, each of the survivors felt like they were surviving a disaster. And this feeling was only experienced in the early days of the apocalypse, when they had just survived. After that, they became slaves to people like Boss Zhong. This time, they got rid of Boss Zhong's control and had the courage to fight the zombies. In addition to being happy, they also felt excited. Dispose of the zombie bodies first, Xiaofeng said. These survivors immediately realized that Xiaofeng and others were professional soldiers after all, and were much calmer and more organized than the survivors. The first thing to do now is to clean up the corpses. Otherwise the strong smell of blood may not only attract the zombies back, but also mutant beasts. There were 2 large trucks parked inside the factory, and the survivors had gone to load the bodies. This factory was renovated by these survivors who worked hard. If they don't want to give up this factory, they must clean it up. Although the factory buildings and factory doors were damaged, they can still be used after repairs. Buzz. At this time, the minibus drove back again, with blood spattered everywhere on the bus. In addition, the shock left on these people when it crashed back and forth into the zombie group. All the survivors stopped what they were doing in fear. Eyes followed the minibus. Behind the minibus, the pickup truck was no longer there. It is not difficult to imagine what happened to Boss Zhong in the car. Those zombies didn't know where they were led by this minibus. Not only could they be led away by a large group of zombies, but they could also get away from the zombies and come back so quietly. Captain Jiang! When Xiaofeng saw the minibus, his eyes lit up and he immediately stepped forward. The soldiers looked solemn as they watched Jiang Lushur and others get off the minibus. In fact, when they set out, these soldiers believed that if they acted together, with a team of superpowers. Even if they did not have an advantage, it would at least be mutually beneficial. But in the battle just now, the Shuying team played a decisive role. But they did very little, and didn't even have a chance to cover. As soldiers, they only serve those who are truly capable. This grandma's plasma is almost a foot thick. Zhang Hai walked to the minibus, and said exaggeratedly while looking at it. There was thick plasma everywhere on the car, in the wheels, and in the cracks in the windows. The terror of being attacked by zombies can be seen from this. Okay, I'll wash the car. Zhang Hai rolled up his sleeves and said, Trouble. Jiang Lusher smiled. He looked at Xiaofeng and asked, How is it here? Are there any casualties? There were no casualties in our team. Thanks to Captain Zhang's team. Most of the pressure was shared. Otherwise it would be hard to say. One of the survivors over there was dragged out, Xiaofeng said. Those survivors are basically ordinary people with little combat experience. So casualties are inevitable. But without Jiang Lusher and others, without this battle, they would have died slowly one by one in the long period of torture. In fact, Xiaofeng and the others' firepower network has already covered the front of the survivors. And there are not many zombies that those survivors really have to face. As a soldier, Xiaofeng believed that he had done his duty in this way. These survivors were not helpless. They had previously served as Boss Zhong's accomplices. Jiang Lusher also probably knew what Xiaofeng was thinking, and he had no objection to it. Among those ordinary people, he killed all those who had murderous intentions. Jiang Lusher didn't care much about Xiaofeng's handling of the remaining people who were driven like puppets. Captain Jiang, our people have sorted out Boss Zhong's inventory, Xiaofeng said. Boss Zhong has some weapons and a lot of food. Jiang Lusher followed Xiaofeng to an isolated room in the factory. This room was both Boss Zhong's bedroom and a warehouse. At this time, the survivors also looked inside, looking a little panicked. Those supplies were basically all the town's savings. It smells really strong. As soon as Jiang Zhuing entered the room, she immediately covered her mouth and nose in disgust. Although Boss Zhong's bedroom is equipped with a lot of luxurious furniture, it is still in a factory after all, and it is mixed with all kinds of strange smells. Jiang Lusher took a look at the supplies, including rice, flour, a lot of dry food, and a lot of messy things. Bacon or something. Bacon is a good thing for ordinary survivors, but it is far from enough for people with special abilities. Jiang Lusher has stored a lot of these rice, and they are all high-grade rice, which is much better than what Boss Zhong has. There was also some mutated animal meat, but the quantity was not large. And for people like Jiang Lusher who always ate fresh meat, the smoked dried meat was not of much interest. Xiaofeng, on the other hand, kept sighing. I didn't expect that this small place has a lot of things. Huh? Jiang Lusher saw a wooden box. He walked over and kicked the lid open. And suddenly, the shiny guns and ammunition appeared in front of him. This knife is good. Zero walked over and took out a small knife from the box. She played with the knife in her hand. The knife had a pitch-black blade and a sharp tip. It looked like it could easily hurt someone, but it seemed very light in her hand. What kind of knife is this? Jiang Lusher asked. When the FS Combat Dagger was designed, it pursued only one function: killing people. This is different from many knives today, which pursue multifunctional concepts. Zero threw the dagger away and held it firmly between his tender fingers. He said, Look, its handle is thin at both ends and thick in the middle. This is very suitable for holding the knife tip forward when stabbing someone. Hold the posture. Moreover, the handle of the knife is made of brass. It has a certain weight and can also ensure the power when you stab someone. The surface is engraved with patterns to prevent slipping. The blade is also very sharp, with double edges on both sides. It can be used flexibly whether it is cutting or cutting. Jiang Lusher looked at Ling with some surprise. You still know this. I also had some interest in these before the end of the world. Zero said. A baby-faced girl loves these. That's quite rare, especially when his eyes are shining, and he talks about how suitable this knife is for stabbing people. You can take it if you like it. Ling performed well in this battle, no matter how good the dagger was. Jiang Lusher didn't need it. He was comfortable with the gun. Wang already had a 3-edged military thorn. Jiang Lusher checked the weapons in the box, and then said, I'll take some pistol bullets and rifle bullets. And another gun? And you can divide the rest. Jiang Lusher was not interested in those supplies. He couldn't sell bacon or anything like that to the survivor team at a high price. The hard currency now is weapons and ammunition, mutated beast meat, mutated crystal nuclei, and evolutionary crystals. Boss Zhong's mutated crystal core should be hidden. Right? Jiang Lushur pinched his chin and looked into the room. Boss Zhong doesn't trade with foreign countries, so his most valuable asset should be the mutated crystal nuclei. Chapter 345 North Su. Xiao Feng and his soldiers had no objections to Jiang Lushur's arrangements. Come here. Xiao Feng waved to the survivor, who was the first to rush up to fight the zombies. His shovel was covered with blood and mud, and his body was splattered with blood. The survivor looked at each other and walked over with some anxiety. I'll take some of those supplies to use as food on our way, and you can keep the rest. But there's no point in sitting on your hands. If you don't have the ability to build a camp on your own, it's best to go to the base city by yourself. You want to wait for us to come back. If so, there are too many uncertain factors. Xiao Feng said, It is true that there are many dangers on the way to the base city for these survivors, but it is equally dangerous to stay here, and they will step into despair step by step. As for Xiao Feng, who was leading the team, he was not sure whether they could go back alive, let alone protect these survivors back to the base city. We will also leave some weapons for you. You can decide for yourself whether you want to leave or not. Xiao Feng continued. The survivor, including many people behind him, heard it. He glanced back at the others, then turned his head and said, Thank you. In this case, even if Jiang Lushur and Xiao Feng took away all the supplies, these survivors would not be able to resist. However, Xiao Feng's words also silenced these survivors. Go to the base city or stay here. Found it. Sun Kun found a small bag from under the mattress. No one but him wanted to touch Boss Zhong's bed. As soon as he opened the small bag, Jiang Lushur had a smile on his face. 3 mutated crystal nuclei. As a superpower, Boss Zhong also has to eat mutated beast meat. Whether he hunted these 3 mutated crystal nuclei himself or snatched them from the survivors he robbed, they all belong to Jiang Lushur now. If Boss Zhong was still alive, he would be angry to death after seeing this scene. He learned about the value of mutated crystal nuclei from a survivor. When he changed places again, these 3 mutated crystal nuclei were the guarantee for him to stand firm. In the end, they were all given to Jiang Lushur. The mutated crystal core is the same as usual. I'll keep it. This time everyone will share more of the mutated beast meat. Ling, you can also get a share of 800 kilograms. Jiang Lushur looked at Ling and said, Zero's performance this time was also very good. Although she was not a member of the team, she had contributed and Jiang Lushur would not treat her badly. Hearing this, Zero looked surprised. She didn't expect Jiang Lushur to offer to share the spoils with her. 800 kilograms of mutated beast meat is not a small amount. And Zero, as a superpower, really needs mutated beast meat. She nodded and did not refuse. But it only takes 700 kilograms. I also ate some before, Zero said. Okay. Since Ling said so, Jiang Lushur went with her. After loading the necessary things into the car, Jiang Lushur and others returned to the hotel they had cleaned out before. It was impossible for them and the survivors to move together, let alone live together. Dinner was a fragrant barbecue. Not only was Jiang Lushur full, he also drank a can of ice-cold beer. Sitting in the war room, looking at the gradually darkening sky and the streets of the small town that were even darker than the sky without any lights, Jiang Lushur drank beer slowly. The cold and refreshing wine flowed down his throat, and Jiang Lushur sensed the connection between his body and the base vehicle. This base vehicle seemed to be alive to him. He and the base vehicle were connected by star seeds, and the star seeds were in his mind. Jiang Lushur was able to transform his body because of the star seed. At this time, Jiang Lushur felt that someone seemed to be looking at him. He followed his gaze and saw Ran Shiyu sitting on the edge of the hotel. When Jiang Lushur looked over, she showed a smile. However, Jiang Lushur felt that he seemed to see a hint of worry in this smile. Meeting Boss Zhong and the others today made Ran Shiyu even more worried about her sister. The closer she got to Su Bei, the more difficult it became for her to restrain her worries. Jiang Lushur understood Ran Shiyu's feelings very well. He also had a sister. In the apocalypse, everyone will have such a glimmer of hope that their loved ones may still be alive. Ran Shiyu was so uneasy, probably because she knew in her heart that the possibility of survival was too low, and the trip was probably in vain. Go to bed early, Jiang Lushur said in his mind. Ran Shiyu should have heard this. Right. Early the next morning, the team set off after breakfast. Except for the unexpected trouble in that small town, Jiang Lushur and others passed through no man's land. For the next long distance, there are houses and zombies, but no living people in sight. It is estimated that even if there is a living person hiding somewhere, Jiang Lusher and the others will not deliberately look for it. Only Xiao Feng and the others would record some of the conditions in these places. Some of the zombies they encountered along the way clearly felt much stronger than at the beginning of the apocalypse. Although they were not comparable to mutant zombies, they also made Xiao Feng feel worried. The evolution speed of zombies is too fast. They not only evolve individually, but also evolve in groups. These zombies have replaced the original humans in the city, becoming a new destructive species and occupying the city. It wasn't until the fourth day, when they came to a small city, that they finally saw a living person. 2 superpowers and a group of ordinary people are hunting a mutant beast. This mutated beast is not that big. It looks like it was mutated from some kind of wild cat. It is very agile and flexible. They hid back in the car, and the mutant beast pounced on them, opening a long gash in their car with a claw. And there was a sharp and harsh friction sound. The car SHL looked like paper under its claws. But at this moment, one of the superpowers suddenly pounced forward with great speed and force. The long iron rod in his hand suddenly passed through the mutant beast's lower abdomen, which could be heard even from a distance. To the sound of iron rods entering flesh, the mutated beast let out a scream, and several more shots were fired at it immediately. The mutated beast struggled for a while, and finally fell to the ground covered in blood, twitching and unable to survive. It is a very common scene for a team of superpowers to hunt mutant beasts. Without toothbrushes, everyone in this team would have died long ago. However, these people did not rush to carry the mutated beasts into the car. They all spotted the convoy not far away and sat in the car watching warily. A minibus, followed by an off-road vehicle, and a team of military vehicles. Their team of survivors only had 7 people in one vehicle. The difference in strength was huge. So of course they were wary. Jiang Lusher also looked at this group of people. This place is not too far from northern Jiangsu. Are they a team of survivors from northern Jiangsu? Chapter 346 Business comes to your door. Brothers, we are friends of Xiang Swahai. Who are you? The psychic with the iron rod got out of the car and shouted from the air. He was holding the iron rod, and his muscles were tense, ready to react at any time. At this time, the minibus drove forward a few meters, and the survivors' team immediately became nervous. In fact, the minibus did not look threatening. But those military vehicles following the minibus did not dare to be careless. Those soldiers with live ammunition and black barrels are all genuine. The window of the minibus rolled down, and a young man's face appeared in the crack of the window. I don't know Xiang Shuahai. I would like to ask, are you survivors of northern Jiangsu? Seeing that Jiang Lusher had no hostility and didn't seem to be interested in the mutated beast they killed, the superhuman felt relieved. But he was also surprised at the same time. Don't you know Xiang Shuahai? Are you from out of town? Another superpower also got out of the car and asked. This person with special abilities was short and wore glasses. He even adjusted his glasses when he spoke. At the same time, he winked at the other people in the car and asked them to get out of the car quickly to carry the mutant beast's body. After hearing the bespectacled man's question, the superhuman with the iron rod also realized that this fleet of vehicles all had foreign license plates and their accents were from other places. However, he did not expect at first that survivors from other places would come here. Except for the minibus. The license plates were all from Xiangzhou. And Xiangzhou is too far away from here. Could they be coming from Xiangzhou? But it would be strange if the survivors in this area had not heard of Xiang Swahai. Yes! Jiang Lusher nodded. There was nothing to hide. We are considered survivors of northern Jiangsu. Our camp is in a suburban county next to northern Jiangsu. Xiang Swahai is the name of a boss. He has hundreds of people and more than a dozen teams under him. And they want to mess around in northern Jiangsu. If you offend Xiang Zuhai, you will definitely not live long. If we brothers come out to claim Xiang Zuhai's name, everyone will give us some face and take care of each other. The man with glasses said calmly. Jiang Lusher could tell that this person was trying to intimidate him. But Jiang Lusher was a little interested in Xiang Shuahai. Shiyu, if we want to find your sister, we can first look for Xiang Swahai. Local snakes must know a lot of information. And it's easier to find someone than it is for us to find a needle in a haystack. Jiang Lusher turned to Ran Shiyu and said, when looking for people in this apocalyptic world, it is natural to go to the survivor gathering area. But since North Jiangsu has not established a safe zone, you can only go to the territories of these teams to find them. Ran Shiyu nodded gently. Brother Jiang, I listen to you. Can you take us to Xiang Swahai? We have a business we want to do here. Jiang Lusher turned around again and asked the man with glasses. There was a trace of hesitation in the eyes of the man with glasses, but he didn't have the power to refuse. And this group of people seemed to be strong. If the deal was really completed and Xiangsuhai made a lot of money, he would also get Xiangsuhai a little appreciation. So the man with glasses just pondered for a moment and said cheerfully, "That's no problem. We just finished hunting and are going back now. Just come with us." "Thank you very much," Jiang Lusher said. "Captain Jiang." At this time, Xiao Feng also got out of the car and walked over. "Captain Jiang, we have gone further than expected. Now we are ready to return," Xiao Feng said. During this journey, he was full of gratitude to Jiang Lusher and his Shering team. If it weren't for Jiang Lusher and the others, he would never dare to think about the sporadic casualties now. He heard that Jiang Lusher and the others were going to northern Jiangsu with this team of survivors. So naturally it was time to say goodbye. "Okay, you go ahead," Jiang Lusher said. At this time, Xiao Feng suddenly gave a standard military salute and said, "Yes, Captain Jiang." This military salute was Xiao Feng's expression of respect and gratitude to Jiang Lusher and his party. After performing the military salute, Xiao Feng turned around and returned to the car. Jiang Lusher looked at those military vehicles and felt a little touched in his heart. The return journey is actually very dangerous. Although they suffered few casualties when they came, it may not be so when they return. Having traveled so far, and with a new survivor gathering area right in front of them, they chose to return without hesitation. Jiang Lusher admired this kind of military spirit. The man with glasses was stunned for a moment. "So these military vehicles are leaving? Then let's go," the man with glasses said with a smile. After the bespectacled man returned to the car, another person with supernatural powers immediately said, "What's going on? Why are all those soldiers leaving?" At this point, he turned his head and looked at the minibus and said, "In this case, we don't have to blame them." What he was afraid of were the soldiers. Now that the military vehicles had turned around and left, there was only one minibus and an off-road vehicle left. So there was nothing to fear. This superhuman's eyes lit up when he first saw the Hummer modified off-road vehicle. "Didn't you see that the officer was very respectful to that young boy? Maybe he has some strength. His power fluctuations are not strong, but the power fluctuations of the woman who is talking to him are very strong. In his car there is another person whose supernatural power fluctuates very strongly," the man with glasses whispered. The troops left in front of him. But the little boy he called still looked calm and still wanted to follow them. Obviously he had something to rely on. "Don't be so strong-limbed and simple-minded. What kind of strength do we have? Xiangsuhai doesn't even look down on us. If you think less, you can live longer," the man with glasses said. He also has ideas, but he is more self-aware. When the superpower heard this, although his expression was a bit disdainful, he still closed his mouth silently. "I hope these people can take us there honestly." In the minibus, Zero said slowly while looking at the car leading the way with the corpse of the mutated beast tied to the roof. "It should be possible. That man with glasses is not stupid," Ran Qiyu said. When the bespectacled man was talking to Jiang Lusher just now, she had been sensing the bespectacled man's emotional changes. "Ling, you were originally in northern Jiangsu. Have you never heard of Xiangsuhai?" Jiang Lusher asked. Ling shook his head. "There is not a large safe zone in northern Jiangsu. The survivor teams are in groups and relatively scattered. And I have been away for a while. The names of these bosses may have changed several times. This Xiangsuhai, I really haven't heard of it. But different bosses have different acting styles. I don't know what type this Xiangsuhai is," Zero said. "No matter what type he is, if business comes to him, he will never refuse to do it," Jiang Lusher said. Chapter 347 Entering the County. The minibus followed the bespectacled man's vehicle and drove for several hours before arriving at a small county town. A deep trench was dug outside the county seat, and many sharp wooden sticks were inserted into it. A row of barbed wire fences were also erected. One of the barbed wire fences had apparently been torn open and then repaired. In the deep trench, many bones can be seen, and the color of the soil looks strange, as if it is soaked in blood. There were many vehicles parked at the entrance of the county town, and many ordinary survivors with numb eyes were sitting on the roadside. They all looked emaciated due to long-term malnutrition. As soon as the bespectacled man and others stopped the car, some survivors immediately gathered around them, begging in low voices. "Go! Go! Go! We have people to do things. We don't need you guys. Stay away from me. It's so dirty." Another person with supernatural powers pushed the car door open and squeezed out of the car with his tall body. He came down, holding a long iron rod in his hand, and stood in front of the survivors. waving his hands impatiently to drive them away. This is Xiangsuahai's territory. Your car is too big. The width of the roads in this county is limited. Why don't you park here? Just drive the off-road vehicle in. The man with glasses came over and said. Jiang Lushur came here to discuss business. Naturally, it is better to do less than to do more. Moreover, the base vehicle has an automatic driving function. So Jiang Lushur is not worried about what will happen inside. If he really wanted to have a bad conversation, he could contact Xingzhong and a minibus would be brought in immediately. Let's get off the bus, Jiang Lushur said. Zhang Hai. Sun Kuan. You just watch the car here. And it's okay if we go. After getting off the car, Jiang Lushur said to Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. There are only a few places in the off-road vehicle. And with so many people there, it doesn't make much sense. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan naturally had no objections to this. Enning also stayed. Jiang Lushur and others got into the off-road vehicle, while Jiang Lushur sat in the driver's seat, seeing several girls walking out of the minibus. The man with glasses was stunned for a moment, while the person with the superpower holding the iron rod stared straight in his eyes. No wonder driving a minibus contains so many beauties. This is so enjoyable. He is also a person with superpowers. Why doesn't he get such treatment? The man with glasses couldn't help but look at Li Yusen and the others a few more times. This kind of girl would be difficult for him to come into contact with before the end of the world. Even if he could see her, he wouldn't be able to get to know her. As soon as these girls appeared, they were a beautiful sight. And even the survivors on the roadside looked over. Jiang Zhuiying was holding a big black bag in his hand. The man with glasses noticed it, although the bag seemed to have no weight in the girl's hand. When the bag shook, the man with glasses heard the dull sound of metal colliding. It can be seen that there's a lot of stuff inside. If he introduces a big deal to Xiangsuahai, at least it will make Xiangsuahai familiar with him. Jiang Liushur's group of survivors came from other places and seemed to be quite capable. It would be good for him to make friends with them. Being familiar with Xiangsuahai not only improves his status, but also allows him to obtain more information. There is no large-scale safe zone in northern Jiangsu. The conditions in the surrounding areas were figured out by the survivors. The survivor teams with intelligence sold the information to the bosses of these gathering areas, such as Xiangsuahai. Xiangsuahai, on the other hand, distributes information to his subordinates. The more valued they are, the more valuable the information they get will be. The hunting efficiency will be higher, and the strength will increase faster. In order to gain Xiangsuahai's attention, in addition to having sufficient strength, one must also provide Xiangsuahai with sufficient resources and functions, and also be able to enter Xiangsuahai's field of vision. For example, introduce business. The bespectacled man thought so, with a warm smile on his face. I'm going to drive a car over too. Although our Blue Sky team is average in strength, we are working for Xiangsuahai after all. I can show you the way. To Xiangsuahai. By the way, I haven't introduced myself for so long. My name is Luo Junjiang, and I am the captain of the Blue Sky team. Well, thank you. We are Team Shuring, and I am the captain. Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur said. He knew that this Luo Junjiang would not show courtesy for nothing. But as long as he didn't harbor evil intentions, Jiang Lushur didn't bother to care what he had in mind. Luo Junjiang walked back to the supernatural user holding the iron rod and said with a smile. Old Hey, leave this to the brothers. You can come with me. What am I going to do? It has nothing to do with me. If I don't go or not. It depends on how others spend their money. I'm so comfortable. The mutated beast has been squatting outside for 2 days. Today I have to fight and rush. I want to go and feel comfortable. Already? Lao Hei said he. Damn. I've been thinking about that thing in your crotch all day long. What can you do? Forget it. If you don't want to go, just don't go. You are so short-sighted. That's all you can do. Luo Junjiang glared at him, found a car by himself, and led Jiang Lushur and others the way ahead. After being pointed and scolded by Luo Junjiang in front of his younger brother, Lao Hei's face turned as dark as coal. He spat at the backs of the 2 cars. You are paralyzed. When you see someone with some strength, just kneel down and lick them. You can accomplish something? Lao Hei looked at the minibus that was about to start. Looking through the windshield, he saw that the figure in the driver's seat was very beautiful. Her tight clothes perfectly outlined her hot figure and her indifferent expression. However, as soon as he took a look, the minibus had already turned and drove towards the open space in the distance along with the off-road vehicle. The minibus parked at the gate was very blocking the road, so it could only park in the open space. Lao He stared at the minibus with unfulfilled interest, then jumped into his own vehicle. Nary. Let's go. Let's have some fun. In this apocalypse, ordinary survivors without any special powers are located in this kind of settlement. If they don't have any other specialties, the men are basically doing hard labor, while many of the women have become objects for people to vent their anger. In exchange for a little food, Lao He went straight to an inn, which had been converted into an entertainment venue. But now that he saw the women serving tea and water, he was no longer very interested. These women look pretty good, but they don't eat well or sleep well. They all look sallow and thin, and most of their eyes are rather gray. The more he looked at it, the more boring it became. All he could think about were the women Jiang Lusher had brought with him. That's really a top beauty. The things in front of me are incomparable to those women. In the past, Lao He felt that after this apocalypse, if he had the strength, he would definitely be able to pick beautiful women by himself, and they would all kneel at his feet, just in exchange for a little food. But later Lao He discovered that there were too many people stronger than him, and it was simply not his turn. However, just those bosses with a reputation for evil, who own a dozen cars and dozens of people. This kid who just appeared on the road can also own so many beauties. There is also Luo Junjiang, who used to be an executive of a small company and graduated from a prestigious university. He simply looks down on such a rough guy. Lao He had known for a long time that Luo Junjiang, and he formed a team just to use each other. Seeing Luo Junjiang running so actively to help a strange team that appeared halfway, he thought he could hug him just because the boy was escorted by the army at the beginning. This scene really made Lao He sick. He even suspected that if Luo Junjiang could really get Xiang Shuai's favor, he would kick him away and kick him out of the Blue Sky team. This Blue Sky team was founded by him and Luo Junjiang. Why should he kick him out? When he thought of this possibility, Lao He couldn't help but clench his fists loudly. Boss He, why are you not as anxious this time as before? The owner of the inn, a woman named Sister Ma, saw Boss He sitting there with a dark face. She was so frightened that the girls didn't dare to go over. So she quickly walked over and personally called, "Go away." Lao He was not in the mood to talk to this woman now. He yelled impatiently, making Sister Ma startled and quickly walked away. What's wrong? Sister Ma muttered in her heart. These superpowers' ears were too sharp, and she didn't dare to scold them no matter how dissatisfied they were. At this time, Sister Ma saw a group of people walking in. Her eyes lit up and she hurriedly greeted them. Isn't this Angkor? I haven't seen you for several days. The harvest this time must be very rich. Right? Angkor is the leader of this group of people. He has a bald head and more than a dozen crisscross scars on his scalp. He looks very vicious. Sister Ma's flattery was obviously on point. Brother Ong smiled and said in a rough voice, That's good. I killed 2 mutant beasts. One of them is a big guy, weighing 7 or 8 tons. 7 or 8 tons. How big is that mutant beast? Angkor, you are still more powerful. You have killed such a terrifying mutant beast for meat. Sister Ma said with a frightened look. Boss Wu obviously enjoyed Sister Ma's reaction. He laughed loudly and slapped Sister Ma hard on the buttocks. Sister Ma immediately let out an exaggerated cry. And Lao He also saw Boss Wu in his group. He knew Boss Wu and had played cards with him. Boss Wu's team has a total of 6 superpowers, many guns, and very strong strength. It can also be ranked among the top 5 teams in this Xiangsuahai territory. Boss Wu himself has no other hobbies except playing with women. He has played with dozens of women to death, if not 100. Even Sister Ma was a little scared when she saw him. But fortunately, Boss Wu would give full compensation every time he killed a girl. Although Sister Ma was afraid of him, she still had to greet this money tree when she saw it coming. On the other hand, when the girls saw Boss Wu and his entourage coming, their faces all turned pale, and they were so frightened that they hid desperately, fearing that they would suffer this time. Many of them were forced to do so, and when they met someone like Boss Wu, they would be tortured to death. Okay, do you have any fresh goods? It's just a dozen or so that come and go. It's boring. As Boss Wu was talking, he suddenly saw Lao He walking over. Boss Wu, I have fresh goods here. Chapter 348 Xiangsuahai. Seeing Boss Wu looking at him, Lao He had a sneer on his lips. And at the same time, there was a faint sense of excitement in his heart. Didn't the man named Luo say that he couldn't accomplish great things? Now let's see who is the one who can do things. Isn't this Lao He? What do you mean by what you said? A glint flashed in Boss Wu's eyes. When did Lao He start this kind of business? What? You met a beautiful survivor outside and brought it back? You're tired of playing with it. And now you want to transfer it to me in exchange for something? Boss Wu rolled his eyes and asked. Tired of playing? I haven't even touched it. Lao He said hee. And then he told Boss Wu about his encounter with the Shirring team. However, he deliberately concealed the beginning and the story of the team. A military team got together. The woman is yours. How about I take his car? Lao He said. Boss Wu glanced at Lao He with a smile but not a smile. And said, A woman? Stop dreaming. If you want to cooperate with me, I will get 70% of the things in the car. 70%? Did I hear that right? Lao He said angrily. Old He, you're not stupid. And don't think I'm stupid. No matter how beautiful a woman is, as long as she has strength, she can be seized and bought and sold. If you just use your hands casually, then forget it. You can't even tell their strength. You want to use a woman to hook me? Not 70%. Don't even think about it, Boss Wu said. Lao He felt extremely regretful. This Boss Wu was just talking like a lion. He obviously had the resources in his hands. But as soon as this Boss Wu opened his mouth, he wanted 70%. Boss Wu, their people were all taken away by Captain Luo of our team. Now there is only one woman and 2 superpowers left. Lao He gritted his teeth and said, Those 2 superpowers are only average in strength. And that woman is not a superpower. How strong can she be? If you were completely sure, you wouldn't have to look for me. You want my help, but you also want to send me away like a beggar? Boss Wu said coldly. Lao He's heart thumped. He could hear a trace of murderous intent in Boss Wu's tone. Now he is riding a tiger with difficulty. No more than 30%, which is better than nothing. Moreover, Boss Wu is tied together. When the time comes, Luo Junjiang and that kid must be able to offend Boss Wu if they want to take revenge. Lao He thought this, and finally nodded and said, Okay, that's it. At this time, Luo Junjiang had already led Jiang Lusher and others to a 3-story restaurant in the center of the county. In front of the restaurant is a large open space with various vehicles parked on both sides. At this time, there were several cars parked in front of the restaurant, which made Jiang Lusher look at them several times. The off-road vehicle is almost covered with a high-density iron cage on the outside, with countless outward-facing spikes welded on it, up to half a foot long. A car looks like a porcupine and looks very vicious. And on those spikes, there were a lot of coagulated plasma, pieces of clothing, etc. hanging, adding a hint of ferocious and bloody atmosphere. This modification is good. Jiang Lusher raised his eyebrows. The door of the restaurant is guarded by boys carrying guns. You can also see the dark muzzles of guns upstairs. And the guards are relatively tight. At this time, Luo Junjiang had already run up to a gunman guarding the door, took out a pack of cigarettes, and handed him a cigarette. Buddy, do you recognize me? I'm Luo Junjiang from the Blue Sky team. The gun-carrying boy took the cigarette. It was still a good smoke, dry and not damp, and it was not crushed. He pinned the cigarette to his ear and said, I recognize you. What can I do for you? Boss Luo? Help me inform Boss Yang that I have brought guests over, Luo Junjiang said. The gun-carrying boy glanced at Luo Junjiang and showed a hint of embarrassment. Hey, Boss Luo, have you seen these cars? Boss Yang has business to discuss today, so your trip may have been in vain. These cars? It was also the first time for Luo Junjiang to see these cars. But how could he be happy if his trip was in vain? He also knew the virtues of these young men. He cursed in his heart and gave the whole pack of cigarettes to this young man. Help me go in and let me know. Brother. The boy took the cigarette and smiled. Then I'll try it. It's such a difficult kid. Luo Junjiang came back and complained. In fact, Jiang Lusher had already seen that scene. And Luo Junjiang complained specifically because he wanted Jiang Lusher to remember his favor. Don't worry. Boss Yang often has people coming to buy and sell here, even if they are distinguished guests. We can wait in line, Luo Junjiang continued. After a while, the boy came out. Boss Luo, you can go in. Let's go! Luo Junjiang led Jiang Lusher and others into the hall. In the lobby on the first floor, unnecessary things have been thrown away, and there are rows of seats on both sides. TSK. Based on what I saw and heard along the way, I surmise that Xiang Shuihai is the gang boss in this county, and the teams under him are the hall leaders, Jiang Zhuing said with a smile. Jiang Lusher immediately glared at her. You quite understand. Have you seen the movie? Jiang Zhuing stuck out his tongue. There are already many people sitting in the hall. Some people are sitting on chairs in front. And younger people are standing behind them. These people are all wearing weapons. And the younger brothers behind them are also carrying guns and knives. There were more than 20 people in one group. The leading ones were all wearing leather jackets. And everyone had guns behind them. They looked very imposing. One of the men was holding a woman in his arms. The woman was very petite. At first glance, she looked like a junior high school girl. But if you look closely at her face and figure, you realized she was an adult. In public, he directly opened the woman's clothes and kneaded them inside. The woman frowned from time to time, but did not dare to say anything. Her body looked like it could be crushed with a slap at any time in front of this man, who was nearly 2 meters tall and had a huge back. That's Xiang Suihai. Following Luo Junjiang's gaze, Jiang Lushur looked at a sofa chair in the middle of the hall. There was a woman sitting there. She was wearing a cheongsam and black stiletto heels. She looked extremely elegant. She has a delicate swan neck and long, smooth black hair like a waterfall. She has no makeup, but her facial features are very delicate, just like a beauty in a pictorial. Moreover, she looked very familiar to Jiang Lushur. Hey, isn't this the big star? The one who was very popular before the end of the world, known as one of the 4 little beauties? Jiang Zhuing said with some surprise. Jiang Lushur suddenly realized that yes, this woman had often appeared on the big screen and in advertisements before. But seeing such a delicate woman sitting in front of such a large group of fierce superpowers, and sitting upright as a boss position, Jiang Lushur felt that this scene was really surprising. Chapter 349. Is this help? Captain Jiang, let's sit down, Luo Junjiang said. After arriving at his seat, Luo Junjiang lowered his voice and asked, How is it? Are you shocked? I was also shocked when I saw Boss Xiang for the first time. I believe she is Boss Xiang's woman. Is she Boss Xiang? Luo Junjiang shook his head and showed a sigh of relief. Before the end of the world, she was known as the leader of the new generation of Jade girls. Not only was she beautiful, she was also an elite who had returned from overseas. It is said that she had a great background. So no matter how many people envied her, they would not dare to touch her. It stands to reason that such a person should have been evacuated in advance, no matter what. But it was a pity that she was unlucky. When the apocalypse broke out, she had to stay in northern Jiangsu. But she was also lucky, and she awakened her superpower. Luo Junjiang knew a lot of things. Looking at the way he looked at Xiang Suihai from under his spectacles, it was obvious that he also had a trace of desire. He must have dreamed of getting a woman like Xiang Suihai. Now she not only has beauty, but also strength. Jiang Lushur glanced at Luo Junjiang and then at Xiang Suihai. Luo Junjiang was right. This woman was able to intimidate so many survivors. It was definitely not easy to sit in that chair. If she wasn't strong enough, she would have been eaten alive. However, Jiang Lushur was only here to discuss business. Business could lead to cooperation. If not, he would just leave here and go to other camps to inquire. He was not interested in Xiang Suihai's affairs. He could feel that Ran Shi became a little distracted as soon as she arrived in Jiangsu province. She was worried about her sister. Jiang Lushur also wanted to help Ran Shi find his sister as soon as possible. After getting along with her for such a long time, Ran Shi was already a member of Shiring's team. At this time, transactions in the hall were going on. Boss Xiang, we need 3 guns, 2,000 rounds of ammunition, and a nearby map. A very rough-looking man said. He was wearing a fur coat. If you look closely, you can see that there is a bloody figure on his chest. The eye holes were probably fur ripped from the corpse of a mutated beast. While speaking, he waved to the people behind him, and the younger brothers immediately brought over several overstuffed sacks. Blood seeped out of him, and at the same time, there was also the fragrance of mutated beast meat. Xiang Suihai looked lazy and moved her slender fingers slightly. Immediately, a girl walked up from the side. After checking the mutated animal meat inside, she said to the man, Go to the back to trade. The next one please continue. Jiang Lushur watched for a while and roughly figured out the management model of Xiang Suihai. It is estimated that the bosses in other camps in northern Jiangsu are also like this. All the information about the survivor teams under her management must be sold to her, and she will sell it to others. These guns and ammunition are probably not allowed to be sold privately, so she will handle them. The transaction flow of the entire county is under her control. At this time, the strong man in leather clothes, who was squeezing the body of the petite woman in his arms, suddenly spoke. When does the next person want us to wait? The small business of buying a few guns also needs Boss Xiang came to ask in person? He had a loud voice. And when he suddenly interrupted in the hall, he immediately drowned out the girl's voice. Xiang Xuehai looked at the strong man with a calm expression and said, Duan Dalong, I know what business you want to discuss. I can answer you right now. In 3 words. It's impossible. Duan Dalong was startled, then frowned. The woman in his arms immediately let out a cry of pain. Her body trembled involuntarily, and her face turned slightly pale. Boss Xiang, you refuse? Our eldest brother asked you to cooperate because he thinks highly of you. Duan Dalong said with a dark face. They had traveled for several hours to get here, and after being put on the bench for nearly an hour, this woman actually refused without even listening to what they had to say. You can live a long life only if our elder brother cooperates with you. Don't think you have built a county now. If a group of corpses come over, the place will not be defended. With the few people you have now, I don't mean to compare with us. It's really far behind, Duan Dalong said. Hearing what Duan Dalong said, the faces of the superpowers in the hall, including Luo Junjiang, were a little ugly. Duan Dalong was simply slapping them in the face, not taking them seriously at all. However, when Duan Dalong's sinister gaze swept over these people's faces, none of them said a word. Duan Dalong and his group have more than 30 people. If they take action, they will definitely suffer. So your eldest brother is still thinking about me? Xiang Xuehai said with a smile. She was worthy of being a pre-apocalyptic beauty. Jiang Lushur was not very interested in celebrities before, but now that he saw this woman up close, he felt that she was still different from ordinary people. He was cold 1 second, but now he had a gentle smile. However, her eyes were still cold, and she felt there was anger hidden behind them. Being looked at by Xiang Xuehai with such a smile, Duan Dalong suddenly felt proud. This time he offered to cooperate with Xiang Xuehai on behalf of his elder brother. If he can succeed, he will be rewarded by his elder brother. Duan Dalong leaned back and said with a smile, Boss Xiang, you just understand our eldest brother's hard work. And our eldest brother has been your fan since before the end of the world. It's hard for you, a woman, to work hard by yourself, and you follow our eldest brother. The anger in Xiang Xuehai's eyes grew stronger and stronger, and she said with a cold face, You can leave. Are you kidding me? Duan Dalong's eyes widened. He already looked ferocious, but this glare made him even more terrifying. He pushed the woman in his arms away. The woman screamed, quickly pulled up her clothes, and hurriedly got up and stood behind Duan Dalong. Duan Dalong suddenly stood up from the chair. I don't know if it was the effect of the mutation or his height. He stood more than 2 meters tall, and his bear-like body gave people great pressure. Xiang Xuehai still looked at him coldly, with one hand pressed on her sofa chair, and a cold light flashed faintly below. You want to do something? The flesh on Duan Dalong's face twitched, and his anger caused his chest to rise and fall violently. In the quiet hall, his breathing sounded like a bison. Many superpower users were already nervous, but Jiang Lushur was sitting there with his brain superpower activated. If Dalong and Xiang Xuehai start a fight, Jiang Lushur will take Jiang Juing and the others and leave immediately. He has no interest in getting involved in other people's conflicts. Duan Dalong didn't take action in the end. He stared at Xiang Xuehai fiercely and said coldly, Xiang Xuehai, don't take yourself too seriously. There will be a time when you kneel down to beg my brother. After saying that, Duan Dalong waved his hand. Let's go! As Duan Dalong and his group left, the tense atmosphere in the hall finally eased. Many superpowers secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If a fight breaks out, will Qiyu be harmed by them? Moreover, this county seat is also the camp where they're stationed. If it is really destroyed by Duan Dalong and his group, they will have a hard time in the future. Jiang Lushur looked at Xiang Xuehai. Her eyes filled with anger and her brows furrowed. This Dalong and his group probably didn't have any good intentions, and the last words they said were not just threats. The county was not stable either. Jiang Lushur planned to leave before he got into trouble after inquiring about the news. He's not afraid of trouble, but that doesn't mean he likes to get involved in trouble that has nothing to do with him. Boss Xiang, Jiang Lushur said. The sadness on Xiang Xuehai's face disappeared immediately, and she regained her calm expression and looked at Jiang Lushur. Who are you? Luo Junjiang, who had just broken out in a cold sweat, quickly came to his senses and rushed to say, Boss Xiang, these are the guests I brought. He said he has a deal to do. They are from out of town. Coming from out of town? There were obvious changes in the way Xiang Xuehai looked at Jiang Lushur. The team of superpowers who can come to northern Jiangsu from other places will definitely be strong. And besides, they are from other places. No survivor wants to know what's going on outside. The apocalypse has been breaking out for some time. At first, some people thought that the army would fight back. But now, this hope seems to be getting slimmer. In the face of this kind of disaster, the state apparatus can only stick to some safe areas and base cities. But there is no way to deal with other occupied areas. The occupied areas occupy the vast majority of cities and villages in the country, while the safe zones are just dots on the map, with dozens of groups of firelights struggling to survive under siege. A place like this suburban county in northern Jiangsu is not even a Mars on the map. The army probably doesn't even know that people like them are alive here. Trapped in a place like this, everyone, including Zhang Shuai, wants to contact the outside world. What deal do you want to do? Xiang Shuai asked. Shiyu. Jiang Lushur turned to look at Ran Shiyu. Ran Shiyu glanced at Xiang Shuai and took out a wallet from her arms. Jiang Lushur didn't know that Ran Shiyu secretly hid such a wallet. When she was caught by Sister Hong, Ran Shiyu had nothing with her but this wallet. She had thrown away the banknotes, bank cards, etc. in her wallet long ago. Those things were of no use in the apocalypse. She only kept a photo. I want to ask about this girl. Her name is Ran Yuxia. She is 19 years old. She has an obvious red mole on the left side of her neck. Ran Shiyu handed the photo to Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur also knew the name of Ran Shiyu's sister for the first time. Ran Yuncha's appearance was somewhat similar to Ran Shiyu's, but compared to Ran Shiyu's delicate temperament, she was more like a girl with high spirits, full of aura, and special. There is a natural charm in the eyes, which are generally called charming eyes. Her eyes are also a big gray in color, which adds a touch of mystery to her. Xiang Shuai stood up, walked over gracefully, picked up her wallet and looked at it. There was a faint fragrance from her body that drifted into Jiang Lushur's nose. I remember. I'll ask the team of superpowers to inquire. But no matter what the result is, as long as the information is obtained, the normal fee will be charged. Xiang Shuai said. Okay. Jiang Lushur said. 500 kilograms of mutated beast meat. Xiang Shuai said. This is not an exorbitant price. It is not easy to ask people. Okay. I will take out another ton of mutated beast meat and offer a reward to anyone who provides information. Jiang Lushur continued. A ton of mutated beast meat may not be enough to convince someone to hand over the person, but it is enough to impress some people who are willing to provide information. These should come from my share, Ran Shiyu said. She was able to share the spoils after each battle, and she actually accumulated some. But coupled with her usual consumption, she also knew that she didn't have much savings. No, this is a matter for the team, Jiang Lushur said without refutation. Yes, Sister Shiyu, you don't have to be polite, Jiang Zhuing also said. Seeing Jiang Lushur's brother and sister saying this, a trace of hesitation flashed in Ran Shiyu's eyes, and then she nodded. Luo Zhejiang's brows jumped when he heard this. A ton of mutated beast meat was taken out so casually, and judging from their tone of voice, they are still showing humility to each other. How much mutated beast meat do they have? Now Luo Zhejiang felt more and more that what he did was right. This group of people was indeed very powerful. Maybe he can bring these people into the team. Deal. I want to take a copy of this, Xiang Shuai said, holding the photo. It's not difficult to find a copier these days. It just requires consuming some diesel to generate electricity. Zhang Shuai obviously had some storage, and she had no intention of charging extra. If she didn't find anyone, she wouldn't even accept the 500 kilograms of mutated beast meat. Jiang Lushur felt that Xiang Shuai was quite principled and acted with dignity. No wonder he could convince these people. Thinking of diesel, Jiang Lushur thought of his own diesel storage. His current storage capacity is still sufficient, but after all, he has consumed a lot. Later, his base car will open a third form, and then fuel consumption will become even more of a problem. There is no army in northern Jiangsu, and there may be some gas stations that have slipped through the net. Jiang Lushur is still very interested in the oil in these places. Zhang Shuai sent the girl to make copies, and soon the girl came back with the photos. Ran Shiyu put the photo back into her wallet with great care. In the apocalypse, she lost everything she once had, and now only this photo is left. The people below will do the work of finding someone, but there may be an accident, so this matter has to be stopped. Xiang Shuai obviously meant something, but she didn't intend to say more. You guys are here, let's stay in this county. The team of superpowers don't have to pay to stay here. She also wanted to ask Jiang Lushur and others about matters in other places. But Duan Dalong's matter made her feel heavy. And in her opinion, it might not be of much use to ask. What she wanted to know was the situation in the safe zone. As for Jiang Lusher, he knew what the woman was worried about. But it had nothing to do with him. She was not the only force in northern Jiangsu. Jiang Lusher was originally planning to cast a wide net and conduct transactions with all those forces. As soon as Jiang Lusher and others walked out of the hall, Luo Zhejiang followed him and said with a smile, "Captain Jiang, don't worry. My brother and I will try our best to help." Jiang Lusher was about to speak when he suddenly showed a sneer, and then gave Luo Zhejiang a cold look. "Try to help me as much as I can. People named Luo. You are looking for death." At this moment, Jiang Lusher really had murderous intentions. Ying sent him a message that she, Zhang Hai and others had encountered a sneak attack. Among those who took action was the man with the iron rod. At this time, in the corner of the parking lot, Ying Zheng was holding a triangular military thorn, standing with Zhang Hai and Sun Quan, leaning against the wall, looking at the people in front of him coldly. Sun Quan's arm was bleeding profusely. If Ying hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been killed by these people just now. In front of them, several cars drove over again, completely surrounding them. In addition to Lao He and others who led the sneak attack, there were more than 20 people sitting in those cars. These people were all armed with weapons, and many of them were armed with guns. At this time, they were like a pack of wolves surrounding lambs, looking at Ying and Zhang Hai with wild eyes. Chapter 350. I'm afraid they won't come. Boss Wu was sitting in one of the cars. When he saw the figure in the crowd, his eyes suddenly lit up. It seems that Lao He is not making up lies. This woman is indeed beautiful. From his point of view, it was not much different from Xiang Shuai. Of course, he wants to conquer Zhang Shuai even more. That woman used to be a star, and is now his boss. It makes me excited to think about having such a woman in my pocket. But Xiang Shuai is too strong personally, and has a group of loyal subordinates. Boss Wu could only think about it at this stage. But the woman in front of me is not bad either. She is wearing a tight-fitting black dress, and a pair of short boots under her straight long legs. She has a hot figure, delicate appearance, and very cold eyes. She is holding a three-edged military thorn, and is looking indifferently. Watch these people gathered around. But in the eyes of Boss Wu, Ying is already his prisoner, while Zhang Hai and Sun Quan are already dead. How could the three of them resist the people he brought? When Lao He saw the satisfied smile on Boss Wu's face, he felt very depressed. He was really taking advantage of Boss Wu. "Hurry! Go get their car!" Lao He quickly said to his men. There must be a lot of things hidden in that minibus. And Lao He can't wait to take possession of that modified Hummer as his new car. The minibus and off-road vehicle were parked together, and Lao He walked over with the people. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hai and Sun Quan's eyes turned red. "Damn! These people want to touch Brother Zhang's car." Jiang Lusher asked them to watch the car. But so many people came and tried to steal the minibus. "Ying, you are stronger than us. We will cover you. You break out and find Brother Jiang," Sun Quan whispered. As he spoke, he couldn't help but gasp, and there was a sharp pain in his shoulder. "Brother, we have to explain here this time. But let these turtles see that we are not useless. At least kill 2 and earn 1. Kill 3 and earn 2. Zhang Hai also felt a surge of emotion, blood and fury. Boss Wu chuckled. He had dozens of people under his command, and his team could be ranked among the top 5 in this county. He didn't pay attention to Zhang Hai and Sun Quan, 2 ordinary superpowers who were surrounded by sneak attacks. If you are more honest and surrender obediently, you will suffer less. Otherwise, do you want to risk your life? I'm afraid I won't let you die so easily, Boss Wu said leisurely. Click, click, click. All the muzzles of the black holes were raised, pointing at Zhang Hai, Sun Quan and others. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan gritted their teeth so hard that they were almost broken. Make them surrender? That's a dream. Brother Jiang, let us hold on for a while, and they will be back, Ying said suddenly. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan were both ready to rush out, and were stunned when they heard this. Let's not talk about how Ying got in touch with Brother Jiang. Hold on for a while. Although they were confused, they trusted Jiang Liusher's words very much. Ying said so. It must be right, Sun Quan said. He was not sure what the relationship between Ying and Jiang Liusher was, but it could be seen from his daily life that Ying was deeply trusted by Jiang Liusher. Hold on for a while. How can you hold on? Boss Wu listened to their conversation. He felt as if he had heard a joke. These people said this in front of him. Could it be that they wanted him to be afraid and to face difficulties? Retreat? This is too much to look down on his surname Wu. Your name is Ing. Right. Okay. Let me tell you. I'm really going to decide on you today. And you guys, Brother Jiang, can't stop me, Boss Wu said in a sinister tone. After catching this woman and setting up an ambush, Boss Wu wanted Ing to see how her brother Jiang died. Ing ignored Boss Wu at all. She just said to Zhang Hai and Sun Quan, "Get ready." Seeing that this woman was treating him like nothing, Boss Wu snorted coldly and winked at his subordinates. This subordinate was a bald man with a figure like a door panel. He was Boss Wu's right-hand man. He got out of the car, holding a machine gun in his hand, and walked towards Zhang Hai and the others with a sneer. This machine gun bullet can directly beat a person into a sieve and tear him into pieces. Most people would be scared to death just by seeing him approaching with a gun. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan also became nervous. They clenched their guns, preparing to pounce on the other party as soon as they made a move. Ing asked them to hold on, but they didn't know how to hold on. They had no choice but to use their bodies to block the muzzle of the gun. Ing, on the other hand, looked calm and looked at these people coldly. At this time, Lao He and others had just walked to the minibus. Suddenly, the well-parked minibus suddenly made a sound of starting. Lao He and others were stunned for a moment. They were standing right in front of the minibus. There was nothing behind the windshield. Where was there anyone in the driver's seat? Buzz! The minibus rang again, and Lao He suddenly felt a sense of life and death crisis. Get out of the way! As soon as Lao He jumped to the side, the minibus rushed out. Bang bang. The younger brothers under him didn't even have a chance to scream before they were hit head-on and crushed over. Lao He fell to the ground and saw his younger brother collapse to the ground after being hit by a minibus at close range, and then crushed by a tire like a sack. Blood spurted out, and under the tire, His body was still twitching. What's going on? Lao He was frightened. Why did the car suddenly move on its own? The sound from the minibus also caught Boss Wu's attention. When he turned his head to look, his scalp suddenly jumped. That minibus was speeding towards the crowd. Get away! The smile on Boss Wu's face suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Zhang Hai and Sun Quan were also stunned. Could it be that Jiang Lusher has returned? The minibus made a terrifying roar and crashed directly into the crowd. The survivors, who had looked ferocious just now, were immediately frightened and fled in all directions. They are just flesh and blood. How can they withstand the impact of a minibus? For a moment, no one could care about Zhang Hai and the others. The minibus was coming from the direction of Zhang Hai and the others. Don't let them get in the car! Mr. Wu shouted. Killing is not allowed in the county. But after all, this is not a place where rules are really enforced. As long as it doesn't cause big trouble on the street, there won't be any problems. So Boss Wu wouldn't let Ing and the others have the chance to escape to the streets. The machine gunner immediately pointed the machine gun at the minibus. Clicking, clicking, crazy bullets poured into the tires of the minibus. However, the tires of the minibus have been strengthened, and the tires were not broken at all when hit by the shuttle bullet. Buzz! The minibus arrived in front of Zhang Hai and the others, turned sharply, and the door was aimed at Zhang Hai and the others, and opened immediately. Get in the car! Shadow said. Hack! Shoot! Kill people! Damn it! I'll cut you into pieces and feed them to the zombies! Boss Wu himself was mentally distorted, especially when he was angry. It's just a woman. Compared to his losses and anger, a woman is nothing. After hearing his order, the survivors raised their guns. For a moment, both Zhang Hai and Sun Quan sensed a huge life and death crisis. But it was impossible to avoid so many gun muzzles. They looked at each other, actively blocking Ing's left and right sides, and raised the muzzles of their guns. Damn! I'm going to kill a few of them! Zhang Hai suddenly pulled the trigger. Boom! At this moment, the bald man who had pointed the machine gun at them suddenly exploded like a watermelon. The headless body flew several meters away together with the machine gun he was carrying, and then snapped. It fell to the ground, and blood was everywhere. His blood was directly sprinkled on Boss Wu's car window, and the bright red color stung Boss Wu's eyes. This shot immediately shocked many people. Even Zhang Hai was stunned. Did he kill him? Because while running wildly, Zhang Hai didn't actually aim too carefully and shot carefully at crowded places. As a result, this shot was a precise headshot. At this moment, another gunshot was heard, and another man who was about to secretly pull the trigger on Sun Quan was shot in the head. In the blink of an eye, the two corpses died in exactly the same way. Now Zhang Hai was sure that it had nothing to do with him. Neither he nor Sun Quan fired at that moment. Is it Brother Jiang? Let's go! Taking advantage of this moment, Ing had already stepped onto the minibus, and Zhang Hai and Sun Quan rushed in immediately. Those who saw this scene were stunned and did not dare to take action. They also discovered that there was someone else who fired the gun, and they had near the wall and the car, who dared to show up easily. Among the vehicles brought by Mr. Wu, one of them had just driven a few meters away when a bang was heard. The windshield in front broke instantly, and a large amount of blood was splashed on the remaining windshield. The entire car lost control instantly, and hit another car next to it with a loud noise. For a moment, the entire parking lot fell silent. Lao He was lying on the ground, sweat dripping from his forehead, while Boss Wu was sitting in the car, his whole body stiff. What's going on? Whoever wants to shoot will lose his head. Whoever wants to drive will have the people in the car killed. Brother Jiang is not in the car? Zhang Hai and Sun Quan got on the car and were a little surprised to find that there was no one in the car at all. Shadow sat back in the driver's seat. The driver's seat was empty before. Unmanned? They had heard that such vehicles existed before the end of the world. But no one thought that minibuses also had this function. But they were just surprised and didn't care. Jiang Liusher's special ability is mechanical modification. It is not unusual for him to modify an automatic driving system. It's just that Jiang Liusher is not in the car, which means he should be nearby. After getting in the car, they knew that Jiang Liusher and the others were already on their way back. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan no longer had any fear. Now they no longer had to regard death as home. Looking at the survivors and the cars through the car window, Zhang Hai and Sun Quan clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Let's see who surrounds whom. Boss Wu is powerful after all, and he calmed down in the blink of an eye. Everyone hides and shoots at the minibus. You guys follow me and find out the guy who fired the cold gun. I'm going to blow his brains out. Boss Wu opened the door and quickly got out of the car, turned over, and then jumped to the root of the wall. He was really furious now. It was a deal that was a sure thing. But suddenly, there was such a reversal. Several people on his side had died, and the remaining people were extremely nervous. When the person who kills this team is that old black man, Boss Wu will not let him go. Behind him were 4 people, all of whom were his capable men. Boss Wu glanced at the minibus and said to one of the people, "Go and get rid of that bus." "I got it." The man was small and thin. He nodded and secretly approached the minibus. At this time, Ing was driving a minibus, while Zhang Hai and Sun Quan opened the car windows and hid inside to shoot, beating everyone in the parking lot so hard that no one dared to stand up. But their counterattack had no effect on the minibuses. Hit the windows, bulletproof the glass. Hit the tires, bulletproof the tires. Hit the gas tank. Damn. Even the fuel tank is bulletproof. So although they were outnumbered, they were firmly restrained. How to fight around such a big piece of iron that water can't get into? Not to mention there is a gunman hiding in the dark who may want their heads at any time. At this time, there was a 2-story building not far away. Jiang Liusher did not rush directly into the parking lot, but found such a commanding height nearby. Behind him, Luo Junjiang was being stared at by Jiang Zhuiying through the window at this commanding height. He also saw the situation in the parking lot. He also identified his men among the several corpses on the ground, and also saw Wu the boss's car. How could he not know what was happening now? Luo Junjiang was really itching with hatred. That old black guy actually betrayed him. If they robbed Jiang Liusher and his group's car and people, neither Jiang Liusher nor they would let him go. Luo Junjiang. But now that he saw Jiang Liusher kill Boss Wu's right-hand man with just one gun, and make them all afraid to show up, and the minibus was actually bulletproof, Luo Junjiang was extremely shocked. He had already guessed that Jiang Liusher's team was strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. With this kind of strength, if Jiang Liusher can kill Boss Wu, then he will be the 5th-ranked team. Come here for one day and be in the top 5. Of course, this possibility is relatively low. As long as Shurang team can escape this time, it will also become famous. It's just that if you completely offend Boss Wu, sooner or later you will still have to fight to the death. Someone is coming, Ran Qiyu said. Jiang Liusher was not surprised. No matter how stupid the opponent was, he knew how to analyze where the bullet came from. And there were only 1 or 2 buildings nearby where the shooting angle could be found. There are 4 people in total, all with superpowers, Ran Qiyu continued. Her eyes were not looking out the window at all, but her spiritual realm had already covered the area. Luo Junjiang suddenly understood that it might be Boss Wu and the others. With Boss Wu's character, How could he sit still and wait for death? He must have found it. As for Boss Wu, and several of his capable men, they are all powerful, cruel and cold-blooded superpowers. And they often do things that are scandalous. They are not all ordinary people before the apocalypse. Boss Wu used to be a well-established boss. It can only be said that with strength in the apocalypse, all kinds of dark sides of human nature may be inspired. Luo Junjiang said quickly. Captain Jiang, the people coming must be Boss Wu and others. People who are colluded with Lao He. Their strength is not bad. It's best if you come. Jiang Lusher put away the sniper rifle, took out 2 pistols, and checked the magazines. Jiang Juing glared at Luo Junjiang. The long knife in her hand flashed with cold light. Huh? I'm just afraid they won't come. Luo Junjiang didn't know what to say for a moment. He was extremely anxious. If Jiang Lusher and the others were defeated, he would also die. Luo Junjiang felt a little unsure about Jiang Lusher and the others' confident attitude. At the same time, he also had a trace of speculation. They were so confident. Could they really be sure?